Hey guys, and welcome back to Retro 9000, the channel where we like retro stuff. I mean, that's basically all it is. Today, I just wanted to share this with you guys. I've been trying to start something up here where I just kind of take a closer look at some of the retro video games that I have in my collection and really take some time to appreciate the artwork on the front and the back of the box and the instruction booklets, the things that you honestly don't get a lot of anymore. And today we're looking at something called The Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition, which if you weren't a gamer during the GameCube era, this was around 2002, 2003, you might not have ever seen this or heard of it. And as you can see here, it is, I'll bring this up to the camera a little closer here, it is not for resale, so chances are you didn't buy it either. Unless you got it like super black market bootleg. I'm looking at you, Dave. I should... But my co-host's name is Dave. He didn't do that. But I do hope that if someone's watching and they're named Dave, like you're like freaking out a little bit. But this was such a cool piece of game demo for that era. I remember so specifically, I came into school one day and there was a girl in my class who brought this in. And at the time, I was a huge Ocarina of Time fan. And Ocarina of Time, as you'll see in a minute, is actually included on this disc. And I was such a huge Ocarina of Time fan, and I wanted an opportunity to play it on GameCube. I thought this promotional disc was so cool. And this was actually bundled with certain GameCube consoles. And I already had a GameCube at this point, so I wasn't going to get it from that. According to the Zelda fandom wiki, the collection could also be obtained by subscribing or renewing a subscription to Nintendo Power. So yeah, Nintendo Power could be the way to go. But she walked in with this, and all I wanted to do was, buy it from her. And I think I actually asked her, I'm like, hey, like, what would you charge me for that? It was not for sale. Sarah, if you're watching this, I'm still a little mad. Because, like, she wasn't even a gamer. I don't even think she was a game. I think she just, like, had a game, or, like, her one of her brothers had a GameCube or something, and she got this and just was rubbing it in our faces. Anyway, I digress. This thing was sweet. This was what a lot of people were kind of vying for because it was so hard to come across. And this was kind of before the time of video game collecting on eBay was big. And so it was hard to get a copy of this. I quite honestly don't remember how I got a copy of this. I think I might have bought it on eBay before the pandemic, before the big collection boom sort of happened. Because right now, like if you get a sealed one of these on eBay, you're looking at like $400. Opened like this is still $200. The price doesn't matter. It's just, it's a reflection of kind of how rare this thing is at this point. But without further ado, let's take a look at the back of the box, shall we? So I think this is so cool. So if you're just, if you have this video on in the background, I'll kind of describe a little bit what we're looking at. There's this really, really cool artwork in the background that's kind of obscured. It's grayed out and obscured. It's Hyrule Castle. Looks like it could be from Wind Waker or potentially artwork from Ocarina of Time, but it's kind of obscured, grayed out. It has this like paper texture up here on the top, which I don't know. I miss when the backs of video games looked like this. There's so much detail. I honestly can't get enough of it. Up at the top, I thought this was kind of a trip down memory lane. We see that it says one player. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Memory card uses up to 36 blocks. And I just, in a day and age now where everything is measured in gigabytes, I just think it's kind of adorable, Nintendo's little way of having their own storage. 36 blocks, 36 units of memory. And also it's progressive scan compatible because this was during the CRT era, baby. Let's go. And of course, for the official Nintendo Power Player's Guide, it's available at your nearest retailer or at www.nintendo.com. So right up at the top here, we have the greatest legend in gaming, the Ultimate Zelda Collection. This did contain 4 games, kind of 4.5 if you want to count the demo, but we'll get there. It contained The Legend of Zelda, the OG, which underneath says, play the game that launched the legend with an innovative and unique gameplay system, remarkably deep puzzle solving. Remarkably deep puzzle solving, and an epic score, the appeal of this groundbreaking classic is still going strong. And I won't have to read all these. I mean, you guys can kind of see some of that for yourself there. The next one up on the list is Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Then we have The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, which, let's be real, that's why I was here for it. And The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. This was, just for some context, This disc came out in 2003, November 17th, 2003 in America, which really wasn't too terribly long. We're only looking a few years after Majora's Mask came out. So to have Majora's Mask available on this new hardware in a disc form, packaged in with Ocarina of Time and a couple of these other older games, this was about a year after The Wind Waker came out. I believe The Wind Waker came out in 2002, if I'm not mistaken. I just looked. I was not mistaken. It was December 2002. So the demo on here it is very interesting to me for that reason, because they were showing us this demo for a game that's already been out for a year. Clearly, they were trying to move some. If you weren't around when Zelda The Wind Waker was released, it was very, very mixed reception. People saw a tech demo long before the game came out that showed this really kind of gritty, dark, almost like Ocarina of Time 2.0 looking type footage. And then we ended up with Toon Link, which I loved. I mean, I was about 12 at the time it came out, and I thought it looked great. I really enjoyed playing it, but a lot of people weren't nuts about it. So my guess is that because of that, they probably weren't able to sell as many units. I'm speculating. I don't know the history there. If you do know, please leave a comment and let me know, because I'm a retro game lover, not a retro game historian. But I do love also how it's like the official Wind Waker logo with like a really cool 3D rendering of the King of Red Lions, but then you just get like Toon Link. I don't know why you wouldn't just throw in the actual 3D render. I don't know. I'm not a designer by nature. But I honestly love this back art because it's not as in depth as we see on a lot of video games from that era. It doesn't have like its own sort of art direction in big air quotes. It's more just kind of showing you exactly what you're getting, which for a promotional disc, I get it. Like, you're not going to spend a lot of time designing something that's literally just for promo. That's a weird sentence. If it's marketing, you're going to spend a lot of time. But this is something that you would get packed in with your GameCube. So they're already buying the GameCube. They're not really going to probably be reading a lot of this, which makes the instruction booklet, in my mind, really, really interesting. So we'll pop this bad boy open. Of course, we have the disc itself here, which is also a really cool design. Just it's all kind of blacked out, and just the Legend of Zelda moniker up here is red. I think that looks pretty slick. Let me straighten that out for the camera a little bit. Have some aesthetic freaking instinct here, Zachary. So let's start with the instruction booklet here. Take it out tenderly so as to not destroy the pages. There's probably a video game collector out there freaking out right now because I'm probably not handling this properly. It's okay. I just like old games. I'm not a collector. I just like old things. It's okay. You're okay. Anyway, I just wanted to share some of this stuff with you, this instruction booklet, because again, I don't think you get a lot of this detail in modern games. Look at all those cautions. But I thought this was funny too. When I opened this up, there's this 3D rendering of the Master Sword. It looks like from Ocarina of Time, and it's like old school 3D. I don't know. Trying not to get like the light reflection in there, but it's like old school 3D, like Toy Story era 3D, where they didn't quite have it figured out. So there's a lot of detail, but like it's as much as they could do for the time, which is really just kind of adorable. And as we go into it, they have kind of like the getting started, which, a lot of the instruction booklets had this at the time. But then they go into these descriptions of the games, which I thought were really interesting and kind of cool. As someone who's played every Zelda game pretty much, I'm sure I've missed a couple here or there, but I haven't seen these descriptions elsewhere. Not saying they're not elsewhere. I had just never seen them elsewhere before this. So you get these cool descriptions, and they get longer, right? Like the first one is such a simple game. It's literally a one-pager. Then we get to Zelda 2, Adventure of Link, and we have a couple pages explaining what's going on, explaining the magic system. Ocarina of Time, which, again, I freaking love that image of like Ganondorf in the background fighting off Link. I think that's so cool. But again, the controls also got a lot more complicated, so there's a lot more to figure out there. It makes sense to have the instruction guide, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Fairies and L targeting. Quick note on L targeting, if you guys didn't know this. Apparently, rumor has it, legend has it, that Shigeru Miyamoto went to a play of some kind. So he went to the theater, and there was like an action scene in which somebody had like a grapple, and I'm probably messing up some of the details, but it was something akin to a grapple that they threw at someone, and the person was holding onto it, and they just sort of circled each other with the rope between them. And apparently this is what led to him having the idea for the Z targeting system. And there are some examples of a similar-ish targeting system being in play before Ocarina of Time, so sometimes this is disputed, but that's just a little fun, piece of information. And there's like even this cool little diagram here that shows what that targeting system does. They call it L targeting here because it's on the GameCube controller, which was L, not Z. But yeah, it's just kind of cool because now you see that in so many games. Like almost any modern game has some kind of essentially a Z targeting lock-on system, and that was sort of spawned from Zelda Ocarina of Time. Of course, you got some great artwork from Ocarina of Time in here. Then we get into Majora's Mask. Here's the thing with Majora's Mask. You needed a strategy guide to beat that game. I don't care what you say. I don't care if, I've beaten it 100 times. Yeah, you need a strategy guide if you want to beat it fully. There was the Bomber's Notebook inside of it, which is cool, but for me, that was just not enough. It was always like a little bit vague. It didn't really explain how to use it. A big fan of a strategy guide when it comes to Majora's Mask, but I just wanted to share kind of what this instruction booklet looked like with you guys. I just thought this was so neat. And there's the Bomber's Notebook that I was telling you about. But like, again, like what are you supposed to make of that? That's nothing. You just don't. But in case you needed to know, that's the symbol. This symbol will be added after you receive a mask from someone. I do think it's interesting that the margins on this, like this feels rushed in this instruction booklet, and maybe it is just because it was a promo disc, but like there's like overlap between the images and the words here, and like the spacing's a little off, and you see that on the back as well. Like the spacing is really tight in ways that it just wouldn't be in kind of modern design. So I don't know if that was just a byproduct of it, having to be rushed or moving too quickly or what, but an interesting thing to note regardless. Now, this was cool. So this was basically saying you could subscribe to Nintendo Power and get a free player's guide for this collector's edition. I was a huge Nintendo Power fan. I had Nintendo Power. I think I had a subscription to a couple gaming magazines at the time, and I always loved Nintendo Power. It was always the one I looked the most forward to. Then, of course, you got some credits in there. There's a Zach in there. I never see anybody with their name spelled like that for like another Zach. Zach's the world unite. And then, of course, there's just this, this was just like the special offer. This is essentially what we saw on the last page of the book here. But I did think this was kind of fun too. As if you weren't already invested here, the latest industry news. We got the hottest codes. We got extensive reviews. You guys remember codes? Shit was awesome. And again, if you want a real throwback, there's actually a thing in here for you to cut out and mail in that you just write your credit card number on. And that's just... You just entrust it to the postal service and hope it gets there. And I did want to share the disc with you guys a little bit just so you can get a nice close look at that. I honestly just love the colors on this, or I guess the lack of color on this. Kind of like a Sin City vibe going on with the just kind of highlighting the reds. But for how dark Majora's Mask is, and Ocarina of Time was kind of becoming this darker game, I think it's a cool design choice. But if I'm being realistic, chances are it's less of a design choice and was more of a cost-saving measure. Because again, this was a promo disc. They probably didn't want to spend a ton of money. Instead, they just threw, basically the ROMs for these games on this disc and called it good. A couple things to note and kind of mention here as we're going through. And again, this is going back to that Zelda fandom wiki. So thank you to all the contributors over there. I wanted to share a few things that I found in here, which was apparently there were some issues with this. So there were some issues with like the rumble feature on Majora's Mask causing the game to freeze. There were some sound, quote unquote, sound irregularities, even down to things like graphics, like some blurs, loading weird or disappearing entirely. And also worth noting that the demo of Wind Waker that came with this was only a 20-minute demo, but it did include a section for a dungeon, a section for the stealth mode, and an island, which I believe is Windfall Island, but I haven't looked up footage for that, so don't quote me on that. But that's it for this video, you guys. I just wanted to take a little walk down memory lane. I figure if I looked at this and got all of the nostalgia feels, that maybe you guys would get some of that as well, and I hope you did, because this was a huge walk down memory lane. And Sarah, if you're watching this, you know what? I got my copy anyway. I didn't need yours. You weren't even a gamer. I didn't need your copy. I got my own with grown-up money. It's okay. I forgive you. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of video, please subscribe and let me know which box art I should be looking at in the next video. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club. I'm just calling it that. Well, welcome to Retro 9000. This is the channel where we talk about retro stuff, because that's what we love here. Last time we talked a little bit about the Zelda Collector's Edition, but today, my friends, we are here to talk about the one, the only the OG Animal Crossing for the Nintendo GameCube. And we're going to be looking over the box art here. If you're just listening to this while you're doing something else, or you're listening to the podcast version, I will be describing everything that I see in excruciating detail. But if you're watching, I'm really excited for you because there's a lot of really great, colorful, just wonderful artwork on this game. So before we dive into this, I just want to say that the original Animal Crossing was legitimately one of my favorite games. I remember I played this nonstop. My friends would come over. We would, explore the islands together. It was honestly just a blast and a half. It was super fun. It was very wholesome, and it was so colorful. That's one thing that I still, to this day, it still sticks out to me just how colorful and vibrant this game is. So let's start by looking at this front cover here. As we see, this is only for Nintendo GameCube. We got that little sticker up there in the corner that lets us know that. There was actually, this kind of stemmed from a game that was for the Nintendo 64. I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of it. It's Dobutsu no Mori, which according to the Nookipedia.com, was released just 8 months prior to Animal Crossing, which came out in 2002 in America, specifically September 16th, 2002. What I found really interesting about this copy that I have is, especially because this is totally defunct now, is this was like a special Kmart exclusive bonus edition. So on the front here, there's this little bug that says bonus, Kmart exclusive, official Nintendo Power Animal Crossing Player's Guide with the purchase of this game. With a little photo. It's like a photo of the guide, but it's funny because the guide it's the exact same cover art as the cover itself. So it looks like they're just doing like a photo of a photo of a photo, just infinitely forever on itself. But I do believe that I got this copy, and I somewhere in the deep, buried in all of the tubs that I have downstairs, there's probably an Animal Crossing Nintendo Power Player's Guide somewhere in there, because I did have it. I also think this is really neat. So this came with a memory card, because this game took up so many storage blocks on the GameCube's memory card that they needed to include their own, so that players wouldn't get super frustrated. And I remember, to this day, my GameCube, I have multiple of these cards. My GameCube that's set up, I was going to say downstairs, but it's actually it's in the corner of this room where you can't see it. It's just over there. It's just out of your sight. But my GameCube constantly has its normal memory card and the Animal Crossing memory card. And a little fun thing, if you didn't play this on the GameCube, anytime that you would play and then just shut off the system, you would get yelled at by a mole named Mr. Rossetti, and he would pop up, and at first he'd be like, hey, don't turn off the game without saving. And then the more you did it, and like I never did it on purpose, like a lot of times it'd be like, it got unplugged by, I don't know, the vacuum or something. But every time he would get more and more aggressive, and by the fourth or fifth time, he's like, listen, save your game, damn it. Me and Mr. Rossetti had beef. So on the front of this cover, just for those who are listening, I'm just going to kind of describe what we're looking at. There's this beautiful like woodworking logo, and it says, welcome to Animal Crossing. And there's a little chain hanging down that says population growing. I don't know if this holds any significance, but the time on the clock here, it looks to be 8 o'clock. I'm assuming AM because it's daylight outside. And there's a rendering on the front of the player character exiting his house, which is just sort of this cottage style house with a red roof. Up in the front, we do see there's a little gyroid up here, which I love. We have a bear character in the lower level peeking out of a window, a couple of cat characters poking out of the top level window. We have a duck character coming around the side of the fence here, and a few trees. It's just like a nice, it's just like, that's gorgeous. That's just so nice to look at. There's something about the art of Animal Crossing that just really it just does something to me. And then we have an owl up here that, is that Blathers? No way. That might be Blathers up there. So here's the thing. I'm not, I'm a huge lover of Animal Crossing. I absolutely love this franchise. I will never claim to be, nor have I ever claimed to be, an expert on Animal Crossing. So for those of you screaming at your computer screen saying, I know that character's name, I'm sure you do. I just don't. And that's okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you. Of course, it has the official Nintendo seal of quality. It's rated E for everyone, and it has our little Nintendo moniker down here as well. Let's flip this bad boy over. There is a lot of information on the back of this. I'm going to hold that up just so the camera can see it. And I'll read over all of this for the people listening, but I just think this is super, super interesting. So right up in the top corner, it says 1 to 4 player alternating for the amount of players you can have on this, which I find extremely interesting because that was something that you would do, but with a game like this, I don't know, it was a little harder to just pass the controller. But I like that they were kind of encouraging you to play with your friends, even though this is largely a single-player game. The memory card, it says it takes up 58 to 61 blocks, which was a lot for the GameCube. Game Boy Advance compatible and e-reader compatible. Now, guys, let me tell you about the damn e-reader, because that thing was awesome. I freaking loved the e-reader. I still have it downstairs, and this was like the original kind of collectible, I guess, if you will. Sorry, I'm like picking dust off of this while we're talking. But you could go to the store and you could buy like booster packs for Animal Crossing, and if I'm remembering correctly, they would give you items, they would give you villagers to come to your town, just things to like decorate your home with, and this was really during the era, like Nintendo still had a lot of popularity around their Pokemon cards. You know, we're only in 2002 here. Pokemon really started to hit its stride with the playing cards and the anime and the games around like 98 to 2000. So they're still riding that wave. And you would literally take these cards and you would swipe them in the e-reader in your Game Boy Advance and have that connected to your GameCube afterwards. And then you would get that stuff put into your game. It was... like by today's standards, it was super cumbersome. And there's down here at the bottom, you guys can see it says, get connected. Connect to a Game Boy Advance using a Nintendo GameCube Game Boy Advance cable, sold separately, to travel to a new island and design new clothes. When you're ready for even more, you can connect an e-reader and scan Animal Crossing e-cards to get special presents. Maybe even classic NES games. And I do remember that. Like, I don't remember which games it was, but like you could have little NES games within Animal Crossing. It was, at the time especially, it was such a novel concept, and just like, I don't know, I remember when I was a kid, it felt warm and tingly. I don't know, it felt nostalgic at a time when in hindsight, I was developing my nostalgia. I don't know. It was so nice. So it says up at the top here, welcome to town. It's time to move to Animal Crossing, the real life game that's happening every second of the day, whether you're there or not. Which again, a crazy concept. This internal clock that actually kept time using the GameCube's clock. This wasn't done before, to my knowledge. And if it was, it certainly wasn't done to this extent and done so well. And then we got KK Slider up here with a little screenshot showing like the different seasons. And it says, life ticks by in real time. Different things happen at different times of the day, and seasons change just like they do in the real world. We got a little picture of Tom Nook here, and it shows a player character in their house. It says, get to know your town, meet your neighbors, buy a house, and furnish it however you like. Tom Nook, you greedy bastard, he was the one. If you played any Animal Crossing game, you know that Tom Nook is the one that's coming after you with like a baseball bat ready to break your knees if you don't pay him his debt on time. I think I still owe Tom Nook debt in that game. This looks an awful lot like Blathers. I don't know if this was Blathers or not, but I'm going to call him Blathers. We see a screenshot of the player character fishing off of a dock. And I also think it's kind of funny. Like I kind of got to look really close to see, but at a first glance, that almost looks like a Pokeball to me. That's the bobber in the water. Whether that's intentional or not, nobody knows. Somebody probably knows. But Blathers is saying, so much to do. Plant trees, pull weeds, go shopping, run errands, or just go fishing. And this was one of the first games, at least the first one that I can remember, that really encouraged just existing and living in this game world and taking your time and enjoying things. It was just such a cool concept. There wasn't really a goal. You were just playing to exist in this world. Then we have our cat character here, who I can't remember his name offhand, but it says, get 3 friends to move to your town or travel to a friend's town to see what's up. And we see our player character here boarding a train. This is just so cool. The background is this nice kind of like landscape. Like you see the trees from the game, clouds in the background, a nice blue sky. Just beautiful. Just beautiful. I just can't get over how much I love the art style of this game. Let's pop her open. So as you can see, of course, we have the disc here. Oh no. You didn't see that. We have the Animal Crossing GameCube disc, which is pretty simple in its color scheme. It's just got like the black bottom and then it's the green up top with KK Slider playing his guitar leaning against a tree. You love it. You love to see it. This is that extra special memory card that we were talking about. And it was cool because most memory cards at the time were just memory cards. And this one has a cool Animal Crossing sticker on it. It says how many blocks it is available. It says memory card 59. Copyright 2002 Nintendo. Let's go. You love to see it. Now, we have a couple of instruction booklets here. I don't know if I'd really call these instruction booklets, but these are more just information pamphlets, if you will. So this one is talking about Nintendo Power. It says if you subscribe to Nintendo Power, you'll have tons of Animal Crossing tips worth waiting for. Subscribe now and receive a free gift. Of course, with paid subscription. Just like last time, we got breaking news, we got hot tips and codes, we got power ratings. If you don't have power ratings, I mean, what the hell are you doing? So this is a huge trip down memory lane because this was kind of like online merch before you would have online merch. So we have this beautiful Comic Sans font up top that says paint your town red. You can paint your town any color or pattern you like in Animal Crossing, and that's just the beginning of the fun you'll have if you read Nintendo Power. So of course they're just trying to sell copies of Nintendo Power here. It looks like you could get this amazing shirt, which honestly I want that shirt. Look at that shirt. If somebody has that shirt, mail it to me. And this was something that you could get for free. It says subscribe today to receive an Animal Crossing t-shirt or player's guide free. I'd be going with the shirt personally. Guides come and go, but shirts are forever. I really wonder what that shirt's going for on eBay. Hold on. I'm going to look. I'm going to look right now. You know what? I can't find it flipping anywhere online. So it's fake. Get out of here. No, don't. So this is what I was talking about before. This was the e-reader. Look how freaking cool this thing was. I might do an entire episode just on the e-reader. So if you're just listening, it's this. It fits in the Game Boy Advance as if it were just a Game Boy Advance game, but it has like a card reader on the top that you could just swipe these cards through. So there's this amazing photo of just all the different cards that you could swipe, including some Pokemon paraphernalia there. It says slide it, play it. The Game Boy Advance e-reader. This is just such a time capsule of what it was like to be a gamer during this era. It says trading cards come alive with e-reader. Swipe e-reader trading cards through the e-reader for a totally new gaming experience. Scan the dot codes to get games, animations, stats, music, and more. Unlock the unlimited potential of your e-reader trading cards. And I remember, like, I would get these packs. Like, they had these sample packs that you could get. You could get classic Nintendo games. What a time to be alive. So I definitely think it's worth noting, and again, thanks to the fine folks over at Nookipedia, I'm referencing some of the data here, that this thing won some awards. It was nominated for a bunch. It won Best Role-Playing Game on GameCube, Most Innovative Game from GameSpot's Best and Worst of 2002. From the Game Developers' Choice Awards, it won the Innovation Award. Interactive Achievement Awards, it won Innovation in Console Gaming, Outstanding Achievement in Game Design, Console Role-Playing Game of the Year. I mean, that's... And there are more nominations in here. I mean, I'm just kind of listing off the wins here. It was number 17 in Nintendo Power's all-time console favorites. It was number 7 in X-Play's 10 best GameCubes ever. And it was number 5 in Screw Attack's top 10 GameCube games. To be honest, I'm surprised that it's not higher on some of these lists because this was really ahead of its time. And maybe that is why it's not quite as high on some of these lists, is because it was a little bit ahead of its time. And now with the advent of Animal Crossing New Horizons and any of these mobile Animal Crossing games that we see, it's hard to look at this and be like, oh, this is a complete game, because really for its time it was, but in today's standards, it's not. There's so much more content in these newer games, but this was the one that really started it. And there really wasn't anything else like it, to the point where you would boot this up after being gone for a few days and people would know how long you were gone. And weeds would start growing in your town. You would have to, and it's again the same with the modern games, but you'd have to go and like pluck up all the weeds. And I remember I missed playing for a couple months and I came back and my village was just like overrun with weeds. But again, there's kind of this relaxing nature to it where it's kind of fun to pull the weeds and it's kind of fun to tend to your village and to meet new villagers as they come and go. And I even remember that there were a couple of villagers that I just loved having around in my town, and they ended up moving out because I was away for so long, and coming back and seeing that they had left, it's something that still has stuck with me in a way where I look back and I'm like, man, like one of them was a rhino. I don't remember what his name was, but he was a rhino and he had left. And he was my favorite character. And I was like, oh my gosh, like because I wasn't here to stop him from leaving, he was gone. I mean, shoot, talk about separation anxiety. Where did my anxiety stem from? It's right here. And one other thing that I wanted to note from Nookipedia here that I thought was just so interesting, and I'm just going to read this verbatim from the website here. There was some sweepstakes. So it says, from August 30th to October 15th, 2002, Nintendo of America initiated the Animal Crossing Deck Out Your Room sweepstakes. One grand prize winner received a TV, headphones, a CD player from Panasonic, a Nintendo GameCube, a GameCube Advance, 5 GameCube games, 5 Game Boy Advance games, 2 Wavebird controllers, which, like, come on, give us the real deal, and a 1-year subscription to Nintendo Power. 5 first prize winners received a Nintendo GameCube, a copy of Animal Crossing, and a 1-year subscription to Nintendo Power. And those who registered for the sweepstakes received a free Animal Crossing screensaver. Again, what a relic of the time. The fact that you could basically just give away, like, hey, here's a screensaver, enjoy. And it's also worth noting, just real quick here, one last thing on the side of like the spine of this game. We have Booker is his name, and he's like kind of like the police dog. So Booker's gonna protect you if you like this video and if you subscribe. Well, thank you guys so much for watching. If you did like this video, I do hope that you subscribe. And please let me know in the comments which game I should cover next. If I have it in my collection, I will do it right away. If I don't, I'm going to look into getting a copy. And if you're listening on Spotify or on just YouTube in the background, I appreciate you as well. And thanks for checking this out. Make sure you give us a follow on Instagram at retro.9000. And with that, I will see you guys next week. Peace. Hey everybody, welcome to Retro 9000, the channel where we like retro stuff a lot. My name's Zach, and welcome to the Nostalgic Gamers Club, I'm calling it, where we just look at old video games and we look at the box art and some of the instruction guides that come with it, and we just take a little trip down memory lane. What do you say? Well, I say yes, and I'm the one recording, so so buckle up or leave. I mean, don't leave, please. YouTube likes retention, so. And I guess if you're just listening on Spotify or, wherever this goes, that's fine too. Anyway, today we are talking about the one, the only Resident Evil 4 for GameCube. If you are a Resident Evil fan, you know that RE4 has like a quadrillion ports. It came out for GameCube, for PS2. There was a PS3 version. There was an Xbox version. There were re-releases on pretty much every console since. Then there was the complete remake in 2022, 2023, might have been 23. But for a lot of us, myself included, this was really my first big step into the Resident Evil franchise. The older games, while amazing, and I've played most of them, they were slightly before my time when they came out. And also, like at the time, I wasn't really into horror games. So I remember though, when Resident Evil 4 came out, me and my buddies picked it up, we played it, we loved it. And it became this lather, rinse, repeat cycle where we would just play it over and over and over again and try to unlock everything. And we'll talk more about the unlocks in a little bit. So let's start by looking at the front cover here. As you can see, I have the Player's Choice Edition, which is not rare at all. Not even a little. It's like less than $20, I think, if you want to buy a copy. And I think this is cool too. We see the Spike VGA Awards 2005 winner, Game of the Year. Which is pretty slick. On the spine here, it's just Resident Evil 4. And on the backside, on the backside, we got a lot. Before we get to the backside, I'm going to go back to the front here. So I love this cover. This has become such an iconic cover, in my opinion. So we got Leon S. Kennedy right here in the front. He's in his classic little action pose. We got Chainsaw Pete over here with his chainsaw getting ready to slash up the number 4, apparently. I do think it's fun. I never really noticed this, but I do think it's funny that it says 4 Resident Evil. I don't know why it's in that order, but it is. This was called Biohazard in Japan originally, so I don't know if maybe it's like a syntax thing. Like if it was Biohazard 4, I don't know if the syntax is different in Japanese. If anybody speaks Japanese, let me know what the syntax is like, because that could be it. And then behind Leon, we see just a bunch of the mobs from the game. Looks like they're in the main village. You can kind of see there's some buildings here in the background that look like that main village. And this game, again, if you haven't played it, takes place over a lot of different landscapes. There's like a village, there's a castle, there's like a military island. It's wild. It's honestly freaking awesome. So let's go to the back here. There's a lot on the back. First, we see El Gigante. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. This being the Game of the Year edition, it's a little bit of a different back than the typical one would be. Like we have like Game of the Year, GameCube Game of the Year off on the side, but we still have all of the descriptions that you would want on the back of a cover. So up here we see Resident Evil reinvents itself as the series moves in a terrifying new direction. U.S. agent Leon Kennedy has been tasked to look into the abduction of the president's daughter. You'll love that. And his investigation has led him to a mysterious location in Europe. That's just so vague. I just love that. It's like, where are we going? Are we going to this weird village, or are we going to, like, I don't know, a little town in France or something? As Leon encounters unimaginable horrors, he must find out what is behind the terror. And then we have a couple bullet points here. We got fast-paced, edge-of-your-seat action, aim and shoot, zero in on enemies with laser precision, literally. Cunning enemies use their abilities to attack the player en masse. This game was so much fun, you guys. I'm so excited to be looking at this. Over here, I think this is really funny, honestly. Let me get some focus here on this. This says, unsurpassed visuals with breathtaking 3D graphics and effects. This was breathtaking at one point. New, never-before-seen enemies, including creatures that defy the laws of nature. Well, yeah, they're monsters. Yeah. New gameplay mechanics, behind-the-back camera perspective, and hit zone aiming system. So this was cool. This was something where at the time there weren't really any games doing this. Basically, the way this game works, if you haven't played it, is when you want to aim, you have to stop moving, and Leon draws his weapon, and you see like the laser sight coming out, and you have to kind of pick off different enemies at different areas. Headshots count for more, as is kind of like typical nowadays. But it made for a really cool experience because instead of just having, just a first-person shooter or anything like that, it just felt very unique. I don't know any other way to describe it other than it just felt extremely unique. It was a lot of fun, and it led to, I feel like, a lot of other games kind of copying this over-the-shoulder feel. And of course, they improved on it over time. Like, it wasn't always the stop, aim, fire, whatever. Other games, I mean, look at Helldivers 2 right now, which is what I've been playing nonstop pretty much. But in Helldivers 2, it's kind of a similar, it's a little bit further back, but it's an over-the-shoulder perspective. You don't have to stop when you're aiming. It's something that's been adopted into a million games. Helldivers is just one of very, very, very many. And I'm not saying it necessarily originated from here, because I don't believe it did, but I feel like this is one that really brought that sort of aiming style into the mainstream. And honestly, it was a scary way to have to aim your weapon, because when you have hordes of enemies coming at you, or you got this guy, you got this weird looking mofo coming at you, and you have to stop and aim your weapon, like, it just adds to the horror of the game, which I think was a very intentional move and a very smart move. This game is rated M for blood and gore and intense violence. Let's open this up. So in case you didn't know, the Nintendo GameCube version of this came on 2 discs because it was such a large game. This was actually one of the first games that I tried to speedrun, and my record was, I never finished it. I got very quick at it, but I never finished it. My record on the first disc was like 3 hours, which I realize is not very good, because when you look at speedruns online, I'm willing to bet someone's beat the game in like sub 2 hours in its entirety. I was not very good at games. I'm still not very good at games. I just like them. I've said it before on this channel, and I'll say it again. I am not an expert. I'm just a lover of these old games. So let's take this instruction booklet out here. This is a thick boy. This is like that is a booklet. So of course we have just the normal cover art here on the front, and let's just kind of pop it open. You got your warnings. I love this content screen because it's just Leon in his classic Leon looking pose, just doing the Leon thing. I think this is super fun. This is something that I feel like a lot of games don't do anymore. They give a little prologue here. So it says, several years have passed since the destruction of Raccoon City. Leon is now facing his ultimate challenge, a mysterious village, creatures that defy nature. Are they human or ... question mark. And then we see some stills from the game. I mean, honestly, this game does look pretty dated now, but we see Leon with Lewis. We see the church graveyard. We see El Gigante. We see Leon aiming his weapon. And we see some of these mobs here. And this is cool. So there's a couple little kind of descriptors of the characters here. We got Leon. We got Ashley sitting on a barrel, looking all happy to be alive, until she's captured. Then we get into the setup. I think this is so interesting because this is something that you just don't see anymore with how many games are downloadable, and you just don't get a lot of switching discs, which is something that was pretty commonplace back in the day. So this one says, Resident Evil 4 is contained on 2 game discs. You must insert disc 1 to start the game. When you complete disc 1, a screen appears prompting you to switch to disc 2. Remove disc 1 and insert disc 2 to continue enjoying the game. That's just that's a lot of legwork that I feel like people would not want to do today. And that's not me saying like, oh, this, the lazy generation. I just think like I wouldn't want to do it. Maybe I'm lazy. They get into starting the game, your basic controls. We got our actions. So there's obviously aim and shoot. The 180 turn, which was a really cool thing. If an enemy's coming at you, you can just pull backwards on the control stick and press B to turn around, and then you start running. Then you start running like crazy. Got your knife attack, which in the remake, they made the knife breakable, which added a whole new layer of scaring the hell out of me because that was always the thing in this. If you ran out of ammo, you can knife them. You're probably going to be fine. In the remake, they can't take that away from you. There's the action button, which, again, I don't think this was the first one to add in this action button. A lot of the games of this era implemented QuickTime events, QTEs, as they're sometimes called, where it's basically just, a prompt appears on screen, you press a button, whether it's in a cutscene or during the gameplay, and then your character does some cool sort of pre-programmed cinematic move. There were a lot of QuickTime events in this game, and that's honestly something that I did not love about this game or any of the games from this era. QuickTime events just kind of suck. I'm going to start the coalition against QuickTime events. You'll get an email from me. A little bit of info about the game screen and the status screen. Here we can see the little briefcase there that you can organize. Oh, I'm sorry, the attaché case that you can organize to fit all of your herbs and eggs to your to your liking. Herbs, eggs, and grenades. More about the attaché, the map screen, item screen, file screen. Now, here's the thing. They have these things taking up whole pages. You're telling me that we needed a whole screen for the item screen? Look at that. This whole bottom of it is completely blank. The entire thing. I'm just saying these could have fit into one page. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not trying to rag on the designer. We do have a little bit of info in here about combining items, which is a very important part of the game, where you might be collecting different herbs. You get like the red, green, and yellow herb. You combine them together, raises your max health, etc. The weapons dealer, I freaking love this guy. The classic, like, what are you buying? If you guys don't already, there's a podcast called Get Played, and one of the hosts of that show does an incredible, like they've invented this character around the Resident Evil 4 merchant, and it gets me every time. They talk a lot about saving and loading. In the original Resident Evil games, you would get typewriter ribbons, and you can only save a certain amount of times during the game. Like you would have to find the ribbon to be able to save. This was a little bit different. This was, if you found a typewriter, you could save, period. Which I know some people maybe weren't super thrilled about, but me not being excellent at video games, that was very nice for me. We got our options screen. We got some hints. I'll read these hints out because I think this is really interesting. So it says, enemies fall down easier if you shoot out their legs and feet. If you time your action button kicks right, they will hit other enemies around you as well as your target. You can shoot enemies through wooden doors. Shoot red barrels and drum cans to make them explode. And then they talk about the weapons dealer, the merchant. You may be able to get more money out of items by combining different treasures than you would by selling the items individually. And I don't remember if during the game they actually called that out, but that was something that was a huge part of it, where if you just sold a necklace without combining it with anything else, you're not going to get that much money. But then you combine the necklace with a bunch of gems and jewels and stuff, and it's going to be worth a ton, and then you can afford the rocket launcher, and everyone wants that. The notes section, because you got to take notes. How are you going to take notes on that, by the way? Look at that. That's like, if you're writing with black ink, good luck reading that. You need a white Sharpie to write your notes down on this. And this is maybe the biggest regret of my gaming career here. The nightmare is not over. Neither zombie nor human. A new horror has come. Pick up your Resident Evil 4 chainsaw controller today and beat them at their own game. But like, look at that thing. This controller is so hard to get now. They are so expensive. It became a total collector's item. And it's just a GameCube controller shaped like a damn chainsaw. How cool is that? That's the coolest freaking thing. I want one of those so bad. They're so expensive. And then, of course, we get into some of these movies, which you guys, okay, here's the thing. At the time, I liked these movies because I loved Resident Evil. These movies suck. I mean, they suck. They are really, really bad. And as seems to be the case with a lot of these old guides, they want you to buy the official strategy guide. This one was from Brady Games, where you're going to get a comprehensive walkthrough, expert boss tactics to defeat all beasts, including the new enemies, highly detailed maps, complete item and weapon rosters. And it says here the Signature Series guide includes bonus coverage, an exclusive foldout, and more. Well, if you weren't here for the guide, you'll stay for the more. And then you got a nice little back cover of El Gigante saying, register. Well, I don't think it's him saying it. To be clear, I don't think he's like, register your product. But it says, register your product and get Resident Evil 4 goodies at capcom.com/insider. So again, another relic of the time where it was just like, hey, register this thing, get more things. You know, they were really trying to promote their products out. One thing that I really want to talk about with this game is how many different things you could unlock. You could unlock the Chicago typewriter by beating Assignment Ada, which was just this extra playable mission in the game. You could unlock infinite ammo for a bunch of weapons. And eventually, what made the game super fun and honestly what helped my speedrun a lot, it's going to make me sound terrible because with this, my speedrun was still 3 hours for the first disc. But you could unlock the infinite rocket launcher, which, I mean, the rocket launcher is a one-hit kill for pretty much any enemy. I think it is for any enemy. And so when you have the infinite rocket launcher, you're just literally running around just like boom, boom, boom. And it's not a challenge. It's just, at that point, it's just fun. You're just clearing rooms. You could eventually, I think this was on the PS2 only, you could get like a suit of armor for Ashley. I played both versions, so for me, they kind of blend together in terms of what unlocks happen on which console between this and PS2. So this came out in 2005 initially, and from GameSpy, it has 5 stars on GameCube, 5 stars on PS2, 5 stars for the Wii version, which had like the little, you could use the Wiimote to aim, which was interesting. IGN gave it a 9.8. Nintendo Power gave it a 10. Xbox Magazine gave it a 9. PC Gamer gave it an 85. From what I understand, the PC version at the time was not that good. My computer was not powerful enough at the time to play it, so I didn't play that version. Edge gave it a 9 out of 10. Metacritic, the GameCube version, got 96 out of 100, so did the PS2 version. And as we already discussed a little bit, it won Game of the Year, it won Best Graphics, it won PlayStation Game of the Year, it won Best Video Game Release for Horror, it won Future Award for Excellence, it won Best Film-Based Game of 2005, which is weird to me because really it's this is not film-based. That's a weird win. I don't know if I agree with this being film-based necessarily. And as of December 2022, Resident Evil 4 had sold 12.3 million units when combining all versions, which is wild. That's nuts. And of course, this led to the Resident Evil remake. This has been released on literally every console you can imagine. I feel like this is becoming the new Doom. Like, you know, can my calculator run Doom? I think in 10 years it's going to be, can my calculator run RE4? Probably. And one last thing that I wanted to talk about was the development cycle of this game, because it went through a lot of versions. It went through a lot of variations. You can actually find beta footage online of Leon walking, and there's like a bunch of like baby dolls and like deer heads and things like that. It's just a really creepy stuff where it seemed like at the time they were maybe going more towards a horror feel. And then it seems like they did dial it back to become more of a survival thriller as opposed to a horror style game, which I think was the right call. I think this works really well as a thriller, and it was scary. Like when Chainsaw Pete breaks out and starts chasing you, you're scared. I was scared. I'm still scared. But, you know, I had to ask myself, I'm making a series about some of my favorite retro games from the 90s and 2000s. I can't leave Resident Evil 4 off that list. And this is just the beginning, you guys. And I have so many more games from the GameCube, from N64, from the Wii, from PS2 that I'm going to be bringing on the show. And I'm just going to be, again, like looking at these box arts, looking at the instruction booklets, going through some strategy guides. So if you like this type of video, I would really appreciate it if you subscribed. And if you don't, well, yeah, get out of here. You know, what are you still doing? No, I appreciate you watching or listening. And yeah, please let me know in the comments if you guys have any suggestions on what the next game I cover should be. If I have it, I will definitely cover it. And if I don't, I'm going to look into getting a copy because of you, because I appreciate you. All right, with that, enjoy the rest of your day. You take her easy, and I'll catch you later. Peace. Peace. There's a really cool secret at the end of this booklet that you're going to want to stick around for. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Retro 9000 Nostalgic Gamers Club. I wish I had some fireplace crackling here. There's some wine in the corner, but not in a weird way. Just it's not in a weird, it's not weird. I should do this over again. I'm your host, Zach, and this is the show where we talk about nostalgic games, because that's what we freaking love. Today, we are here to talk about Unreal Tournament for the PlayStation 2. The release of this game was a little weird because it was Windows, Linux, Mac, PS2, and Dreamcast, all with kind of a staggered release schedule, with Windows being first in 1999, followed by Linux, followed by Mac, followed by PS2, which this copy was North America, October 26th, the year 2000. And it came out for Dreamcast in March of 2001. Whew, a lot of consoles. So if you're not familiar with this game, it was a first-person shooter where you would fight against bots, and it was very high octane. I just remember being able to jump all over the map. You could jump super high. You had these insane weapons. I mean, just looking at the cover here, you can see kind of how insane these weapons were. Also, we have up here the $12.99 used tag for Unreal Tournament. That was probably from GameStop at the time. And this was also around the time of Time Splitters. This was just before Time Splitters 2. So there were a lot of these kind of high energy, high octane first-person shooters that you would get. And honestly, they were all a freaking blast, and I wish there were more of them. I just wish that this was still a thing. But before we get into the back box art, I just wanted to talk a little bit, and this is from the wiki for this. There were a few different game types in this game. So there was Assault, Capture the Flag, Deathmatch, Domination, Last Man Standing, and Team Deathmatch. And there was a whole story to this game, right? There was a background, but did you care? It's Unreal Tournament. You're running around with freaking chainsaw guns. You don't need a story, really. At the time, this game had a pretty solid reception. Very high ratings. We're talking 9s and 10s. It won Game of the Year from GameSpy, from Computer Gaming World. It won Action Game of the Year from GameSpot. It won PC Game of the Year from CNET. Lots of cool stuff. So let's flip this bad boy over, shall we? This is covered up by this used sticker, but I can, I'll pull that out. We're gonna do this right. So it says, "Welcome to the Gladiator Blood Sport of the future." All right. If that doesn't get your blood boiling, I don't know what will. Get back in there, you sneaky bugger. The PlayStation 2 version of Unreal Tournament looks awesome. The game simply zips, and that's from GameSpot.com. The time has come to prove... Hold on, I should do a voice effect on this.
The time has come to prove you are the best. You and your team of bots, virtual teammates, face off in first person against the deadliest warrior bots in the galaxy for the title of Unreal Grandmaster. Challenge your friends to the most spine-rattling combat ever seen on a PlayStation 2.
I am shook to my core. Reality-bending graphics and speed. I want you to look. That was reality bending. These graphics, if you could see some of these screen grabs, this was considered reality bending at the time. Reality bending graphics and speed designed to take full advantage of your PlayStation 2 technology. See why Unreal Tournament has won multiple Game of the Year awards, like we just talked about. Over 50 levels of mayhem, each one with a 3D world of its own. A pirate ship, Egyptian tombs, submarines, speeding trains, space castles, and much, much more. There's only one much, but it sounded like it. I feel like I could have used a second one. Take on bots or humans in 4 game types: Capture the Flag, Assault, Domination, and Deathmatch. Intense multiplayer action in 4-player and 2-player split-screen mode. Hook systems together with iLink, which I'm not super familiar with iLink, but I'm sure that given the tech at the time, it was rudimentary. I shouldn't just spew that out. I'm actually just unfamiliar with iLink. I never used iLink personally. I didn't have a lot of connectivity, and me and my friends just always played split screen. When I was looking at the wiki earlier, it mentioned Last Man Standing and Team Deathmatch. I know that Deathmatch is just kind of Team Deathmatch, but I'm curious as to maybe it was just the PC version that had those other types. 10 weapons of destruction, including the Pulse Blaster, the Chainsaw, the Rocket Launcher, and the Impact Hammer. Pounds your opponents into mush. Bots so real, you'll swear they're human. Bots can take commands, choose the best weapon, and guide you throughout the game. Enhanced interface and controls. playable with compatible USB keyboard and mouse, which is super interesting to me because this definitely was more of a serious game when it came to first-person shooters. And at the time, most first-person shooters were on PC. Obviously, this started on PC. So I think that's just really cool that they gave PS2 users an option to plug in a USB mouse and keyboard and play that way. And as you can see, we have some just really cool looking screen grabs. Obviously, the graphics don't hold up like they used to, but I still think this is a very cool looking case. In the background, at my angle, it's kind of hard to tell what it is, but there's just this kind of like blurred out blue. If anybody knows what that is, it's like this almost like fluorescent glowing blue background. Maybe it's just like one of the level maps or something. It could just be a texture. I could be looking way too far into that. So let's open this bad boy up, shall we? We got the disc, classic. I wonder if mine's super scratched to hell. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's rough. I don't know if you can really see that, but that's, not looking good. There's a really cool secret at the end of this booklet that you're going to want to stick around for. So a little bit different than the GameCube booklets that we've looked at before. Of course, you get just kind of your starting up, your basic controls, descriptions of these different game types, which is super helpful because at the time, deathmatch, domination, those weren't really a thing yet. Those were still in their infancies as far as being game modes. I think this is super interesting. There was an option to start a practice session. So it says a practice session is identical to playing in the tournament, but you don't progress up the ladder when you win. And up at the top here, it says you'll play in several arenas as you progress up the ladder. The first rung is a tutorial arena. If you've never played Unreal or are unfamiliar with this type of game, play the tutorial first. Otherwise, choose the arena above the tutorial. And it's funny looking back at these controller bindings because they don't say what these do offhand. They just like they literally just show you like, oh yeah, that's R2. I know what that is. It's the next page that shows you what those do. And I love my PlayStations, but I still think that Xbox and PC have always been better for first-person shooters. I just like their control schemes a little bit better. We got our heads-up display here, and I also think it's interesting that this is in black and white. A lot of the other instruction booklets that we've seen have been full color, and with the cover being printed in color, I would have assumed that the inside would be printed in color too. I was wrong. But you see, it's just a pretty basic heads-up display. There's identification, so identifies the enemy or teammate nearest to your crosshair, armor level, health level, frag count. I definitely thought that said frog count when I first read it, so there's that. And ammo indicator. And then they go over the weapons here. So we have our impact hammer. I just love this. It says primary fire. Just hold the fire button. It will automatically release when you touch someone. I feel like they just got lazy here too, because looking at the enforcer, it's like primary fire, normal fire rate, secondary fire, rapid firing rate. Okay. It is nice that they included these descriptions. I'm not going to go through all these because there's a few pages of them here, but it's nice that they included these descriptions because this was kind of when the internet was in its infancy. It was a little bit harder to get online and find out really what these weapons were doing. And yeah, I mean, you could kind of figure it out on your own, but this was a nice way to sort of ease you into it. We got some other items, including the keg of health. You gotta love a big keg of health. The ability to command your team, which I love. I mean, I was a big fan of the Command and Conquer type games anyway. So the ability to sort of command your teammates in that way, it was just a fun addition. And I know I referenced Helldivers in the last video that I made about Resident Evil, but this is something that I feel like has carried through. And we still see this. Like in Helldivers, you can just drop a pin or say like, hey, follow me. Or, hey, there's a big bug running at you. I'm obsessed with Helldivers right now. Leave me alone. We have here this section on game tips, which is also really cool to me. I won't read the whole thing, but it says, be sure to learn how to command your teammates around by using the orders menu. Telling some of your buddies to attack while some defend or cover you proves invaluable in the tournament. And there's just a lot of little tips in here. It talks about sprees, multi-kills, headshots, all that stuff. And then, of course, we have our credits. But this is the thing that I wanted to show you guys. This is so cool to me. What a relic. That's not my handwriting. This is whoever I got this used from had some cheat codes written in here. And again, this is something that you just don't see anymore. I don't see cheat codes anywhere anymore. And that's largely due to the fact that you can just, download mods if you want. But it looks like we have like 17 different types of handwriting here. If this was your copy of Unreal, hit me up and let me know how many people were writing in your damn book. But it says, in cursive, of course, must be in pause mode. And then we have our code for invincibility, our code for ammo, and our code for level skip. The reason this is so cool to me is the different types of handwriting. The fact that this is just thrown in the back of the book tells me that it was probably played by multiple people. They probably found these codes in a cheat guide at the time or maybe an early cheat website. It's just a relic of the past that you don't really see anymore. And when I saw this, I kind of flipped out. I freaking love stuff like this. To me, this is more nostalgic than the entire game. Because I remember when I would play like Mega Man, for example, we would write the cheat codes or like the level codes down on a paper plate. Because, you know, I remember specifically one time me and my cousin had just finished eating lunch and we just didn't have enough time to go and grab a piece of paper because that end screen just popped up real quick. We were like, get the plate. So we just like, you know, scraped the food off of it. I mean, we ate it, but it was just crumbs. And then we just took a pen and started just scribbling down this code. I'm shaking the camera by doing all this. And we just started scribbling down the code. It was just so wholesome and such a relic of the time. Brings back good memories. And then back to our weird gradient here. This back cover, this gradient that I was talking about earlier, looks like it could be maybe from one of the levels, like a flooring on one of the levels. But if you know what that is, let me know. And you guys, with that, we are wrapping up another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club here on Retro 9000. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. If you guys have any suggestions for the next video, please hit me up on Instagram at retro.9000 or leave a comment below letting me know which one I should cover. I'm actually going to be going to a local game store soon to see if they have any complete in box N64 games, because that was my jam, let me tell you. Anyway, thank you guys so much, and I will see you in the next video. Peace. With all the hype around the new Grand Theft Auto coming out, sometime in the next 15 years, I thought I would take this episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club to look at what I deem to be a classic, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. We got the PlayStation 2 Greatest Hits version here. We're going to be going over the cover art, the back cover art, and the instruction booklet that comes inside. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, welcome to the Nostalgic Gamers Club. Let's do this. Grand Theft Auto Vice City was one of the games for me that I just so vividly remember being a very different experience. To me, this game didn't feel like, I don't know, I'd played a lot of Zelda at the time, and I had played a lot of like Animal Crossing and a bunch of GameCube games, a lot of the games that I've covered on this show in the past. And that was kind of my gaming life. And I wanted to say, before I get into this, I just so vividly remember the first time that I played any Grand Theft Auto game, because I wasn't allowed to. I was only, 12 when this came out. And when Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, I remember that my older brother and his girlfriend at the time, they were playing it. And I was just like, I wanted to see it so bad, but obviously it's pretty raunchy for a kid. So my parents were like, okay, you can play Grand Theft Auto 3 for 5 minutes. And so I went in and I played for 5 minutes and I crashed a car and I was like, this is the coolest game ever. So anyway, Grand Theft Auto Vice City came out in 2002, specifically October 29th, 2002. I was still probably a little young to be playing this. And I think I probably waited until I was closer to 13 or 14 to play this. But there was so much in this game that just like reeked of nostalgia for me when I saw this this case in my collection. From the radio stations that you could turn on to all the different cars and vehicles that you could drive in this. I mean, this game was a 10 out of 10 for me. I had so much freaking fun with Vice City. So for anyone who's just listening, I'll describe what I'm looking at here. Obviously, we have the amazing graphic art that says Grand Theft Auto Vice City. And then we have kind of, the classic Grand Theft Auto rotating images around the outside here. We got a helicopter firing machine guns. Looks like probably a police helicopter. We got some dude pulling his shades down. Going to the right here, we got somebody riding a motorcycle. We have a really cool, like, I don't know, I'm not a car guy, but like a Lamborghini looking vehicle here. We got a guy with some baller shades holding his, I'll say weapon because, YouTube. We have a couple cars blowing up here. We got a red car and a police car just like in a huge explosion. Obviously, it's rated M for mature, which is kind of blocking this image of a gentleman on a boat here. And we got some guy with what looks like a little like lollipop or match sticking out of his mouth. It's kind of hard to tell. And then, of course, I feel like this is on every Grand Theft Auto cover. There's a bikini-clad lady holding a martini of some sort. This is the PlayStation 2 Greatest Hits edition. I don't have the OG edition. And then kind of popping over to the back here, I'll read off the back. So Up at the top, it says Rockstar presents a Rockstar North game. And then up top here, we have our hero Tommy riding a motorcycle, wielding a katana, and holding a shotgun. It says, welcome to the 1980s. Welcome to Vice City, a huge urban sprawl stretching from the beach to the swamps and the glitz to the ghetto. A town brimming with delights and degradation. Grand Theft Auto Vice City. And then we got just some beauty shots down here. They really loved this sort of sunset look and feel, which again was very 80s. I mean, if you look at any of what's it called, like retro wave, vaporwave, it's all got this sort of Vice City look with the pinks and the sunsets, and it just feels almost surreal. It's like I'm a detective in the late 80s, and I'm sitting in my mansion and solving a crime and smoking a cigarette. That's the feel of this whole game. So we have a helicopter riding into the sunset here. We have a boat on the water, and we have Tommy standing in front of one of his many, many cars that you can steal. Underneath that, it says, having just made it back to the streets of Liberty City after a long stretch inside, Tommy Vercetti is sent to Vice City by his old boss, Sonny Forelli. But all does not go smoothly upon his arrival in the glamorous, hedonistic metropolis of Vice City. The copywriting on the back of this is really good. Like that's some good copy. Tommy is set up and loses everything. Sonny wants his money back, but the biker gangs, Cuban gangsters, and corrupt politicians stand in his way. Most of Vice City seems to want Tommy dead. His only answer is to fight back and take over the city himself. And I think this is cool because this is the Game of the Year edition. Game of the Year, Greatest Hits edition. Because this is the greater hit... I can't talk today. Video's over! Because this is the Greatest Hits edition, they have a couple of little quotes here that I'm assuming aren't on the standard edition. It says, our jaws hit the floor and stayed there. And that's from PSM, PlayStation Magazine, I believe. And underneath that, the beginning of a new era from Game Informer. And Sony has always been really on the ball with kind of pushing the envelope of how controllers function. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think that Xbox has the most comfortable controller. I do, though, think that PlayStation, Sony has always had the most kind of tech-forward controllers. And not that other companies weren't doing this, but I just think it's cool here. It's like, this is pressure sensitive. It obviously has the vibration function. That was pretty standard at the time. Analog control, the memory card for PS2, 500 kilobytes for the save, which is wild too, because you think about games like Skyrim now. I don't know, like my saves on Skyrim, I don't know why I'm referencing Skyrim. I say Skyrim now like it didn't come out 12 years ago. I just played Skyrim recently. But anyway, modern games, you're looking at like at least 20 or 30 megabytes per save. I mean, that's just huge compared to what you're looking at for a save here, 500 kilobytes. And of course, it's a single player game. This game was rated M for blood and gore, violence, strong language, and strong sexual content. So let's take a look inside. Let's see what we got here. Of course, we have the disc itself. I always like to check and see how badly scratched my discs are because I haven't played Vice City in a long time. That I don't know how well you can see that. That's not too bad. I've seen worse, but it could use a cleaning for sure. And let me tell you, I freaking love this Vice City tourist guide. They didn't want to call it instruction booklet apparently. And I think it's kind of cool here too because we have every letter of Vice City has an image in it. Some of these are from the cover art. Some of them are not, but it just gives you a feel for what this game was kind of going for. It was very cartoony, very almost larger than life and how things happened. I love that there's this postcard when you open it up as well. So it just says, welcome to Vice City. We got Tommy standing there with a shotgun in his hand on the beach. I mean, that's Vice City for you, baby. We have a lady in a bikini rollerblading here in the lower left. And it's just talking about the controls, which were relatively complex, honestly. I'll hold this up to the camera so I can see a little bit better. But, I mean, everything had a function and kind of like a secondary function. There was a lot to do in this game, and so I think it makes sense that the controller bindings were relatively in-depth. And now with this game, we were getting to the time of the internet being a viable resource for information about games. So, but it was new. It was still relatively new for that. So this is kind of cool. Like there's facts about Vice City. So there's the history, the climate, government and politics, economy, religion, population and people. And each of these has like a really in-depth little section of copy written underneath it. So like, I don't know, under economy, it says Vice City's economy relies heavily on tourism and the black market. Which is so funny. Like, as if somebody would be like, yeah, our economy's great. It's thriving on the black market. There is a lot of money floating around Vice City, some of it real, some not, and much of it changes hands in large quantities and moves pretty quickly, flowing rapidly through the hands of those who know how to spend it. And I just love this because instead of just saying, hey, here are the controls and the types of vehicles you can have, they make it feel like you actually are having a little tourist guide. And so there's getting around by car, by motorbike, by boat, by seaplane. Well, it says by air, but you can go by seaplane or helicopter, on foot, which is another way that, of course, one could get around. And they even have like the fake ads that show up in the game and on the radio. They even have one of those in here. So it says pit bomb, napalm for your skin, fighting the war against perspiration. And then a little ad for Sunshine Autos. And I remember flying the planes in this game was so much fun. It was, I feel like, one of the first games, apart from like a flight simulator, that really had that option where it felt really good. And again, the appeal of these games at the time, I remember anyway, was it was just so huge. It was a true sandbox style game. If you wanted to go and find a plane and fly around, you could. If you wanted to steal a boat and go right around in the ocean, you could. It was just, everything was available. Facts for the visitors. So again, this is just a little bit more. I'll hold this up to the camera. If you want to pause the video here and look through some of this, I just think this is really cool. This is a thick booklet, so I'm not going to read through everything, but they're just showing things like where you can go, how to use maps, how money in hospitals work, how to get extra side jobs to earn some extra money in the game. We have areas of interest. There's Little Haiti, the beaches, Ocean Drive, Little Havana, Starfish Island, Downtown, and Viceport. They have again, they're treating this as if it's actually a tourist guide. They have places to stay, entertainment, and nightlife. And again, I'll hold this up so you guys can check that out. The art here is so cool too, because the pages are designed like a tourist guide, but all of the images are actually like screenshots from the game. Shopping, of course, there's ammunition, and on a lot of these pages here, there are these fake ads. Howling Pete's Biker Emporium, BJ Smith, Used Autos, We Can Get You Anything, tackling low prices with hot cars. They go into some local businesses in the area. I'm sure that those are not shady at all. A little bit of local news. Now, okay, this is getting to something that I really love. The radio stations in Vice City were immaculate. There are a lot of songs that I still, to this day, would listen to that came out of Vice City. We got our ad for one of those bands here, Love Fist. And then there's a little advertiser's index that shows, again, just a bunch of ads the same way that you would see them placed in an actual guide. And I like, the thing that I really love about this is a video game company, right? They had some money behind this. They had some proven success behind Grand Theft Auto 3 and the previous Grand Theft Autos. They could have spent a lot of money, and I'm sure they did, but some of these look like bad ads that you would see in a local tour guide. There's a really bad taxidermy ad. There's a movie ad, the Cherry Popper Ice Cream Company. And of course, I mean, it's a Grand Theft Auto game, so everything is some kind of an innuendo. Shaft hot dogs, the taste of a real man's meat. It's so messed up. And now here's where we get more into those radio stations that I was telling you about. So they have a ton of song credits back here, and it just goes on and on and on. And I also love that there were fake radio stations in here. It wasn't just, you turn it on and there's one radio station that plays all these songs. It's like, no, there's different stations that play different types of music. And then, of course, we have some credits here in the back. And I love, love, love this because this game had done well. Again, this is the greatest hits edition. And so they started to advertise Grand Theft Auto San Andreas in the back. Coming 10/19/04. Pre-order now to avoid disappointment. And let me tell you, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was my jam. I played San Andreas probably more than any other game at the time when it did come out. We'll do another episode on that because I'm pretty sure I have a complete in-box copy of San Andreas. And then they do have descriptions of all of the characters that you see in this kind of round robin here. But just like take a look at that art style. That's, in my opinion, that's like the iconic art style that you get from every Grand Theft Auto game. It's just kind of fun and cartoony. It's not taking itself too seriously while at the same time somehow taking itself very seriously. I just freaking love that. And with that, you guys, we're wrapping up another edition of the Nostalgic Gamers Club here on, I was going to say here on Retro 9000. I did recently change the channel name to Who Invited Zach instead of Retro 9000 because I just kind of felt like it. But this is still retro. I mean, we still talk about retro stuff from the 90s and early 2000s. So super happy that you're here. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you liked this video, please consider subscribing. And if you didn't like this video, you know what? I appreciate you watching the thing anyway, because you know you're entitled to not like a video. Maybe you just didn't. Maybe you don't like my presentation style. That's fine. I get it. I ramble sometimes. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Peace. Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club. My name is Zach, and this is the show where I just look at nostalgic stuff that I like, and I share it with you, because I figure if I look at my old game collection and think, ah man, I miss those days, or I miss this cover art, or whatever, someone else out there probably does too. I just want to say up front, there's no clickbait here. There's no, I played every Zelda game in order and ranked them. It's nothing like that. This is literally just a chance for me to look through some of my old gaming collection and honestly just to share it with you guys, because I just really love this stuff. And for any of you who are just listening, don't worry, I'm going to be describing everything in some pretty, I almost said explicit detail. It's not going to be explicit. So as you can see in front of you, we have the Kmart exclusive version of The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, only for Nintendo GameCube, as we see up there. This version I thought was super fun because it says right here, there's a little circle on the front that shows the player's guide inside of it, and it says, bonus, The Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker player's guide with the purchase of this game, and that's through Nintendo Power there. I'm sure that I had this guide at some point. In fact, I know I did. I don't know where it's at right now. But right out of the gate, I wanted to point out something about this cover art that I find really interesting, which is the King of Red Lions here in the background is shaded in a non-cell shaded manner. I mean, you can see like kind of remnants of his cell shading here on the side, but he's shaded as though it's just an actual 3D model. So I don't know why they made that choice, especially when in the background here you can see it's Toon Link and the King of Red Lions in their cell shading forms. That's just a really interesting art choice, in my opinion. Also, a huge throwback because Kmart's not even around anymore. Right there, that's enough nostalgia to get you going. So, flipping it to the backside here, we have up here at the top, it's one player, takes up 12 blocks on the memory card, is Game Boy Advance compatible, which, if I'm remembering correctly, that was to use like the Tingle Tuner and figure out where things were, which it does explain over here a little bit what that does. We'll get to that in a second. And it is Progressive Scan compatible. So we're just going to kind of go through piece by piece here. Right at the very top, it says, an evil wind is rising. We have a picture here of Link sailing on the ocean blue. It says, immerse yourself in a world... Oh, that's dirty. Hold on. My case is so dirty. That's gross. Immerse yourself in a world unlike anything you've ever seen as you sail across a vast, unexplored ocean. Right underneath that, we have the Game Boy Advance call out here. It's a picture of Link holding an item in front of a treasure chest. So we got a couple of little Scully boys on the ground here. I guess for what it's worth, if anybody cares, he's got 153 rupees in this picture down here. It says, connect to a pal's Game Boy Advance and play cooperatively. Get hints, uncover secrets, and get help in a... I thought that said help in a bottle. I can't read. And get help in battle. Before we get to this main paragraph, I'm going to get to the rest of these images. So kind of the main hero image here in the middle is from the boss fight with Goma. Link ain't doing so hot in this one. He's only got one heart, but hey, he's got 200 rupees, so do with that what you will. And he's using the grappling hook in this image, as you can kind of see there, locked onto Goma's big flashing eyeball. It says, use new items like the grappling hook and Deku Leaf to take the fight to spectacular, massive bosses. And I think that claim is very true. This game in particular had a lot of really, really large bosses. And I think that was a stage that was partially set from Ocarina of Time, when you would have like Bongo Bongo or, Volvagia, these huge bosses. They kind of took that to the next level. I mean, you have the fight with Goma, and there's the fight with Godon. Puppet Ganon is gigantic. I mean, the list goes on. In the upper right here, it shows Link actually using the Wind Waker, And it says, master a magical conductor's baton known as the Wind Waker to control the wind and much more. And then down here in the lower right, we have a little bit of a fight sequence. And it says, take on hordes of incredibly animated enemies as you search through riddle-filled dungeons. And now to the main text, right here, smack dab in the center of the back of this case. It says, legend has it that whenever evil has appeared, a hero named Link has risen to defeat it. That legend continues on the surface of a great and mysterious sea as Link sets off on his most epic and awe-inspiring adventure yet. Aided by a magical conductor's baton called the Wind Waker, he will face unimaginable monsters, explore puzzling dungeons, and meet a cast of unforgettable characters as he searches for his kidnapped sister. What a game this is. I just so specifically remember with the Wind Waker, there was some controversy around it, right? Because people were expecting this kind of like dark, brooding game to come after Ocarina of Time. And instead, they got this. They got Toon Link. And when this came out, it was in 2003. I was about to be turning 13 when this came out, just for reference here. And I liked it. I liked the cartoony graphics. I thought that it looked great. It's pretty widely agreed upon now that this is a fantastic game and that the art direction is great. I think one thing that this game has going for it that, as huge of a Zelda fan as I am, I think a lot of the other Zelda games don't have going for it, is the fact that the art direction is so strong and so precise. And it has such a distinct look that even if you're not playing Wind Waker HD, you're still getting this incredible looking artistic game because the art direction was so strong and so precise. So in North America, this game came out on March 24th, 2003. It had been out for a little bit in Japan before that. It came out on December 13th, 2002 in Japan. This game won all kinds of awards, as many Zelda games do. And it took place in this flooded Hyrule. If you've never played The Wind Waker, I highly recommend it. Even if you're not playing the HD version, if you can get your hands on a GameCube copy, it's still great. There were a few things with this game that I think did not age well. And even at the time, I remember thinking like, this isn't the best. The end game is a little slow. You have to collect a bunch of pieces of the Triforce, and that takes forever. If you're not playing the HD version, which came out for Wii U, the sailing is a little bit slow. It takes a while to get from point A to point B. In the HD version, they introduced the quick sail, which you can win at an auction, and that speeds up the game a lot. And while it is fun to sail through the ocean, I also think that that's one of the more boring parts after a while. They do give you some fun things to do. So like while you're sailing through the ocean, you might see some barrels with some rupees on top. You might encounter a couple monsters or some pirates. And the map is divided up into grids, which we're going to be talking about here in a couple minutes. But on each of those grids, there was always something to do. There was a way to update your map. So they kept it interesting. But by the time, you're on hour 20 of sailing, it got a little bit old. Personally, that's the only gripe that I have with this game. This is one of my favorite Zelda games. It's up there as one of my favorite games, period. So with that, let's take a look inside at the instruction manual. And of course, the disc itself, which I think looks so freaking cool. I mean, just take a look at that. Take a look at that. Does that bring you back? It should. I just love this kind of gold-plated look. It was something that not a lot of games were really doing. A lot of these GameCube games didn't have a lot of visual interest on the disc itself. But again, I mean, it's a Zelda game, so I feel like Nintendo always put a little bit more effort into those games, making them feel a little bit more polished. Oh, look, you get my little headphone cord is sneaking into the shot there. Get out of there, headphone cord. You don't belong here. So I got a few booklets here, so I'm not going to take too long on each of these. I'm going to try to not be long-winded here. First, just take a look at that freaking artwork. That is some of the coolest. The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker is one of my favorite games because of the artwork. I can't drive that home enough. The art direction was so flippin' cool. I'm not an artist, but anytime that I attempt to draw or sketch, usually I end up sketching something from the Wind Waker. That's how much I love its art style. So we'll kind of jump through here to the start of this instruction booklet. So it says, the legend continues. And there's a little synopsis here of what's going on in the game. I'll let you guys, if you want to pause there and kind of read over some of these. And I think this is cool over here. It says, overheard in Windfall Cafe. Even in my wildest dreams, I never could have imagined what happened to us. See, it all started when our leader, Miss Tetra, got kidnapped by a gigantic bird. And it's literally just the pirates recounting what happened to Tetra. I think that's it's just so freaking charming. We have our explanation of the controls as well as a little diagram here. So in the bottom right, it's saying, you swing your sword and you can use your spin attack by swirling plus B, or you can briefly hold B and release to do that spin attack. And this guide really does take you through everything you could possibly need in this. We have getting started, so starting the game, viewing the game screen, where it just walks you through all of the different elements on the HUD. Talks a little bit here on the next page about the items, the quest status screen. And it says right here, don't you dare pull that memory card out of the GameCube while it's saving, otherwise Mr. Rossetti from Animal Crossing is going to break into your home and fucking break your legs. I was afraid of Mr. Rossetti. And this was cool too. So they had 2 different types of L targeting, so you could do hold or switch. And at this time, hold and switch targeting, from my memory, was not very popular. It was pretty much, hey, we're deciding for you. So the fact that they gave you the option there was it was pretty slick. This game was a lot more complex than Ocarina of Time, so to me that makes sense why there is such an in-depth guide. This was a bit before the time of games being complex by default, and I'm saying that as a blanket statement, right? Like, there were some games, I mean, I remember playing Command and Conquer back on my PC, and that game was pretty complex. But as far as Nintendo games, specifically as far as Zelda games went, they weren't very complex. So they explained to you here about the sea charts and different dungeon maps and what the different items and symbols mean on these screens. They have a whole section here for Link's actions, because the control scheme here was so much more advanced. We have things like horizontal swinging, vertical slash, thrust, spin attack, jump attack. You can do a rolling attack, a sidestep, a backflip, and you could do some of those in Ocarina of Time, right? Like, this wasn't totally new. And there was a great little tutorial section here where you're fighting this bro. And he even says here, come to my place on Outset Island. I will pass on to you a very special sword technique not listed here. And if I'm being honest, I don't remember what that is offhand. The next page here is action items and other actions. That's mostly just traversal, getting around the world. I thought this was cool, but I also thought it was a little spoiler heavy, because when you're playing through a Zelda game, at least for me, part of the fun is all of the items you discover along the way. I even remember when Tears of the Kingdom came out, I stayed away from the internet for a while because I wanted to discover everything on my own. And on here you see, I mean, they just pretty much tell you, not every item, but most of the main items that you're going to get, including the Tingle Tuner. You got to connect a Game Boy Advance to use this item to call everyone's favorite map maker, Tingle. Tingle is a weirdo. Okay, we need to talk about Tingle one day. Today's not the day. You got your different item bags, including the bait bag, which I always thought was kind of cute. Looked like a little piggy. We got Beetle down here saying, if you find my shop, please come in. That's how I imagine him talking. If you find my shop, please come in. I've got a very special membership card just for you. That's my Beetle impression. Tell your friends. Next up is Link's boat, a.k.a. the King of Red Lions, which, spoiler alert, I guess, is the King of Hyrule. If you haven't played this game, I mean, it's 20 years old, so I feel like I don't need to tell you spoilers there. It says here you can use your crane to haul up treasure. So once you get the grappling hook, you can use it on your boat to, exactly what it says, pull up treasure. And that was always super fun because you would just be sailing through. And again, this was one of those things where as you're going through this massive ocean map, you'd find these little glowing areas that are just, wow, you know, they got like yellow glowing auras coming up from the bottom of the sea. You drop your hook there and sometimes you find treasure, sometimes you don't. They do talk here about how to use the Wind Waker itself. This was really interesting. So obviously Ocarina of Time had a lot of musical motifs. You played an ocarina to do basically everything in the game. This also had a lot of musical motifs, but they took it one step further by setting the rhythm and the time signature. So you can be playing in 3/4, 4/4, or 6/4 time. And then from there, you would just use the C stick to actually conduct the song itself. They do have a little section here on the Tingle Tuner. That was something that me and my friends didn't really use a lot. I just remember it didn't really give us that many extra things. It just wasn't worth all of the setup that you kind of had to go through to make that work. But it does say here on the next page what Tingle can do in cooperative play. Use items. So when an exclamation point appears on the Game Boy Advance screen, you press A to see what it is, which can get into secret areas that Link can't reach. You can check the map. And it does say here, you know, it's okay to turn off the Game Boy Advance while you're playing. When Link leaves a room, Tingle follows him. And while you're using the Game Boy Advance, it will consume battery power, so be sure to turn it off when you no longer need Tingle after you're finished playing. And then there's our instructions on how to hook up the Game Boy. There's like 6 pages dedicated to the Game Boy Advance here. And this was cool too. So there's a little clues section back here. So it's just questions. I won't go over all these, but it just questions like, what if I can't figure out how to solve a puzzle? Does L targeting offer anything particularly good? My hearts went out too quickly. Just something cool that they didn't need to offer, but they did. And then we just have some copyright information here on the back. Let's go on to the next piece. That's just a precautions booklet. We don't need to read that. We have this little booklet here. Ahoy, matey. Shiver me timbers. The pros at Nintendo Power Magazine have all the gaming strategy you need to avoid walking the plank. Subscribe now and receive a free gift. Gift free with paid subscription, it says. And this, I mean, guys, like talk about your trip down memory lane here. Fend off the foes with Nintendo Power. So you could get the magazine. You could get a free t-shirt, adult size medium. I want that t-shirt. And of course, the player's guide. And it says here, taken to the brink by Link, tried everything, but God, it rhymes. Why are they writing this in prose? I'm going to... Taken to the brink by Link, tried everything but the kitchen sink. Well, don't think. Get in the pink... What? Don't think. Get in the pink with a subscription to Nintendo Power. I don't know why they rhymed all those, and I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. This is a family-friendly show. Kind of. I guess I do swear sometimes. The pros at Nintendo Power have all the tips, hints, strategies, secrets, and full-color maps that you need to send evil packing. From breaking hardware news to extensive software reviews, Nintendo Power has everything you need to become the best gamer in the land. I can't get over this first sentence. I want someone to like throw a beat behind it. Taken to the brink by Link, tried everything but the kitchen sink. Well, don't think, get the pink with subscription. That is so odd. That is so odd. Can you tell I didn't read this beforehand? I like being surprised by this stuff when I read this through with you guys. And then, of course, we got the cool stained glass with Link. I'm disturbed. And then last but certainly not least here, we have Team Up with Tingle. So this is basically just those sections of the guidebook that are talking about how to use the Tingle Tuner and why to use the Tingle Tuner. It was just a cool way to get your buddies involved. I think beyond just having a friend playing Wind Waker with you, there wasn't really that much added benefit. Like you don't need all those little secrets. You'll get by. You can beat the game just fine without the Tingle Tuner. We did use it. We didn't use it a lot. It was kind of cumbersome to set up. I mean, as you can see here, there's a lot that goes into it for not a lot gained. Especially, right now we're in an era of Amiibo where if you want to get some extra secrets, you just, tap that thing to your controller and bada bing, bada boom, you have Epona. All right, guys. So with that's wrapping up this week's episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club. And I hope this took you on a little trip down memory lane, because I sure did. And if you guys have any games that you want to see me unbox, if I have it, I will do it in the next video. Just leave a comment below and let me know. If you like this video, please consider subscribing. That would mean a lot to me. And if you didn't like this video, I'm sure you'll let me know in the comments. You always do. But I really appreciate you guys watching regardless, and I hope you guys have a great day. And if you get a chance, I just got to say, it has been so much fun to just dig into these old games. So if you get a chance, go just poke through your old game collection and just sift through them, man. I mean, they're so much fun. So much fun to do. Anyway, I'm rambling. With that, I will see you guys next week. Peace. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club. My name's Zach, and if I'm being totally honest with you, this is just the show where I look at my old video games and I talk about them because I think that they're super cool, and I just, I like feeling nostalgic. Today, we're going to be taking a look at the front cover, back cover, and instruction booklet for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 for the Nintendo GameCube. And I just got to get this out of the way here. They remade Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, and it was phenomenal. I loved that remake. I played that remake pretty much constantly. I wish that we were going to be getting 3 and 4. By the sounds of it, we're not going to be getting 3 and 4 remade. But Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 were really more of my games. I played 1 and 2 growing up, but it really wasn't until 3 and 4 that I was really getting into this style of video game. So for me, especially Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 really holds a special place in my heart. And it's one of those games that when I think about gaming nostalgia, for me, my mind jumps to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. So we're taking a look at the front of the box art here. We do have Senior Hawk there, just doing some sick tricks on a half pipe. At one point, I actually was able to interview the creator of the Pretending I'm a Superman documentary, Ludwig Gür, amazing director and documentarian, and he made a whole documentary on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater as a series, and it's a great watch. If you get a chance to watch it, it's worth the rent for sure. And this is cool too, because this is just so reminiscent of kind of that skater culture. This looks like LA in the background to me, or something. closer to the LA area, something in Southern California is what it looks like anyway. I don't know. We'll have to get, what's that guy's name? Rainbow, the GeoGuessr guru. Tell me where that is. And I might butcher a couple of these names because while I did love skating, I was never really a skater. So underneath the logo here for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, it's kind of showing who you can play as. So we have Burnquist, Caballero, Campbell, Glifberg, Costin, Lasik, Margera, Mullen, Muska, Reynolds, Rowley, Steamer, and Jay Thomas. This game, of course, had the official Nintendo seal of quality. Let's flip this over to the back here and take a look at this back cover because I think this is really interesting. And honestly, up to this point, it was one of the few games in general that was using real people. So the cover art is a real person. That's Tony Hawk. On the back, it's Tony Hawk. And it certainly wasn't the only one to do this, but I think it was the most popular to do this. So this is, at the top here, we can see this is a single-player game. You can do 2 players simultaneously, and it uses 9 blocks on your memory card. Up at the top, we see somebody doing, I don't know the names of these like skate tricks. Again, I was never like really a skater, so I'll just describe it the best that I can. We see this guy up here doing like an upside down grind with his board, which is pretty sick. And it says, drop into the ultimate challenge. Underneath that, it says, pros challenge you to make your mark in huge free roaming levels, taking on 190 progressively harder goals with no time limits to hold you back. And that was something that the old games had. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 through 3 had time limits on everything. You had to complete the goals in a certain amount of time, and then if you didn't, you'd have to go back and replay that level to beat them within that time frame. Decide when you're ready to take on your pro challenge and move into the pro ranks, where it's a whole new game. Build your skills, earn respect, and show that you've got what it takes to go pro. Do you think that's where the guy who made GoPro got his idea? Was it from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4? I'm sorry, that was aggressive. Underneath that, we see a few photos here with some captions. This first one says, all new tricks, skitch behind cars, skate on moving objects, and transfer over spines. And it's a little hard to see for me to see this image in the light, but it looks like that might be from the zoo level. There's like a little tour cart there. The next picture shows some split screen action, which keep in mind, if you really weren't a gamer during this era, split screen was really what we had. That was kind of all we had. I believe with this game, there were some adaptations later on, maybe on the PS2 version, that you could have some online functionality. But especially on GameCube at this point, you were offline, you were split screen with a buddy. And frankly, I missed that era. Like I remember I would just invite my buddies over and we would grab, something to drink and some popcorn or chips or something. We weren't the healthiest, clearly. But it's just like that, kind of that cliche of you'd go with your buddies, you'd ride your bike all summer, and then you'd come home in the afternoon and you'd play Tony Hawk Pro Skater or whatever game, split screen. It was genuinely a different time and a time that I miss dearly. Underneath that picture, it says new multiplayer modes, including Score Challenge and Combo Mambo. What a phrase. I love that. Over here on the right, we see Mr. Hawk himself doing a trick, and it says 14 of the world's top pros challenge you to prove your skills. And one thing that I think was really, really cool and interesting about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater as a franchise in general is the fact that it kind of inspired real tricks. And I shouldn't even say kind of, it did inspire real tricks. There are a good handful of skaters who said that they have played this game and went on to try to do the tricks from the game in real life and then invented those tricks in real life. And again, I'm sure it's not the only example of, something from a video game becoming reality. But I think the fact that these pro skaters literally took a move from a video game and translated it into real life, I don't know. I think that's pretty cool. Let's take a look at the instruction booklet, shall we? We're gonna. Before we do, let's take a look at the disc here. Guys, I miss the GameCube. Honestly, I know most of my videos at this point have been about the GameCube and about GameCube games. I will be doing other consoles as well. I just happen to have the most GameCube games complete in box. But just seeing this disc and like the fact that this is my copy of the game from 2002. I mean, I was like 12 years old when that came out. So this is just a relic for me, and I flip and love it. Moving on to the instruction booklet here. Hold on, we're stuck. Oh no. Okay, we're good. We're fine. This is a thick instruction booklet. I mean, I don't know if you can really tell. Oh God, it's not focusing on it. That's okay. You'll just have to believe me. The front cover is the exact same as the front cover of the box itself. Then we get into some of our controls here. And this is another one that's printed all in black and white, which honestly is a little bit of a letdown for what this game is. This game was so much fun and it had such great visuals that having the instruction booklet be black and white just kind of, I don't know. They could have done better. So this, of course, goes over the basics, controlling the skater. This might be a little bit hard to read. I'll try to hold it as still as I can, so if you guys want to pause it anywhere, you can. But it goes over controlling the skater. You have your basic controls, your advanced controls. Talks about skitching, which I believe was newly introduced in this game, where you just grab onto the back of a vehicle and you can, skitch along behind it. Different tips for things like scoring and camera control. They start to talk about the skate shop here a little bit. They go over the different modes of play. So I do want to read these out here because this was, I think, a big part of this game was just how it handled these gameplay modes. So, of course, there's career mode. There's single session. There's free skate, which is where you just go as long as you want to. It says here, choose a level and skate as long as you want to. Practice your lines, hit your tricks over and over again, and master the levels prior to trying to set some records in single session. And single session was kind of going back to the classic, you have a couple minutes on the clock and you gotta go. 2-player, if you and a friend are ready to go head to head, then you've come to the right place. This is where we go to our split screen playthroughs. Create a skater, which was always a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun just playing around and inventing characters. And obviously, this is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. There have been, prior to this, there were far more robust character creation systems. Since this, there have been far, far more robust character creation systems. But it was cool to see in a skateboarding game, especially when you're 12 years old. For me anyway, I was kind of into skateboarding, trying to become a skateboarder. I was really bad at it, you guys. I can't tell you how long I tried to practice learning how to just ollie. And there was this couch in my parents' garage. Not a couch. It was like a chair in my parents' garage. And I would hold on to it and I would just ollie. I was wearing full helmet, full protective gear. And I was just trying to learn how to ollie. And I did. I mastered the ollie. I don't know if I'd say mastered. I could do an ollie, but that's about as far as I got. You did have the option in here. There's a game mode, build a park. That was super fun. I still remember all the parks that I built, me and my buddies. We would just get together and just for hours on end, we would build these really, really insane parks and just take turns playing through them. And again, I do wish there were more games like this at this point where it wasn't so reliant on online play, but that it's something that kind of encouraged you to sit down with your buddies and just, try different things out. Try building a level, try doing free skate. Even if you did play and pass, there was just something really special about that. And then, of course, they go into a little bit more detail about the different types of game modes, how to save and load, all that good stuff. They do go over which levels are included here, so I'll just quickly read these out. We have the College, San Francisco, Alcatraz, Kona, and this is so funny too because they have actual photos. But kind of down to the right here, it shows a little like in-game representation of it, which I think is funny. Shipyard, London, and Zoo. Zoo was my favorite personally. I just flippin' loved playing the Zoo level. Then they go over all the different skaters here. And really, for 2002, this wasn't bad. Look at the likeness between Tony Hawk and his photo. And that seems to be pretty much the case across these skaters, which there were quite a few. Gosh, look how different Bam Margera looked back then. I always liked playing as Bam. He was the one that I usually chose to play as. They go over a little bit here of how to do the create a skater mode. And then they go into the skate park editor control scheme because, again, this was a different control scheme entirely than the rest of the game. So this is fair. I agree with that. I think that needed to be included for sure. We won't go into all these, but I think this is really cool. If you guys want to pause on the screen and kind of take a look at what's all on these pages, I think it's cool. They show you the different types of categories and pieces that you can put down on the map. And that's continued on this page because there were quite a few. Whoa, hold on, Zach. You're getting ahead of yourself. And honestly, this next little chunk here is all just about building that out. The options menu, I don't think we need to go over the options in this game. The credits, thank you to everyone involved in making this game because this game was my childhood. And now we're getting to my favorite part of the show, basically, where it's all the ads, which are just a complete time capsule. So Air on the Pro side, the official strategy guide from Brady Games shows you how. And this is cool because it shows you secrets and maps and all that good stuff, but this was more of a skill-based game. This wasn't really a game, this wasn't like you're playing through The Legend of Zelda and you need to know where the next key is. It's pretty transparent with you about what you need to do or find or whatever that might be. And then over here on the next page, we have 411 VM. I never really was big into this, but this is apparently the best skateboarding video magazine on the planet. Now, let me just hold on here. Just we're going to stop for a second. Why is there a magazine about video? Well, I'll tell you why, because the internet was in its infancy and it was really hard to host videos online. But still, it just seems a little odd that there's a that there's a magazine about skateboarding video. How much can you really fit into that? And then there are a few more videos here that you could purchase essentially from Tony Hawk. It says brand new vids from Tony Hawk. Tony Hawk's tricks and tips. Tony Hawk's gigantic skate park tour. And there's two of those, it looks like. I can't, God, that font is so small. I can't read that. My old man eyes are not, they are not serving me at this point. Here, zoom in on the video. Maybe you guys can see it better. And of course, we have your classic mail-in order, whatever the hell you want. Everything had this inside during this era. And then, of course, we had the far less popular Sean Murray's Pro Wakeboarder coming soon. And there was Kelly Slater's Pro Surfer and Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX 2 that were available at the same time as this game. And it was so funny to me because these games never had the success that the Tony Hawk franchise did. And frankly, after this game, the franchise kind of fell off a little bit in terms of success. But they saw the success of the first few games, including this one, and they just, wakeboarding, surfing, BMX, you name it. If it was an extreme sport, there was a game for it. And you guys, this game was met with a lot of acclaim. I'm looking through some of the reviews here. Looks like we have 4.5 out of 5 stars, 5 out of 5 stars, 4.5 out of 5 stars, 5 out of 5 stars, and those are across different platforms. But this game is consistently getting like 90 and higher, 90% and higher. And I know that, standards and things like that have changed in modern gaming and in recent years, but you really don't see scores like that anymore. Like it's hard to have a game that gets a 9 out of 10. And there were some 8s out of 10s. The lowest, what the hell is TWZ? The lowest score that it got, and I didn't know this until I was making this video, it got a 7.2 out of 10 for the Zodiac, which I didn't even know the Zodiac was a gaming console, but that was a thing. It looks to be kind of akin to a Game Boy. If you know anything about the Zodiac, let me know, but I had to Google this, and it got a pretty rough review, 7.2 for the Zodiac. The screenshots from the Zodiac make it look kind of neat. I mean, the graphics look decent for the time, especially if it was a handheld, which it seems like it was. And at a quick Google, so it's called the Tapwave Zodiac. It was a mobile entertainment console. I'll be honest, I know nothing about the Zodiac. I saw that in the ratings and I had to look up what it was. If you're a big Zodiac fan of the system, not the killer, let me know. And I'd love to look into this more because that honestly kind of looks sweet. They did come out with a Game Boy Advance version of this as well, which was pretty common for the time. I feel like there were a lot of games around this era that would release their full version on whatever the console was, and then they would port it over. So, for example, this game had a port for PC, PS2, GameCube, Xbox, Zodiac, and Game Boy Advance. It was out for everything. Modern day, we don't really see a lot of these games getting ported the same way to mobile. Like you wouldn't see, I don't know if the 3DS was still relevant right now, you wouldn't see Mario Wonder on the 3DS. And Nintendo has kind of remedied that for themselves by having a console that is portable in and of itself, but I digress. Personal opinion, I think this was the last good game in the series. I didn't really like Underground. I know a lot of people love it, so don't hate me for saying that, but it just wasn't my game. It wasn't my speed, and frankly, it was when I had kind of moved past liking these kinds of games, so that could be it in and of itself. But in my opinion, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 is where the franchise kind of tops out. 3 and 4 were my favorites. I think 4 is probably my favorite, just a little bit more than 3, if not just for nostalgic purposes. And with that, you guys, we are wrapping up another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club. If you have a game that you want to see me cover on this show, let me know, and I will. I'll try to get a copy on eBay, and I'll try to also make sure that my pricing is accurate. I mentioned in one of my other videos that I made, I don't know, about a month and a half ago, I had looked at the wrong price of a game on eBay. Oh, let me tell you, there were some angry people in the comments about the price that I quoted. I think I had some bad data. Okay, I had some bad intel. And just in case you're curious, this game on eBay is going for next to nothing. I'm seeing copies for $7 or $8. So if you haven't played this game in a while, or if you want to revisit it, this is a great time to do that. Hopefully this video does blow up and get a ton of views, but hopefully before it does that, you guys can get your hands on a copy before maybe the price goes up a little bit on eBay due to search volume. I don't know. I only have a few hundred subscribers, so I don't think my video is really going to impact the economy of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you next week. Peace. Are you a nostalgic gamer? I'm assuming so because you clicked on this video, and that's what we do here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Nostalgic Gamers Club. My name's Zach, and this is the show where apparently my desk is dirtier than I thought. This is the show where we look at retro video games and just kind of talk about them because, truth be told, I just like retro video games. I like old stuff, and I got a lot of it. So today I wanted to take a look at potentially one of, in my opinion, one of the greatest games of all time, but even more than that, one of the most influential games of all time, Grand Theft Auto 3. And I mentioned this a little bit in the episode about Vice City, but my intro to Grand Theft Auto 3 was my brother's girlfriend at the time was over at our house, and they were playing on their PlayStation 2 that I think she brought over. They were playing Grand Theft Auto 3. I was a little young. This came out in 2001, and in October of 2001, I had just turned 11. My birthday's in August, so it's, I was 11. I was a little bit young to be playing Grand Theft Auto 3. And really, this was the first game of its kind. I mean, there were obviously 2 whole entire Grand Theft Autos before this game, but this was the series transition into 3D. This was the first time that we had kind of like one of these really crime-riddled games in the 3D space. And especially for me, like I was intrigued because at the time I was, like I said, 11, and all I had ever really played was kids' games. I had played a lot of Zelda and Mario Kart and, just Nintendo games mostly that were made for kids. So when I saw Grand Theft Auto 3, there was a part of me, because, when you're 11, right, you want to find out more about the world. And I saw this and I was like, oh man, like that's my ticket right there. I'm going to learn what being an adult's all about. Newsflash, this is nothing like the real world. But when my brother had his girlfriend over, I just begged and I pleaded with my parents. I was like, please, just let me play this game for 5 minutes. And we worked out a bargain. They said, yeah, for 5 minutes, you can play Grand Theft Auto 3. Say less. So I went in there and I literally, all I did was I stole a car and I drove around. I don't even think I pulled a pew pew on anybody. And for those of you here's the thing. I'm gonna pause myself for a second. A lot of people got really upset because I said Grand Theft Auto is a nostalgia bomb in one of the other videos, but I had to censor the word bomb in the title because YouTube doesn't like that. Same as like me saying pew pew instead of, it's because of the algorithm. Okay, that's it. That's it. Because YouTube doesn't like it when you say things like that in a video. That's it. But anyway, all I did was drive around a car, and I don't know why, but I had this wildly vivid, specific memory of pressing triangle to get into the car. That's what I remember most. I remember that I think it was a green car. I pressed triangle and I got in, and that was it. That was just basically my whole experience at the time. Of course, as time went on and I was able to play some more mature games, I got into Grand Theft Auto 3 myself. And let me tell you, this game was wonderful. Still to this day, I think it holds up. Obviously, the graphics aren't as good as they used to be. When you look at them through a modern lens, they definitely don't hold up. So Grand Theft Auto 3 came out originally for PlayStation 2. It was re-released for about every console under the sun. But this came out on October 23rd, 2001, and we're just going to take a look at the front cover here. I have the Greatest Hits edition, as you can tell by the Greatest Hits banner up top. That sounded sassy. I don't mean to be sassy with you guys. Maybe I'm just tired. Maybe I'm like cranky today and I just don't know it. I don't know. I feel fine. I feel great. Anyway, I have the Greatest Hits version. And for those of you just listening, I'm going to kind of go through what is on this front and back cover, as well as the instruction booklet on the inside. So kind of going clockwise here, we have a police helicopter. And this is I don't remember all these characters' names. I'm going to say that right now. People are going to know who these characters are in the comments. And I do hope genuinely that you let me know, because I don't remember who all these characters are. But we have a grizzled looking man there in the middle. Over here in the upper right, we got a girl who looks like she's maybe, she's thinking something sinister. There's a lot of people on this box art, which as time went on, I feel like they did a little bit more scenery as well. Right underneath that, we got another very angry looking gentleman. We have a car with an explosion in the background. Looks like it kind of I'm going to bring this up to the camera. It almost looks like there's another car exploding in the background of that shot, which is cool. We have a couple guys. It's cool. This guy takes up 2 panels. And then above him, we have a dude standing in front of what looks like 2 like Playboy bunnies in the background there. And he's not looking too happy. We got our man Goatee Sam here. a vehicle, and then we got a couple guys in this shot as well. We have a bald gentleman in the front and a man with the goatee in the back. A different goatee gentleman there, in case you're just listening. This game, of course, rated M for mature, and we have the little Rockstar badge here in the lower right. Let's flip it over. I'm just going to go top to bottom here. It says, Rockstar presents a Rockstar North game. Grand Theft Auto 3, Liberty City, USA. The worst place in America. You've been betrayed and left for dead. Now you're taking revenge unless the city gets you first. Mob bosses need a favor, crooked cops need help, and street gangs want you dead. You'll have to rob, steal, and kill just to stay out of serious trouble. Anything can happen out there. And we do have a couple little reviews here because, like I said before, Greatest Hits Edition. Grand Theft Auto 3 expands on the very idea of what a game has traditionally been. That's from IGN.com. A mafioso masterpiece, Maxim. It says down here, and I'm sure most of us know this game was one player. It took up 500 kilobytes for the save on your memory card, which is just wild how little that is. Analog control, vibration function, and pressure sensitive. Rated mature for violence, blood, and strong language. And I do want to go over the photos here that are on the back. So it looks like we have our hero maybe stealing a car or carjacking here in the upper left. Next to that, we have a little bit of a chase going on here, or maybe some sort of altercation between these two cars. Based on the location here, it looks like it might be in Chinatown. Up here, we got our boy on the rooftops. He's looking for trouble. He's got his weapon aimed at someone down there. Underneath that, we have our hero walking away from a taxi cab, and we see the spray auto shop down there. And that was always fun, right? Like I remember you'd get your car, you drive into one of the spray shops, and even if you were being pursued by the police, somehow that just took care of all of it. If I'm not mistaken, they could follow you right into the spray shop essentially, and they'd be like, "Oh, where'd he go? That's a different color car." Down here we have our hero. His name's Claude. Down here we have Claude walking away from what looks like a helicopter landing zone. And in this last frame here, we have, God, it's so hard to read. You guys got to realize, when I'm reading this is like a solid 1.5 feet in front of me, and I got old man eyes. This is a retro game channel. I got old man eyes. It says Capital Auto Sales, and we have this kind of decked out car here in the front. This game, so one of the things that I really loved about this game that I want to talk about is it gave you so many options of things to do. You could paint your car. You could get custom cars. You could, if you wanted to get up on the roof for a mission and, pick off your target that way, you could. You could do it really however you wanted. This truly was a sandbox experience. And just as a heads up, I did not look at the instruction booklet before recording this. I wanted to be as surprised and delighted as all of you. So let's open it up and look at the instruction booklet. Of course, we have the wonderful art on the game. This is just iconic, right? Like I see this, this just screams Grand Theft Auto 3. Even if you couldn't see the title, you would know right away that that's Grand Theft Auto 3. So here on the front, let me close this bad boy up. Here on the front, we see Grand Theft Auto 3, Welcome to Liberty City. Huge cast of characters here on the front. And I think this was interesting because it had this very cartoony style, especially in the illustrations, but the game was a little bit more realistic. It still has a cartoony bend. And especially at the time, it was the graphics weren't great. So having that cartoony sort of bend to the characters did help a lot, but they were certainly not this cartoony in the game itself. Right on the inside here, it says contents with a little photo of Claude here, and it says, Welcome to Liberty City, the worst place in America. I just noticed this at the very bottom here, a terrible place for a holiday. So we have just kind of your basic, getting started, starting up. And I'm going to read the bottoms. So it looks like at the bottom of each page, there's like a little quip. So this at the bottom says, Welcome to Liberty City, proudly fed a diet of fast food and cheap guns. Oh, this is great. So it kind of showcases some locations and useful tools here for how to find your way around. And in case you weren't aware, this was set in sort of a New York City-esque area. So we have Portland, Staten Island, Shoreside Vale, bridges and tunnels. You got your map. Welcome to Liberty City, where lunatics prosper. Amen. Transportation, so you can go by car, by train, by subway, by boat, by plane, on foot. This was huge. To this day, and there were a lot of things like in Vice City that did this as well, and in further Grand Theft Autos down the line. But the fact that you could get in a plane and fly around the map was so cool. The fact that you could get on or in a train and get around the map was so cool. And of course, the number one way that everyone loves, oh, there it is, triangle button, is just you press triangle, you get into a car, and you just go. Not quite as novel anymore. You can do that in a lot of games these days, but at the time, that was really the only one doing it. Welcome to Liberty City, where your car is all our car. So there's a little thing here on how to get a job, how to get some extra work. Because, you want to have money in this game. You want to be able to have some cashola. Welcome to Liberty City, a great place to leave. I love the idea that this is like a tour guide where they just hate their city. There's a lot of information on this page. I'm going to go ahead and just hold this up here if you want to pause this and read through some of this. I'm kind of covering up a little bit there. My apologies. So there you go. You can pause it there if you want to read through some of this. It says where to stay. There's a little blurb here about law enforcement. It says, I am not the law, but these gentlemen are. Talks a little bit here about how you can go to ammunition, the hospital, spray shops, bomb shops, police station, jail, ammunition, all kind of the hallmarks that ended up becoming staples in the Grand Theft Auto series. Here's the thing. I never played 1 and 2. I played a little bit of 1 and 2, but barely. And I know some of these were in 1 and 2, but in my opinion, this is really where those became solidified as staples of the franchise. Welcome to Liberty City. Makes you wish you'd stayed at home. We have this really cool map here. So this was at a time when most maps were still just kind of those basic, rudimentary, top-down. There wasn't a lot to it. The map itself wasn't very interesting to look at. And that wasn't the case universally, just in some situations. But here we see this really cool sort of 3D rendered view of the map with various interest points. And I think it's cool. Around the map here, we see different illustrations of all the characters that we've been seeing throughout this instruction booklet. Just kind of neat. Nice little touch. And this is cool too. So in this game, there are gangs, and it's one of those things that if you don't know what you're looking at, it can kind of be hard to keep them all straight. So they do go through here. It says local gangs. You got the Leone family, the Triads, Yakuza, Diablos, Southside Hoods, Colombian Cartel, Yardies. We have some of our local figureheads. Oh, hey, look at it. See, I told you, I didn't look through this before. So this is all those characters from the front. We can probably go back and redo that if we wanted to, but we're not gonna. So they just go through here and they show you all the different characters that you're going to be kind of encountering. It says up here, people who run this town. Also, I almost missed this on the last page. Welcome to Liberty City, where dreams are broken. On this page, visit at your own risk. And you guys, I flippin' love this. This was not being done at the time. Vice City did this as well. I really loved this and that instruction booklet too. But this is actually like classified ads, and it looks as if somebody went in and circled different things that you might want to look at. But just like the radio stations in the Grand Theft Auto games, these are just kind of silly and stupid. There's an ad here for Fernando's New Beginnings, a revolutionary way to save your marriage. Welcome to Liberty City, where the only dirty word is hope. And again, I'll pause it here. So if you guys want to look at some of these classified ads, this is just so funny to me. Let me get a little closer there for you. Honestly, I flippin' love this. We do have the credits of the radio stations here. There was a lot of music. We have the credits of the game itself. Back here at the back, on the last couple pages here, we have a little ad for Midnight Club 2, which was coming January of 2003. And coming in October of 2002, we have Grand Theft Auto Vice City, which there's a video for that right here. And then after the back cover here, we just have our basic controls. Nothing too special about that part. And you guys, with that, we are wrapping up another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club here on YouTube. Well, it's exclusively on YouTube. I don't have a Patreon or anything, so, well, yet. Maybe I will. Let me know if you think I should have a Patreon or if you think I should not. But anyway, thank you guys so much for watching and taking this little trip down memory lane with me. All of these videos are truly just designed to hang out with you guys, honestly. I wanted to make a channel and videos that felt like I was just hanging out with my buddies and reminiscing about old video games that we love. So hope you enjoyed this as much as I enjoyed making it. And with that, I'm going to see you guys next week. Peace. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time is one of my favorite games ever made, and I have the strategy guide for it. I'm lucky enough to have one of these still. And today, frankly, we don't have time to look through the entire thing, but I thought we would look at my 10 favorite pages from this strategy guide. So let's go. If you're new to the channel, welcome to the Nostalgic Gamers Club. This is just a channel where we just freaking geek out about retro games because, hey, retro games are fun. So before we dive into what I deem to be the 10 best pages in this strategy guide, let's just take a second to look at that cover art. I mean, good Lord, that's just beautiful. They don't make them like this anymore. I especially love like the early 3D era, kind of like texturing on the word Zelda. I don't know. And even in the background, you get some of like this leathery texture. So maybe that's for Link's belt, or, you know, who knows? Who really knows? I'm sure someone out there knows, and I'm sure you'll let me know. So starting off with number 10, we have pages 104 and 105. And I'm doing some of these as like a lumped group because they kind of go together. I'm trying really hard to not crease these pages, but I also want you guys to be able to see what I'm looking at. So I might be creasing a couple pages. Don't be mad at me. I'm doing my best here. Anyway, Ganon's castle clocks in at number 10. I just really love how this is laid out. Obviously, Ganon's castle is the final level of the game. And this was just a trip down memory lane for me because, you know, you see all of like the forest, water, shadow, fire, light, spirit, these mini temples that you had to go through in the game, as well as a couple small reminders like there's a Great Fairies Fountain and a couple of screenshots from the game, which is so funny because we've seen this game upscaled so many times that looking at these screenshots, to me, it just feels super old. Like that looks very, very legitimately N64, which makes sense because this is the strategy guide for when it came out on the N64. What are you going to do? I love it. Flippin' love it. Coming in at number 9, we have this amazing art of Link fighting Volvagia. And there's this little blurb up here that I wanted to read. It says, "The hero of time." I'll hold this up for you too. After the long sleep following his faithful meeting with Ganondorf in the Temple of Time, Link found himself in an altered world. Here, it seemed that evil shadowed every corner, and the carefree Hyrule of his youth was nowhere to be seen. Link set out to face far greater peril than he could have ever imagined as he searched for the sages who held the key to rescuing the land. In the end, he would travel across Hyrule, from the Forest Temple to Ganondorf's castle. Would his new skills and magic be enough to save Hyrule? He could only hope. But I love the artwork on this page. It's a little bit of a different style, I feel like, than you usually see for Ocarina of Time. If I'm going back to the cover here, we usually have these really kind of crisp lines. It's almost a comic book style, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not an artist, so take that with a grain of salt. But when we get back to here, it almost has an oil painting quality to it. And anyway, I love the way that looks. Coming in at number 8, we have a little stretch of pages here, and they all kind of go together. I'm not going to spend too much time on them. But it's just this little section here that goes through all of the old Zelda games, which I just think is a really neat thing to include in a strategy guide. So they talk about the first Legend of Zelda, Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, and they even have this little timeline down here where it's going through, obviously, Zelda, Adventure of Link, A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, all with years next to them. Also, I played the OG Link's Awakening in what was it, like 2020, whenever the remake came out. I played the original first, and it still holds up. That was a fun game. And then going through here, they obviously talk a little bit more about A Link to the Past. Feel free to pause it on any of these. I'm trying not to cover up anything to the best of my ability, but inevitably I'm probably covering something up. But then it gets into Ocarina of Time, talks a little bit about the spiritual stones. I just really like that this strategy guide gives a little bit of context because, again, this was really pre-internet. I mean, the internet existed, but it was so in its infancy that you weren't hopping over to Google to look up something about Ocarina of Time. And I think this is cool here too. There's just this little blurb that says, like The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past, this story began long before Link and Zelda were born. In fact, it began at the very birth of the world, which, if you've played Ocarina of Time, you know that there is a whole cutscene about that. But it's just interesting. There are little details in here that you just wouldn't get in the game itself unless you had this guide. Okay, so coming in at number 7, we have the Ganon's Revenge page with this amazing artwork of Link fighting Ganondorf. I flippin' love this. It's just dark and gritty. Let me hold that up so you guys can see it a little bit better. And again, this is kind of a mix between that comic book style and almost like an oil painting, especially over in the corners. There's this kind of cool like motion blur smudging that they're doing on Ganondorf's cape. There's so much detail in this photo, and it honestly really shows the scale of Ganondorf versus adult Link. And then on the page prior, this is where we kind of see how to fight Ganon, how that fight goes down, shoot him with the arrows. Ganon really had it tough in this game because Link and Zelda together they kind of rocked him. I feel for the guy. And one thing that I wanted to point out about these pages is that it almost gives you how to beat it in the form of a story. So for example, here it says, Link blinded the savage with a light arrow and smashed its tail with the Megaton hammer. So it didn't have to say it that way. It could have just said, once he's subdued, grab the Megaton hammer and go to town. But instead it kind of phrases it in this story-like way. And I don't know, I think that's something that's just a really nice touch. At number 6, we have the Trader Link pages. I wanted to highlight this because if you didn't do the Bigoron Sword quest, you may not have even ever seen some of these items. So this is just the order that it goes in. Pocket Egg, Kojiro, Odd Mushroom, Odd Potion, Poacher's Saw, Goron Sword, Prescription, which I thought was funny that was just a prescription, Eyeball Frog, Eye Drops, Claim Check, and then finally the Bigoron Sword. This was such a fun quest line, and obviously now there are a lot of ways that you can sort of cheese it where you really don't need the Bigoron Sword. You can just kind of do the crouch stab technique and win things that way, which is fine. I do that sometimes. I think that that's just a quicker way to do it. But if you've never done the Bigoron Sword quest, it is really fun. There's a timed component to it, which is nice. It's a little stressful because there's always that timer in the corner of the screen that just scared the hell out of me. Anyway, I love this little side quest, and that's why it takes place number 6 for me. Coming in at number 5, we have Link's Arsenal. Now, in my opinion, Ocarina of Time was the first game to really take Link's Arsenal to the next level. And they had been building up to it, right? Like they had obviously a lot of items in those first handful of games, but the detail of these items, the use of magic, and I like how here it tells you like what magic power each of these uses. And the models for these was just so cool. Again, if you want to take a look at this and read some of this text, feel free to pause it here. Hopefully YouTube doesn't compress the quality so much that you can't read it. You know what? If it does, I'll do one of these. Hold on. I'll do one of these for you. There we go. There's page number 1 for you to take a quick read at, and page number 2. So feel free to pause it if you want to read through some of those. But even just looking through this, I remember all of these items, but it just brings back this nostalgic rush of remembering using Nehru's Love or Furor's Wind. And the first time that I realized you could use Din's Fire in the center of that pedestal where it lights all of those torches and lets you into, what is that? The Shadow Temple? Yeah, the Shadow Temple. There's just so many specific memories that I have tied to each of these items that I don't have that with a lot of other video games. So this definitely had to make the cut as one of the best pages in the strategy guide. Coming in at number 4, we have Link in Action. And it's these 2 pages combined that I want to talk about. The reason that this is one of my favorite pages in here isn't because of the, just overview of how to use the controls. It's because we get some really cool artwork of Link that I don't really see anywhere else. Like if you Google photos of Link from Ocarina of Time or even illustrations of Link from Ocarina of Time, you typically see the same few poses, and it's not these. We have Link climbing up a ladder. We have him kind of dropping down, hanging from a grab bar here, which maybe I'm wrong, but I don't ever remember there being a grab bar like that in the game. Obviously, there are plenty of ledges that you can hang on to. I don't recall a grab bar. We have these really cool action poses of him running and jumping. And this is the type of stuff that as a kid, like I would trace these. I would go in here and I would trace these images because there was just something so cool about his character model. And it was this, kind of anime style, but also kind of comic book, action book style. I just love it. And I still love it, clearly. I'm making a whole channel about it. And if you love it too, please do me a favor and consider subscribing. Love you. Okay, now we're moving into the top 3. So at number 3, we have the first page here. So let me center that up real quick. Center that bad boy up. I don't like how I said that. Forgive me. But this is just so nice. We have this wonderful little letter from Shigeru Miyamoto, and this is dated October 10th, 1998, with a little sketch of Link. And I think this is cool too, because this is not Ocarina of Time Link, if you notice. This looks like either the Link from the anime or at least one of the Links from the earlier games. So I just think it's funny that his sketched out version is not the Ocarina of Time Link. And obviously by today's standards, this graphic style is a little dated. It's a little bit polygonal and kind of pixelated. But this is a map of Hyrule, and this is showing you just kind of what everything looks like. Obviously, there are some areas that are blocked off and not really shown. You can kind of see them. They're just opaque and kind of hidden behind here. And there are maps later on that we might see, hint, that show a little bit more detail. But I just love, what a way to open this up. I wish I could meet Shigeru Miyamoto. What a guy. Coming in at number 2, we have the very last page here. If you've watched any other videos on this channel, you know that I'm a big fan of these old ads. I just think they're really interesting and how they were kind of put together. So this was an ad for Nintendo Power Magazine, and I think it's cool because they redid the pause screen. This is not a screen grab from the game. This is all of the high-res models placed onto the pause screen. So they basically rebuilt the UI just for this ad, which I feel like is something that not a lot of games would have done at this time. Call me biased, but I feel like ads back then were a little bit lazier. I shouldn't say that, but especially for gaming, like the budget wasn't always there, so ads just kind of had to do whatever they could do. And you'll see down here that there is a Link collectible keychain that you could get for subscribing, and it looks like it's only if you got the full year's worth. So for $19.95, and there's a little asterisk there because Canadian residents had to pay more than that, but you could get 12 power-packed issues. That's a whole year's worth. Plus, as a bonus, we'll throw in a collectible Link keychain. And I thought this was interesting. There wasn't like an offer code, but there was just an offer number. Down here it says offer number 4058. So you would call in, you would call this number, you would ask to place your order for the year and say, and I'd also like to redeem offer number 4058. And then some secret agent would show up at your door with a Link keychain and kick it in and, ruin your life because you become a video game collector. Don't do it. Don't collect games. It's so expensive. And some of you are probably wondering, okay, well, if that's number 2, that's pretty sick. What could number 1 possibly be? Well, you freaking know that it is the fold-out Hyrule World Atlas. So this is our base cover of it. And by the way, this is not my original copy. I got this on eBay. This was already a little folded when I got it. It breaks my heart, but it is what it is. So this is the main page that we start with. But here's where it gets really interesting. Here's what I really love. And this is too wide for my shot, so I'm going to have to break this up a little bit. You can unfold this and you get your ocarina melodies, which you're actually supposed to write down for yourself. As you'll see, they're not like pre-written in there. On this side, we have, I just think this is really cool. It shows you how to play the ocarina, but then by using the control stick, you can slightly raise or lower the pitch of a note. And they have it in here on how you can play the Kakariko Village theme song on the N64 with the ocarina. Sorry, that's been crooked the whole time. I wasn't looking up. I was too distracted. But they have in here how you can play the Kakariko Village theme song on the ocarina in its entirety. I just think that's so cool. And then we're going to go back to these 2 middle pages here. So this is a little bit more of a detailed map of Hyrule. And I really, really love this. Actually, I hadn't seen this for years until I was going back through to make this video. But apart from the fact that Goron City is a little bit kind of jammed in the corner here, this is a really nice detailed reference. If you're playing through this game and you wanted to look through like the Lost Woods, for example, you can see how to get through there. Or, okay, where does Kokiri Forest relate to Lon Lon Ranch? And all of these markings on the ground are in the game. It just makes it really easy to navigate, especially if you're a kid in the 90s and you're trying to figure your way through this. It just doesn't get any better than this. And also, let's not forget over here, we got a spirit temple, we got the Gerudo Valley and the haunted wasteland going all through. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. I freaking love this. There we go. I can kind of get it all on screen at the same time. It's just super ultra wide. And then before we wrap up here today, I thought we should take a look at the back cover. I think that makes sense. So it says, live the legend. To defeat Ganondorf and undo the King of Evil's 7-year wrath, you'll need legendary help. And then it just goes on to give you basically what you're getting in this strategy guide. And then again, down here in the corner, there is this another cool image in a very, very slightly different art style than we're used to of a young Link with Ganondorf on his horse, which is probably referencing that scene from the beginning of the game. It's like right at the beginning. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, where he runs out and, he's all frightening Link and Zelda's on the back of his horse. I don't know. I just think it's so cool that they have these different art styles. If you know where to find these art styles and where to find maybe full res versions of something like this, please let me know. I haven't been able to find them yet. Doesn't mean they're not out there. It just means I'm probably not good enough at looking. But you guys, with that, we are wrapping up another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club. Really appreciate you guys joining me for this one. This one is special to me, very near and dear to my heart. If there is a game, a strategy guide, old VHS tape about a game that you want me to cover, please let me know in the comments. And with that, I will see you guys next week. Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club. I'm Zach, and this is the show where we just look at old video games because I really like old video games. And if you do too, well, by golly, you're in for a treat. Today, we are going to be looking at Star Wars Episode 1 Jedi Power Battles, specifically the PlayStation 1 version. There was a Game Boy Advance version, as well as the much more popular Dreamcast version, but I had the PS1 version, and fun fact, I lost it. So this is a copy that I picked up on eBay, and it is in great condition. Let me clarify. I didn't lose the whole game. I just lost the case. I still have my copy of the disc downstairs, but you can't just show a disc in a YouTube video. You got to show the whole thing. It's got to be complete in box. Otherwise, I'm going to be out of a job. You know, this channel pays me $60,000 per video to upload. That's a lie. I just do this because I like it. I don't get paid yet. Maybe one day. So before we dive in here, a quick history on Jedi Power Battles, Star Wars Episode 1. It came out on April 4th, 2000 in North America. It did, like I kind of touched on a little bit earlier, it had a lot better reviews on Dreamcast. But, you know, of course, I only ever played the PS1 version. I honestly didn't even know there was a Game Boy Advance version until I was doing a little bit of research for this episode. I kind of want to get my hands on it. Surprisingly, the Game Boy Advance version actually did have better reviews than the PS1 version. And one thing that really stuck out to me with this game, I played this a lot with my cousin. We would always play the two-player mode. It was kind of encouraged that you play the two-player mode because single-player was so notoriously difficult. And I remember even on two-player mode, for a couple of kids playing video games, this was so incredibly hard. I was about 9 years old when this came out. My cousin would have been 10 or 11. So for two kids to be playing this game and have such a hard time with it, something was definitely wrong. And that was actually one of the things across all versions that people were sort of complaining about was this wild difficulty of this game. There were tons of cool unlockables that you could unlock and play as Darth Maul if you beat the game as Qui-Gon Jinn. But I never did because I never beat this game. It was so hard. The amount of time that my cousin and I spent in this game trying to get past even the first handful of levels is just wild. And stick around to the end of the episode because I will be booting up this game to see if it holds up, how the controls are, how difficult it is. So I'm excited to dive back in now that I'm an adult and maybe, hopefully a little bit better at video games. I don't know. I'm not that good at video games. So we're going to see. So let's start out just taking a look at this front cover here. It looks like this is definitely straight up from the movie. Like, that's Ewan McGregor. That's Samuel L. Jackson, obviously as Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Mace Windu. Mace Windu was my favorite. Spoiler alert, I loved playing as Mace Windu in this game. It was super fun. He had this really cool, like, twirly lightsaber move. I don't know. When we play it later, I'm going to see if I can select Mace Windu at startup. But we see here, this is pretty clearly a direct pull from the movie. I'm assuming this was created just to sell more copies of the movie when it came out. The movie was in theaters in 99. This released in 2000, so it kind of adds up. And one thing that I think is a really cool piece of design here, just a really nice touch that they didn't need to include, is Darth Maul's lightsaber up here. You get kind of this double-edged lightsaber coming out here. And I'm gonna be the first to say here, I am not a Star Wars enthusiast, I guess. Like, I love Star Wars. I've seen most of them, but I'm far, far from an expert. So if I'm butchering any pronunciations or details, forgive me, but please let me know in the comments so I can, brush up on my knowledge a little bit here. Flipping over to the back side here, we have some, obviously, just direct rips from the movie down here in the lower right. I do think it's funny that Samuel L. Jackson as Mace Windu is front and center. Like, not Qui-Gon Jinn, not Obi-Wan Kenobi. We got Mace Windu. I don't know who these characters on the far sides are over here. I honestly don't recall them from episode 1 at all. It also has been a long time since I've seen episode 1, so there's that. We'll go through these outside images in just a second, but right here in the center, we can see it says, Star Wars Episode 1 Jedi Power Battles. Deflect, defeat, destroy. Take back the Theed Palace in fast and furious lightsaber assaults. You will have the power of the Force and your trusty Jedi saber as you ward off legions of battle droids, destroyer droids, assassins, and other creatures from Star Wars Episode 1 worlds. Then we'll go kind of clockwise here, starting in the lower left. So we see two characters here. Looks like Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi about to face off with Darth Maul. Threats escalate on each level of the game's specialized droids with new weapons, native beasts, and more. Moving up here, it looks like another... it's really hard to tell what that is. It looks like a droid of some kind. And it says, gain power boosts, new moves, and enhanced abilities as you progress through the levels. Up here, we have just like a bunch of droids in a two-player mode again being fought. It says battle side by side with a companion in two-player sessions, which again is really how this game was kind of meant to be played. From what I remember, it was honestly very, very difficult, if not nearly impossible to beat single player, especially for kids. And then down here, we have a scene that, if I remember correctly, is from the beginning of the game. And it says, fight as Obi-Wan Kenobi, Qui-Gon Jinn, or Jedi Council members Mace Windu. I'm going to butcher these names, sorry. Plo Koon or Adi Gallia. Did I get that right? Let me know if I got that right. And then down here, as you can see, it says 1 or 2 player, memory card only took up 1 block, analog control compatible. We're going to talk about that in a second, and vibration function compatible. So if you didn't play a lot of games on the PS1, the early PS1 games did not have the analog sticks. It was just the D-pad. It was kind of your standard controller for the time. They then introduced the analog sticks, and you had to actually press the analog button to activate them. And that's something that was really cool at the time because that, it was just a new way to control your characters. And games like Ape Escape took advantage of that, where you could kind of, swing the net with one analog stick. It was a cool thing for the time. And I think it was a really nice leap forward in game control tech. All right, let's move along to the inside here. So, of course, we have the disc itself. Star Wars Episode 1, Jedi Power Battles, rated T for teen. Behind the disc, it's just kind of this very, early 2000s Star Wars looking art. I mean, I can't think of any other way to describe that other than early 2000s Star Wars looking art. It seems like the art director just said, make it futuristic, make it metallic, chrome it the hell out, and go nuts. And I love it. I love every second of it. Before we get to the manual here, I did find this in my copy. So it says LucasArts Company Store. And then this is for spring and summer of 2000. And there's this little pamphlet that I'll go ahead and unfold this here and see how much of it we can see. So I'm not going to go over all of this, but it looks like you could basically just order a LucasArts keychain, a sweat jacket, a zip polo. You got to have the LucasArts bucket hat. And if you don't, I mean, really, what are you doing with your life? And the LucasArts metallic tee. And I do want to point out that the prices were kind of high for this time because this is not including shipping. And this hat is $12.95. I mean, I don't know what that would be in today's dollars, but that's at least a $25 hat, I would assume. And then we'll flip it over here to the backside. And this is where they're starting to kind of advertise some of the other Star Wars games from the time. And I'll hold this up. So there was the Star Wars Phantom Menace video game, which, again, my cousin and I played a ton of. There's Episode 1 Jedi Power Battles, which you're looking at right now. Star Wars Rebel Assault 2, The Hidden Empire. Never played that one. After that, we have Star Wars Dark Forces and Star Wars Masters of the... I don't even know what that is. Masters of the Terras Cassi. Again, I love Star Wars, but I'm not an expert. Next, we have Ball Blazer Champions. couldn't come up with a better title there, guys. Part soccer, part racing. Ball Blazer Champions blasts you into a fiery future of scathing competition. Fire up your rotofoil and scorch champions. Wow, that's just great. And then down here we have Herc's Adventure, which apparently if you make a purchase, you get a copy of it for free. Must not have been selling super well, but hey, that's all right. We're not here for Herc's Adventures. We're here for Episode 1 Jedi Power Battles. I'm going to set this aside for now. The worst part about PS1 games was trying to get the guides out because they would always get stuck on these little, the little lips that were supposed to stop them from just sliding out. And man, they got stuck every time. This one's stuck right now. And then you got to kind of finagle it. And you don't want to break anything. You don't want to ruin what is happening. Okay, I got it. So the front art here is exactly the same. So we can go ahead and skip that. We have our little table of contents here. And again, we're not going to be going over everything in excruciating detail. This is just going to kind of be an overview. But here we have some of this early 2000s 3D rendered art of the game characters with a really creepy Darth Maul in the background. He's kind of looking like the moon from Majora's Mask. If you know, you know. And then they just give you a little bit of a backstory here, leading into some of the controls that you can play with. This is just some of your basic setting up the game, loading the game, changing the options, etc. Do you guys remember that from Community? He's like, etc. And he's like, did you just mispronounce etc.? If you haven't watched Community, go watch Community. The character selection screen, level select, the game begins, the pause menu, things that I don't think necessarily need to be explained, but that's okay. I'm glad that they're in here for nostalgia purposes. And this is really interesting to me. So in this little example screen here, you can see that they have credits that are available. And over here, it explains that credits show how many lives you have. You will lose a life if your health bar runs out or if you fall to your death. In two-player games, both Jedi share credits, which seems odd. It seems strange to me that they didn't bump that up, especially for how difficult this game is supposed to be. It seems like you could just burn through your credits in that case. This just starts to go through how to set up a two-player game. And I think this is really nice too, because it does show in the following pages here sort of some of the special moves that you can do with these Jedi. And so down here you can see the key combos to get to those special moves, as well as some abilities like Obi-Wan's youth allows him to be quick and agile. Qui-Gon Jinn excels at force-based powers on healing and defense. Mace Windu is as strong with the Force as he is deadly with his lightsaber. And I just so vividly remember double tapping square to do his special move. I don't remember really what it does, but I'm excited to try, because after this, I'm going to record some gameplay. You're going to see it. Adi Gallia, Plo Koon, that's the main set of characters there that you can play as. There are some unlockables, and as you can see, there are some really creepy, low-poly versions of other characters from the game that are supporting characters in this. And this is nice, too, because it gives your kind of description of your opponents, and it shows the different points that you can get for killing said opponents, which is a little bit weird now that I'm thinking about it, because this really wasn't an arcade game. It does play like an arcade game with the credits and with the difficulty. You know, it plays as if it was a game that wanted to eat your quarters, but it wasn't. I mean, it was a PS1 game. It was a Dreamcast game. So just a little bit of an odd choice. And then, of course, we have low poly Darth Maul there in the corner, here to get you. He's going to get you. And then we have some descriptions of different items in the game, as well as leading into some of the different levels in the game. And I think it actually walks you through pretty much every level, which is weird. Like, to me, that's kind of a spoiler. Like, if I bought this and I was thinking, oh man, what's going to be next? And it's like, oh no, I know that I'm going to be at the ruins next. And if I'm just looking at these pictures, I'm pretty sure the farthest that my cousin and I ever made it was City of Theed. This was such a hard game. Like, I don't think, if you've never played this, I don't think you guys realize how difficult this game was. That's the reason that this game was getting, like, 3s out of 10s, is because of how difficult it was. And if I'm remembering correctly, the controls also were really bad and unresponsive, and just, they didn't feel good. So I don't know, that might have something to do with it as well. Different vehicles that are available, a few hints, tips, and tricks here, as well as the credits for the game. How to contact LucasArts. There was a hint line, which is kind of awesome. I don't know what happens if you call 1-900-740-JEDI in this day and age, but the average call length is 3 minutes, apparently. So you're not getting too many hints. 95 cents per minute. Can you imagine just like really getting stuck in this game and spending like $100 on the phone with these dudes? And then on the back cover here, we have a photo of the actual actors from the movie, and it says JediPowerBattles.lucasarts.com. And then underneath that, the official Star Wars website, www.starwars.com. So much easier to get these back in the freaking jewel case than it is to get them out. Am I right? I am right on that one. I know I am. And I'll die on this hill. Oh, I gotta put this back in. Can't forget your catalog there. Go into the case. So guys, with that, I think it's time that we play this game. What do you say we pop this bad boy into the old PS1? Let's go. We want to play this. All right, defeat the droids. Let's do this. I believe square is attack just by itself. Oh no, the controls. Oh no. It's very hard to aim. Okay, guys, let's just take it easy here. I'm actually switching back to D-pad for this because the analog stick really doesn't do much. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. So we got our little special move here. It's supposedly, I don't know. It doesn't look very special. It just kind of looks like two regular moves. L1 is block. Triangle is a heavy attack, it looks like. Okay. We got circle is jump. X is a quick strike. Okay, I think we can do this. Oh, so analog stick lets you run immediately, whereas when you're using the D-pad, it just walks. All right, back to analog stick it is then. What you got, boy? It would be a lot easier if there was some kind of a lock-on mechanic, which that was around at this time, right? I mean, Zelda Ocarina of Time came out in '98 and kind of popularized that, so I feel like by this point they could have had that if they wanted to. Come on, just aim, just aim. If you're watching this, you're probably thinking that I'm really inept at aiming, and it's just the aim systems are really rough. Okay. Come on. Oh, no. Okay. I mean, I have 1,400 points. I don't know if that's good. But like when you turn to aim, there's no real snapping. Like that was a luck hit. That was completely by luck. Okay, so you can block little lasers. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, I thought you died. Get over here. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. It's almost like they didn't play test this. Like it feels like it just feels like they didn't play test this. That's the way I can really describe it. Oh, so you can kind of do like a cool like running thrust attack. That's kind of neat. Oh, I just got some. Oh, I don't. Why did he giggle when he picked up the health? Okay, that was cool. The droid just shot his buddy, and it actually did damage. That's neat. All right, so what do I gotta do now? Let's go through. Oh, hey, there he is. All right. Oh, come on, just turn, just turn. There we go. It's not. I think the biggest thing with this game for me is that it just doesn't really feel great. Like when you land a hit, it doesn't feel like you're really doing much. I feel like if this was remade today with like kind of a Dark Souls or Elden Ring, you know, like a Soulsborne feel, I feel like that could be really nice. What's this? I don't think Mace Windu has ever laughed like that in his life. Let's use our jump ability. Oh, you can double jump. That's kind of nice. See, this is why you actually read the manual instead of just skimming through it like I do. Come on. You have to be really careful on these platforms too, because you can and will fall to your death, and it doesn't care. It does not give a single F. Can I jump up onto this? Oh, this is sick. This is cool. Oh, no. Okay, well, I'm just gonna run right to the thing. I got 4 credits here. No. Oh God, these controls. All right, we got this. We got this now. I'm just going to run past all these guys and see how far I can get if I just really rip through this level.
There they are. Get them.
Okay, same voice. Oh, snap. This is a boss. All right, so what's our weak point here? Can I get up on top of you? Nope. It looks like you should be able to land on his head. Am I wrong in this? Oh, okay. I did something to him. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is so tough. This is so needlessly tough for a kid's game. Heck yeah. Nope, don't die, don't die. Get some health, get some health. No. That's a real bummer. All the way back here? Okay, well, I think that's probably enough. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you liked this video, please consider subscribing. And with that, I will see you guys next week. Peace. Also, as a thank you for watching this, I'm going to be giving away this copy of Jedi Power Battles once I hit 1,000 subscribers. So if you're over 18 and live in the United States, all you have to do to enter to win this is subscribe and leave a comment letting me know that you would like to be entered to win this. So thanks. Yeah, thanks for sticking around. Appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club, here exclusively on YouTube and maybe one day Patreon. I don't know. I don't have a Patreon, so remains to be seen. Today we're taking a look at a game from my childhood that I remember so vividly, and I don't have a copy of it anywhere. So I go on eBay and I'm looking around. And I had one guy that just pulled the listing when I made an offer, which was a real bummer. But alas, we wound up with this complete in-box copy of A Bug's Life for the Nintendo 64. So on today's episode, we're going to be taking a look at the box art for this game. We're going to be looking at the front and back cover. We're going to be looking at the instruction booklet and, of course, the cartridge itself. And you know what? We're going to pop this bad boy into my N64 and we're going to check out some gameplay as well because, who doesn't like a little bit of good gameplay? Before we dive into the box art here, I just want to say, anytime I'm recording one of these episodes, I pull up the Wikipedia article just because I like to be sure of the dates, and they always have the reviews for the games listed out as well, which I think is really interesting because back when games like this were coming out, I wasn't into reviews. I didn't really care. Usually it would just come out in Nintendo Power or Game Informer or something like that, and they might have a star rating, but I didn't pay too much attention to it. It was during that era where if a game looked good, I was going to play it anyway. So I was kind of surprised when I looked at the reviews for this, and they are abysmal. This was very, very poorly received critically, to say the least. I'm looking right now specifically at the N64 versions. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave it a 4.37 out of 10. That's too specific. You don't need two decimal places. I'm sorry. Game Informer gave this a 5.25 out of 10. Again, I don't know what's with these extra decimal places. I feel like this is a game review. We don't need that much. It's fine. Just do it out of 100. You know what I mean? Give it a 52.5 out of 100, but even that's too specific. GameSpot gave this a 6.1 out of 10. IGN a 6.8 out of 10. Next Generation gave this 1 star out of 5. Nintendo Power itself gave this a 6.2 out of 10. So this just did not have a good rating when it came out. Having said that, I enjoyed this game. I don't know that I ever beat it as a kid, and I honestly can't remember if we had the N64 version or the PS1 version, but just in case you're wondering, the reviews are pretty similar. The PlayStation version does have slightly better reviews, but not by much, not by enough to really make too huge of a difference. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. It seems fitting to be on the N64. I know it's not a Nintendo game, but it's Disney Pixar. That's basically Nintendo World, as far as I'm concerned anyway. And hey, this is my channel, so I can be concerned. So taking a look at the front cover here, we have Flick kind of gliding along this leaf. I just can't remember the big baddie's name in the back here chasing him. But I really loved A Bug's Life when it came out. I just remember just burning through the VHS. I would watch it over and over and over again. And just for context, the PS1 version came out in 1998. There wasn't too huge of a delay. It came out on November 18th, 1998 for the PS1, and it came out June of 1999 for the N64. And of course, we see here in the upper left, we have A Bug's Life logo. I think this is cool. It says sold by Activision in the lower corner, which is interesting. I just feel like that's, we don't see sold by on games much anymore. There's the little Disney Interactive logo down here as well. We have the N64 logo in the upper right with kind of this red strip down the right side. And it says here, N64 controller pack needed to save game data. Designed for N64 Rumble Pack, which if you watched my Star Fox video that just came out, that Rumble Pack was a big deal. You needed it. This is one player only, and it has the official Nintendo seal of quality and is rated E for everyone by the ESRB. Now, the top and bottom sort of edge here is the same on both. It has the Activision logo, A Bug's Life logo, the big baddie. I gotta look up his name. Hold on. Hopper. We got Hopper. We got Hopper here. The N64 logo. The flip side of that is the same. It's just in a different color. Hey, just throw color on it. That was the lay of the land back then. On this spine, we just have the N64 logo, some grass in the background with a little warranty there. And on the last spine, we have Hopper again, this time in yellow with all of those same logos. Popping over to the back, there's a lot of information on the back here, especially on this left side. I'm not going to read all that out loud, so if you want to read that, please feel free. It's just a lot of, this is the seal of quality, and this is the seal of approval. Important, please read the instruction booklet, yada, yada, yada. But I'll tell you what we're all here for, the back of the box. So up top, it says, are you bug enough? As hopeful hero Flick, you're the colony's last chance against the seed-grubbing grasshoppers. Run, fly, kick, squish, and slide through 15 challenging levels of 3D. I'm sorry. I didn't need to be that extra. Of 3D animated gameplay. Outmaneuver 13 types of enemies, including the bird and her deadly beak. Then throw your weight around with tough antics like the berry attack and the butt bounce. Because on this ride, you'll need more than just high hopes. I don't understand. That last sentence doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And of course, again, it's just splattered everywhere here. It's the logo for A Bug's Life. We have a screenshot down here of what looks to be Flick and Hopper. And Flick's kind of sneaking around there. It says, search for power-ups, tokens, and objects to use in the living world. And living world is in quotes for some reason. We have another screenshot here of Flick, and Flick ain't looking too good. Flick's having a rough time in that picture. It says, get a bug's eye view of a magical 3D world. And then in this last slide here, we have Flick on he's holding on to like a stem of pollen. And it says, swing, fly, slide, and navigate Flick through immense bug-infested levels. Then down here, we have, of course, the rating again, Activision, Traveler's Tales was the developer, Disney Interactive, and our barcode. But, without further ado, guys, let's open this bad boy up. This is actually the only complete in-box N64 game that I own. I own a ton of N64 games. This, as of right now, is the only complete in-box one. I'm working on getting a copy of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask complete in-box because those games are my jam, but we're not there yet. So this game was shipped to me in kind of rough condition. As you can see, the instruction booklet here. And this is my first time opening it up. I did peek at the instruction booklet, just the cover before, but it's in rough shape. This is definitely this copy has been loved, and that's okay. All right, we got the game out. Let's put that aside for now. So before we dive into the instruction booklet here, we can take a quick look at the cartridge itself. It's just the A Bug's Life logo, and there's kind of this grassy background here with information on the developers and the publishers. And then down here, it's a little tough to see. It says copyright 1999 Disney Pixar. All right, that's enough of that. It's an N64 cartridge. It's not that, these don't look that special. Get out of here. Like I said, this copy of the instruction booklet is a little bit bashed up. I haven't opened this up yet, so we're going on this ride together. Front cover here, again, is just kind of the logo, and it looks like the printing on it is maybe a little bit low res, or there was some sort of a misprint. It just looks a little fuzzy and blurry there. On the inside, again, this copy seems like it was just well loved. There's a little bit of a coffee stain here. We have our table of contents. We have our getting started with the N64 controller, control stick function back before, when you had to explain what the C stick did. Bug controls. This is pretty cool. This just kind of goes through your basic controls, how to move Flick, change the camera angle, etc. Over here on this page, we have kind of just our main menu, how to choose a level, how to set your options. I feel like this was an era where you needed to include a little bit more how-to on these sort of, I guess what would be considered now more rudimentary things, because people just weren't used to it. It was new to have all these different option settings. When you're coming from the Super Nintendo or even the NES, it's a new thing. I do wish that this was in color. I feel like this would have been a cool instruction booklet to have in color. But regardless, we do have a little bit of information here on saving and loading games, the training level, which I remember the training level so vividly. I can't wait to play it. There's a whole blurb here about the story, just in case you bought this game without, watching the movie and you have no idea what's going on. Can you imagine just like, I want to meet someone that's that chaotic in life. And I'm not saying this ironically or to be mean. I just want to meet someone who's so chaotic that they're like, you know what? I don't want to watch the movie of anything. I'm just going to play the games. I'm going to go straight to the games. Bad Boys 2, the game, forget the movie. That's the game I'm thinking of, right? That was a game, right? Yeah, Bad Boys Miami Takedown. 3.6 out of 10 on IGN. Here we have Flick's friends. We have Slim, Heimlich, who was my favorite growing up personally, Francis, Rosie, Dim, Tuck and Roll, Gypsy, and Manny. They have a few fun little blurbs here about how you can move, why you should keep moving, how the seeds and plants work in this game, because that's a pretty core mechanic from what I remember. And this was cool too. We'll see some of this in the gameplay when I boot this up here in a little bit. But these different tokens and things that you could grow, basically, the more you had of them, the different things would grow. And I just remember thinking that was a pretty cool mechanic. And I might be a little bit crazy because now that I'm saying it out loud, it's like, okay, yeah, it's neat, but it's not groundbreaking. Maybe that's why it only had 50% on most of those reviews. A little bit of information here on how to handle the seeds. Berry attack! All caps. It's just going over basically how to attack. Over here, we have a little bit of information on how the different berries work based on what color the berry is. So we have like our normal hit, a smoke bomb, a homing berry. I think that's just amazing. There's food. I think that's food stuck in there. Ew. Yeah, I think there's a piece of someone's old food stuck in this. That's kind of nasty. And then over here it says, be careful, don't pick up a weaker berry than the one you already have. Duh. We have success tokens, flick tokens, grain tokens, enemy tokens. There are a lot of tokens in this game, you guys. It's maybe too many tokens. So take note. If you're a game dev, you don't need so many tokens. Talks a little bit here about the different challenge modes that you can play through. And this is just kind of your basic explaining the heads up display, how to complete the levels. And then we're getting into our bad bugs. These rotten insects make you ashamed to call yourself a bug. Damn, that's so harsh. We got the grasshopper, mosquitoes, flies, cockroaches, spiders, mites, grubs, centipedes, armor-plated beetles, wasp. There's only one wasp, apparently. All these other ones are plural, but just wasp. Dragonflies, earthworms, daddy long legs, and taxi bug. So apparently there's only one wasp and one taxi bug in this entire game. That's all right. Bosses, we have Thumper, Bird, Thud the Housefly, Molt, and then, of course, Hopper, who's basically just in a T-pose. I feel like they could have done, like everyone else is kind of posed cool, then they just got Hopper in a little T-pose looking thing here. And this is kind of cool, too. It goes over the lay of the land, the lands of bugdom. I do think it's interesting that some of these older games would just basically tell you what levels you're going to be encountering. We saw that a little bit with Star Wars Jedi Power Battles. A few little game hints here that you can pause and read those through if you want to. And then they do have a little still from the movie here. I freaking loved this movie, you guys. I unashamedly freaking loved this movie. We have our credits. We have customer support. And then, one of my favorites always is to see what's on the back cover. Let's go. Goldmine. I freaking loved Tarzan. Let me tell you for a second. I'm gonna geek out for a second. Tarzan, the movie, not the game. Tarzan, the movie, was maybe my favorite movie of all time for a long time. Phil Collins did not have to go that hard on the soundtrack, but he did that for us. And you guys, I was obsessed. I thought I was Tarzan when I was a kid. I'd run around my house. I'd jump on the couch and on the table and stuff. My parents must have just been going crazy. But this is an advertisement for the Tarzan Game Boy Color game, only for Game Boy Color. It says Go Ape on Game Boy. And then you can kind of see some of these screen grabs down there, which, to be honest, for a Game Boy Color game, that does not look bad. That's some pretty cool sprite work. The pixel art looks really nice. The colors look really nice. And the colors look like the movie, which is something that I feel like a lot of times you didn't get at the time. So bravo. Bravo, Tarzan team. God, maybe I need to go watch Tarzan. No. Okay, I'll watch it later. I gotta play A Bug's Life. So I guess with that, without further ado, let's go play a little bit of A Bug's Life, shall we? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, guys, when I tell you that I might have mere moments to play this game, I'm not lying. I've just spent the past hour trying to get this thing loaded up. My cartridge is kind of busted. I don't know if you can hear kind of a background hum. It's not happening with any of my other N64 games, just this one. So we're gonna play it anyway. It may cut out at any moment, but we're just gonna hit play and see what happens. It's been a real trip. Let's press start. Let's do this. I feel like we should do the training. Training level. Follow Mr. Soil's instructions to learn how Flick interacts with the world around him.
Hello there.
All right. I've learned that the ant's most basic line of... Okay, can we hurry this up? Of defense is your berry throw. Heave a few around by using B. Okay. Okay. Straightforward enough. I will say these graphics don't hold up as well as I remember them holding up. when I was a little kid. I mean, Flick is he ain't looking too hot. Can I control the camera at all here? Oh, you can. Okay. So we do a little butt pound with A twice. Okay. Oh, okay, no, so I'm not supposed to ground pound this. This is just really interesting. I genuinely remember it looking better, and I don't remember if I played this initially on N64 or if I played this on PS1, but basing just off of the graphics and what I remember them looking like, because obviously the PS1 was a little bit higher graphic fidelity than the N64. I feel like I may have played it on the PS1. Okay, so I gotta crack open. Oh, okay. Got a little bouncy mushrooms here. Pick up the plant. Okay, so that totally gets rid of it. Jiminy Cricket! I haven't seen a token that color in years. Very valuable. Okay, so we gotta pick up this guy. Okay, we gotta get rid of this. No, pick it up. There we go. Interesting. Okay, cool mechanic. Cool mechanic. What does this guy do? Oh, it's just a platform. So you grow, I see. You grow a mushroom first, and then you grow the, I see. Okay. Little, I don't want to say complicated. It's not complicated, but just interesting for a little kiddo's game. Well done. Now reach that ledge. For as hard as this looks to control, I just want to make note that it's 10 times harder than it looks. All right, we got to pick up some grains here. There we go. It's hard to run a straight line. And I'll admit, I'm playing with a little bit of a lag here because I'm running this through my recording software and recording that way. But, oh, we got some other medallions here. Okay. But this is genuinely very, very difficult to control. Okay, we got a couple of the purple berries. I'm so used to Ocarina of Time controls where you can, like, if you're looking a direction, you can press Z to recenter the camera, but this doesn't have that feature, so I keep getting literally turned around. Can I go this way yet? Oh, yeah! Congratulations, level complete. All right. We did it, guys. We are here. I feel like we at least got to play like one actual level of this game. I'm not going to play through the whole thing. If you want to see me play through the whole thing, let me know and I'll set it up. But you know, I just kind of want to see what this plays out as. Everybody hide! Flick needs to find the entrance to the anthill. Okay, easy enough. Well, there's a little guy saying this way, Flick, so I have to assume that that's... Let's pick the seat up. Let's bring this with me. Come on. I'm following you. Give me a second. Oh, there's bugs. I'm going. What's this? Oh, interesting. Little binocular view. Okay. Pick up. Thank you. Well, earthworm. Don't want that guy. The heck is that? A big old berry? I'm just... Oh, okay, so how do I get over this guy, though, is my question. Do I have to... Oh, cool. That was kind of cool. I don't know if that was the intended way, but it worked. I'm going to do the same thing to you. Out of here, buddy. Got my trusty seed. Come on with me. I'm going. Oh. Okay. Now, Can I can't. Okay. I guess I didn't need to have that. So my blueberries are upgraded now, and there is kind of a homing mechanic to it, which is nice. That at least tells me that they had some idea that their controls weren't, amazing. So the help of the homing is nice. If she says this way, Flick, one more time, I'm going to scream. I can't do this. This way, Flick. This way, Flick. Get up there. Okay, we got an upgrade. I think we're at the anthill. Oh yeah, that's it. That's the whole level. Okay. I guess you don't need good controls when your levels are 45 seconds. Do you want to save? Hell yeah. I don't think I have a controller pack. Sure don't. Do I want to save? Hell no. Okay, we'll do one more level because that was just like two seconds. Flick's Harvester Invention. Okay, I didn't have enough time to read that. I'm just gonna. I'm a slow reader and I stumble a lot. Okay, we're just gonna try this. At least we don't have that girl saying this way, Flick, every 2 seconds. All right, we got a little token up here. Let's grab that. This is neat. This okay. Oh, you need 20 grains and then you can get back there. Okay, I see what we're getting at. A little bit of backtracking. Not crazy about the spiders that... There's a lot of these. Okay, let's talk for a second because that's now the second enemy that's kind of jumped out with no real way to tell where they're coming from. Not a big fan of that. Not a big fan of that because I feel like that one was on me. I saw them out in the dirt there. But those other ones, I don't know, seems a little cheap. Seems like, how like a lot of older games would sort of manufacture length of game by making it a little more difficult. Makes me kind of wonder if that's what was going on here. All right, let's get on the leaf, jump on the, thank you. Okay, we're making headway here. We're gonna have a worm here. Come on. Oh, these berries don't work. Okay, that's fine. Where do we go from here? This is kind of neat. So I do remember, like, this is cool because like there's puzzles that you can solve to get to those coins up there, to those tokens. And obviously the different tokens give you different sort of upgrades with the seeds you jump on. But that seems to kind of be just the core mechanic. Ow. That's kind of just the core mechanic of the game is... Whoa. Grasshopper. So I can't use those berries on him at all. What about this? But it seems to kind of be the core mechanic of the game that, ouch, that you just upgrade your seeds... Okay, these enemies dropping in on me is not chill. I guess I should be prepared for it at this point. Get, hit. Okay. Let's just jump over this. But yeah, it just seems like you kind of make the seeds do stuff, and there's your gameplay. I'm just gonna run right through this. I'm not stopping for anybody or anything. I got a couple lives left. God, they really make those things sound intimidating. Okay, where's the next one gonna open up? God, there's so many of these guys. No wonder Flick was afraid. I feel like I need to at least beat this level. Like I can't give up now. Okay. Unless I die. In which case hopefully I at least hit a decent save point. Oh, is this the end? Did I hit it? Level complete, baby. Same end screen. Okay, so I gotta say, I'm not gonna continue past this. It is interesting to me that despite this being such a huge movie, and being a Disney Pixar film and having Activision as the publisher, it seems pretty cobbled together. I have to admit that once I take my rosy-colored nostalgia glasses off, this does not hold up like I remember holding up. I was hoping and remembering it to be a little bit different, to be a little bit more engaging, to have a little bit better graphics than it did, because when you look at a game like Ocarina of Time next to this, the graphics were much, much better for a game that came out, I believe, a year earlier. So I think they could have done more with this. I see why it got kind of some bad ratings. And honestly, I'd be curious at some point to play the PS1 version to see if that had some better graphics, a little bit better gameplay. Because the more I think about it, I'm pretty sure that I did actually have this game on PS1. But anyway, yeah, I think that's all we're going to play of the game itself. If you guys want to see more of the game, the gameplay, just let me know. Thank you guys so much for watching and just for hanging out and being a part of this little nostalgic gamers club. I've been having a really great time just kind of reminiscing through these old video games, and it means a lot to me that you guys have stuck around to enjoy them with me. If you have a game that you want to see me talk about, please feel free to let me know in the comments below, or drop me an email, really whatever the heck you want to do. I'll check it out. If you like this video, please consider subscribing. And with that, you guys, I'll see you next week. Let me center that up. All right, peace. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club here online on the internet. Today, you guys, we're going to take a look at the video game Aggressive Inline, which came out for PS2, GameCube, Xbox, and weirdly Game Boy Advance. I guess I shouldn't say weirdly. There were a lot of games around this time that did come out for Game Boy Advance that were just kind of these weird ports. I don't know. I feel like they were really pushing the GBA at the time, but that's another story for another day. Today, we're looking at the PS2 version. So in today's video, we're going to be taking a look at the front and back cover. We're going to be looking at the instruction guide as well as the disc itself. Unfortunately for this one, I can't really show the gameplay. There was a lot of music in this that were some real bangers. We're going to get to that. But they were all copyrighted. All this music was copyrighted, and YouTube doesn't like copyrighted music being on their platform. So even the bit of gameplay that I did show up front, and a special shout out to 10min Gameplay on YouTube for recording that, he had the music turned off because otherwise it would get a copyright strike. So yeah, because of that, no real gameplay in this video, but we will be looking at all the box art and all that good stuff. So without further ado, let's dive in. Aggressive Inline, if you're not familiar, not the game, the sport, I guess, the skater type activity was really popular around the time that skateboarding was kind of becoming on the popularity rise, probably around the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s. And obviously there was a lot of, skaters before then and after then. So I'm just saying, from what I remember, this was kind of the core time for this. I actually got really into aggressive inline skating because I sucked at skateboarding, honestly. And I was actually kind of decent at inline skating, so I chose this. It definitely never got to the popularity of skateboarding, and this game never got to the popularity of the Tony Hawk games. And this was interesting too because this game came out in 2002, and by this point, I'm pretty sure Tony Hawk's 1 through 3 was already out. So this idea of a skating game and kind of this, like punk culture, and, there's a great soundtrack, and it's just this sort of athletic game, but set in a universe where, physics isn't physics, and you can do some sort of crazy tricks. This wasn't a new idea. Aggressive Inline did do a few things that Tony Hawk's Pro Skater didn't at the time. I believe one of them that I was reading about was giving you basically an unlimited play time if you want to set it up that way. So you're not just limited to whatever 2 minutes in a level. But taking a look at the box art here, we have a skater on the front here doing, I used to know what this trick was called, but I don't remember anymore. But he's doing a grind. It says Aggressive Inline. You just gotta love, I feel like there were so many games in the 90s that had this sort of, I don't know, this like blotchy, sort of distressed style to the font, developed by AKA Acclaim. And I'm just looking too, this guy's got the backwards hat. He's got the bracelets, the all black clothing. I mean, this guy's got it all. He's got it all, really. And one thing that I want to point out about the cover is there's this kind of blue splatter going over here. And if you follow it around, it kind of goes all the way around to the back cover where you can see that it's some graffiti, which is kind of cool. So the whole background of this is just a graffitied wall. Down here, we see we have 1 to 2 players. It takes up 490 kilobytes for a save, which is so small. Digital control, analog control, and of course, vibration function. This game was rated T for teen for blood, strong language, and suggestive themes. Oh, baby. So on the back cover here, it says, aggressive inline, skate the edge of sanity. I don't know about all that. I'm going to try not to butcher some of these names, but it says, featuring today's top skaters, skate as Jaren Grob, Tig Chris, Ido Yasudiko, Frankie Morales, Matt Lindenmuth, Shane Yost, Sven Buckhurst, Sam Fogarty, Matt Salerno, or Chris Edwards. Incredible soundtrack from bands such as Hoobastank. Was the reason in this? Hold on, I don't remember. I got to look this up. Crawling in the Dark by Hoobastank. Can you imagine skating to The Reason? I'm not a perfect skater. So stupid. Okay, incredible soundtrack from such bands as Hoobastank, Black Sheep, Far Side, Real Big Fish, Sublime, and more. At the time, also, I was a huge Real Big Fish fan, so that was also a big pull for me with this game. More grinds, manuals, and big air tricks than any other game. 9 huge environments with level-altering cinematics. Punish your friends with split-screen multiplayer and build the ultimate skate park. And honestly, all of the images on the backside here are just skaters. We have mostly male skaters. There's one female skater. Unfortunately for the time, this was very common that, like, of course, the one female skater is in just very skimpy, like, schoolgirl attire. But I think that's how they thought they could sell games at the time. I also love that in this photo, you can see sparks coming off of this guy's grind. Like, he's really grinding. That might be the guy from the cover in different garb. So opening this up, okay, it's upside down. Of course, we have the disc itself, which honestly is, just pretty kind of cut and dry. This one's actually in really good condition, especially for such an old game at this point. But it just has the title, Aggressive Inline. There's that graffiti wall in the background again. Maybe a different graffiti wall, kind of hard to tell. But we're really here for the instruction manual, if I can get it out. There we go. So same artwork as the front cover. We have our contents, all the warnings as we typically do. They do have, I think this is so funny because it doesn't say what these buttons do on this page. It just says, here are the buttons, and these are the buttons that exist on your PS2. They have a little introduction page here where you're just kind of seeing what the different modes are, how to enter in some cheats if you've unlocked any cheats. But it does say, warning, by inputting a cheat, your player will be branded a cheater. Now we get into the actual controls of the game. So, and this was kind of complex. I mean, there's, this one's saying action button situational. There's sharp turn right, spin right, if in air. So you really did have to learn a lot for this game, as you kind of did with any of these style games. I remember with Tony Hawk, even you'd have to really memorize a lot of different button combinations, and that's how you actually were able to rack up the higher scores. It goes over the different types of tricks that you can do. The action button, again, that's conditional. That's situational right there. Grinding was a big part of this game, from what I remember. Oh, and there it says right at the top. Again, I'm going through this with you guys, and it says grinding is a huge part of AKA Aggressive Inline. You can grind on practically any ledge. A grind is performed by jumping up onto a ledge, pressing and releasing the X button to jump, or skating over an edge and then holding the triangle button plus a directional control. So the different directional controls here, you'll see you can do a front side grind, soul grind. I'm going to skip that one because it's YouTube. The Mizu grind, Royale, fast slide, backslide, fish brain. I mean, there's so many different types of grinds you can do in this game. Double grinds, which you have to do 2 inputs for. This was a lot to remember. I feel like you would have to really have a good grasp on this if you were going to do these consistently. They did have some attributes that you could, level up, gain XP in, and increase your player's stats. And that just kind of goes over that there. Now, here are the levels. So we have our tutorial level. Level 1 is Movie Lot. Level 2 is Civic Center, Industrial Plant, Boardwalk, Tuna Cannery. Airfield and Museum. And honestly, I remember playing the movie lot the most. It was the first level. I just got very comfortable with it. And I also was really into movies at the time. I mean, still am, but at the time, that was when I was getting into movies. So it was cool to be, kind of playing on this movie back lot. Then it goes into our challenges and how to do those, our different icons. I like how there are these icons and then it says special trick and it's just a photo of a dude. What if that guy's not even a skater? This part goes over the juice meter and it says when the juice meter is full, you're on fire and flames will fly from your skates. Hell yeah. It goes over how the game scores, the different displays on screen. We start to get into the different game modes here. So there's obviously career, free skate, timed run, multiplayer. And this was cool too because multiplayer was obviously a thing before this, but having a multiplayer skating game like this was a ton of fun. And they had a lot of fun different modes within that multiplayer menu. They have some gameplay tips here. And then we're getting into the park editor, which has a few pages dedicated to it because this was a big part of this game was to be able to create and edit your own parks. I'm not going to go over all of this in depth, but you can see here that there are just a ton of different tricks that you can pull off, including all of their different button combinations. They then go into the skater gallery here. Look at Matt Lindenmuth. He's what a cheeky little guy. Okay, so that other guy was a skater. That was Shane Yost. Just more of those skaters here as we go on. We have an ad back here for K2, which was a skate manufacturer at the time. My skates were K2 skates. A little section for notes, which sadly is empty. I never took any notes in this game. And then on the back cover, at this point, if you've watched any of my other videos, you know that I love the back cover because there's usually other ads. So this says, look for Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX 2. And I was playing the Dave Mirra games as well. There were a lot of these sort of action sports games at the time. And then we can see a few screenshots from that game up there as well. A few things that I wanted to note about Aggressive Inline is that it actually got some pretty good reviews for a game that was directly competing with the Tony Hawk franchise. I mean, we're looking at 8s and 9s. IGN even gave it a 9.5 out of 10, pretty much across the board. The lowest score that I can find for the PS2 version was from Electronic Gaming Monthly, and that was an 8.33 out of 10. Now, the Game Boy Advance version did have some lower scores, pretty much across the board. That one was getting closer to 6s and 7s across the board instead of the 8s and 9s that the main game was. And honestly, from what I'm seeing here, and I don't remember this as a kid, I don't remember hearing this from any of my buddies, but it seems like the GameCube version might have been the way to go. Not in every case, but in a lot of cases, the GameCube version has a higher score than the Xbox and PS2 version. Why? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it was just the controls were a little different. Maybe the load times were a little bit better. Who knows? I'm sure somebody knows, but not me. Remember, I just love these games. I'm not an expert. And with that, you guys, we are wrapping up another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club. I really appreciate you guys watching these videos. If you like what you see, please consider subscribing. And make sure you leave a comment below letting me know which game I should cover next. Because if I have it in my library, I'll cover it. I'll do it. And if I don't have it, chances are I'll probably buy it, honestly. It just gives me an excuse to keep collecting old games. And there's nothing wrong with that. You go out there and you collect to your heart's content. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate you a ton, and I will see you next week. Peace. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club. My name's Zach, and if you're new to this channel, I just like retro games. I am not an expert. I am just a lover of these old games. And today, I wanted to take a look at the PlayStation 2 smash hit, pun absolutely intended, Simpsons Hit and Run. Now, this is one of those games that was weirdly inspired by like a million other things. The original, the thing that kind of sparked this was Simpsons Road Rage in 2001. Obviously, this game takes a lot from like Grand Theft Auto at the time, and it led to The Simpsons Hit and Run. So in today's video, we're going to be taking a look at the front and back cover of this game, as well as the instruction booklet that came with it. And at the end, I'm going to throw in a little bit of gameplay for you because, who doesn't like watching old gameplay? And if you're looking for a specific section, make sure you just check in the description because we will have timestamps for all of that down there. I don't know why I said we. I don't have a producer. It's just me with my camera. So taking a look here at the front of the box art, we have there's just a lot going on in this. I'm going to hold that up so we can kind of see what's going on here. So of course we have Homer running away. We got the Springfield police. We have Marge and Maggie over here. They're looking up at at something going on over here. We got Bart and Lisa flying through a ring of fire, which is awesome. We have Apu at the Quickie Mart. His car is also on fire as he hit a fire hydrant. We have, oh gosh, I forget what their name is. The alien tentacle coming up through the sewer grate there. There's some slime coming down. There's a lot going on in this cover. I do love that the little yield sign or whatever, whatever sign that might end up being is just the Simpsons family. It says up here, The Simpsons Hit and Run. This is the PS2 version. This also came out for GameCube, PC, and Xbox, with Xbox generally being the highest rated version. On the back here, we do have some screenshots from the game, but I'm going to go through the text first. It says, "Save Springfield by car, by foot, by the seat of your pants. Springfield's biggest driving hazards are let loose. Drive yourself crazy in lawless fender benders and chaotic head-on collisions as your favorite Simpsons character. Unbuckle your seatbelt and set out on foot to investigate creepy crop circles and a diabolical conspiracy threatening to obliterate Springfield. Drop that donut and grab the wheel." And I really loved The Simpsons when this came out. I was kind of going through a Simpsons phase, if I'm being honest. So this really just hit for me when this game came out. We see what looks like maybe Bart flying through a bunch of obstacle rings here. It says bonus unlockables and multiplayer action. We'll go up to the top here. We see Homer. It looks like it's kind of really hard to tell. Almost like a UFO looking deal. It says over 50 mayhem-filled missions. We have Bart running around some sort of construction site here. Actual voiceovers by the Simpsons cast, which was awesome because a lot of video games I feel like at the time would have just somebody else that was like clearly not the cast. Like if it was a game about a cartoon or a movie or something. So it was cool that they actually got the voice actors from The Simpsons for this. And then down here, it's Apu running near Moe's bar. Looks like he's going to be running into a cab there. It says, authentic story by the Simpsons writers. And you can tell. Once you boot this up, and you'll see some gameplay here in a little bit, but once you boot this up, the writing, the comedy, the pacing is very Simpsons. It's not their best, just because I think there was some, I don't want to say miscommunication, but I think there was a little bit of a disconnect between animation and video games, where in video games, the player is kind of controlling the pace of things. I think that might have shifted things a little bit for this game. But it was still a very funny game. I remember my friends and I would just drive around and hit people and we'd be cracking up. So funny nonetheless. And the cool thing is that all of these screenshots that we're seeing are in a store window on TVs. So these are like display TVs. And we got the comic book guy, I forget his name. He's just kind of peeking around the corner there. Up top here, we do have some UFOs, and then a little fun Easter egg here. We have the Mr. Plow sign. I don't know why, but I remember the Mr. Plow episode so vividly. I don't know. It shouldn't. I feel like it shouldn't live rent free in my head like that, but it does, and it will. This game was rated T for teen for mild language, comic mischief, and violence. It was one player, but honestly, we did a lot of play and pass back in the day. Only took up 220 kilobytes on the memory card. Had digital or analog control, and of course, the vibration function. And now, I don't really remember this a lot, so if you do remember this, please let me know in the comments. It says here, multi-tap for PS2 up to 4 players. Now, the disc for this is in my PS2 still, so and that is in storage at the moment because I had to record that and then put it up and then shift everything around. So that's in storage. But I do have the guide here, the little instruction manual, which, again, I just love this front artwork. I think this is so beautiful and something that even at the time, I don't think you saw a lot of. I feel like in the early 2000s, this game came out in 2003, you were seeing a lot of like really gritty looking artwork, and that was just kind of the thing. But this was like, no, we're going to make this fun. I mean, it was a Simpsons, so obviously it's going to be fun, but they were going to make it fun. They're going to make it bright and vibrant and colorful. I just love that. So of course we have our table of contents. We just have some of the basics of, what the analog controller layout is, things like that. They go over on this page the game controls as well as kind of your basic controls for getting on the road and driving. And I also love that this is a full color instruction booklet. We've seen a few of these on this channel that are not full color, and there's just something about a full color booklet. It's just nice. I love it. It's really nice. More info here about driving, how to start the game, as well as some wonderful art of The Simpsons around here. The scrapbook, which tracks your progress throughout the game. The various options that are available. The bonus game. It says the bonus game is not available until you find all the collector cards in at least one level of the main game. Race against computer opponents on these mini tracks or go head to head with up to 3 of your friends in a 4-player multiplayer game. Okay, so there's my answer. I always go through these in real time with you guys. So yeah, it looks like if you did want to do multiplayer, you could do this bonus game, which we never did. Goes through here, kind of the basic story objective of the game, and I'll leave these up so you guys can pause it if you want to read through all of these. They talk about things like navigation, how reckless driving will attract the attention of the police, which is just great. I mean, that's totally Grand Theft Auto. About coins and collector's cards. They really give you a lot of information in this. They talk about these chase, evade, and damage missions, how vehicle damage works, how phone booths work in this game. And I do think this is really interesting. So it says here that the phone booths are scattered throughout each of the levels, and they allow you to restore the condition of your current vehicle or switch to a different one. And I just remember me and my buddies would play, and we would buy all of the vehicles, and we would just switch to whatever was the fastest or could plow through and do the most damage. It was just so much fun. A few tips and tricks here, which I'll leave up on the screen for you guys to read, along with some other great art from The Simpsons. We have our customer support numbers if you guys want that, as well as a credits page. And these credits kind of continue on. I'm assuming that there were more credits because this was stemming from a cartoon. They probably had to do a little bit of crossover there as well. A notes section, which as you can see, I did not use in my copy. This is just kind of a licensing agreement at the back, which I don't think we need to go through. And I think this is super interesting. So I did collect The Simpsons on DVD at the time. I stopped after a while because there are so many freaking seasons. But I think this is really cool. As you guys know, if you've watched any of these videos on this channel, is that I love these ads on the back of these booklets. So it says The Simpsons Season 3 on DVD. Seasons 1 and 2, collect them all. So it's a 4-disc DVD set, and we got Bart here saying, you know you want it. But I just think this is interesting because typically at the time you would see an ad for something else from the same game creator or something like that, or the same publisher. But The Simpsons was such a strong IP, and I mean, really, it still is, that they were just like, you know what, we're just going to advertise our DVDs. And I think that's great. So with that, you guys, let's check out a little bit of gameplay from The Simpsons Hit and Run, just to have a little trip down nostalgic memory lane, and I'll catch you guys back here in just a couple minutes. So I have to start off by a small apology. There is an audio buzz, and I found out that it's due to just a bad cable that I have. So you might hear a small background hum, but you know, I can't do anything about that right now. So we're just going to play some Simpsons Hit and Run. And I feel like we kind of have to watch the opening cinematic here because I haven't seen this in years. Literally, probably since this game was released, I haven't seen this. These graphics are honestly better than I would have expected for a Simpsons video game coming out of the early 2000s. Classic Homer. I remember nothing about the premise of this game, so we're just going to start a new game.
Hey, I'm endorsing a new cola, kids. And this one isn't poisonous to anybody.
That we know of.
New and improved Buzz Cola is made from only
I honestly
finest
miss The
sugars
Simpsons.
and
I haven't
water.
watched them in years.
Plus, it has a special ingredient, too hot for the FDA. It'll give you the get up and go you need to do all the pathetic stuff you have to do. Try new improved Buzz Cola.
Cola. Must get Buzz Cola.
I do love that they have all the voice actors from the show on this. Like that's pretty neat.
All right, player one, Homer. Use the directional button or left analog stick to move around.
Okay, that's fine.
This is called walking. Press the X button to jump and hold down the circle button to run.
Okay.
Anytime you're in the air, hit jump again to get a little extra push.
All right. Continue. Let's do this. Talk to Marge. We're going to start the mission. I'm not even going to listen to what you have to say. I'm starting this mission.
It's crashing time.
Jump,
Press
run.
the triangle button to get into the car. And don't take all day. This is the tutorial.
Oh, you love it. You love it.
Okay, homeboy, here's how you drive.
Okay, there's a
the Bliss.
lot of tutorials.
Press the X button to accelerate and use the left analog stick or directional button to steer. The circle button is your brake and reverse, and the square button is your handbrake. You know,
Okay.
just like every driving game ever.
And it's so funny, too, because now driving games are the opposite. Now it's like R2 is accelerate pretty much in every driving game I play.
I love to sit.
All right. Got our handbrake, our regular brake. You know, this controls really, really nicely. I'm not going to lie. I was kind of expecting...
That's the stuff, psycho. And so it begins.
I was kind of expecting this to control like trash, if I'm being honest. But it's not. It's great. X.
Ooh, brain like shiny thing.
Yeah, great. Those shiny things are called coins. Whenever you get enough of those, you can get a cool surprise.
All right, let's save up some coins and get a car. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oops.
Ooh, the vibrations tickling my feet.
I think it's funny that he said that because the controller is vibrating. Obviously, this is when like vibration function was pretty standard at this point. All right, got to enter the quickie mart. Let's get out. How do I... There we go.
What's this do?
Oh, okay, I see. So can I trigger it and then jump, or do I have to...
Whoa! I love
Look at that.
senselessly pushing things.
Camera got a little wonky on me there, but that's
You can go
okay.
inside certain buildings by pressing the triangle button. Ugh, why did I agree to do this stupid tutorial? It is so boring.
I do love the self-aware humor because I feel like a lot of tutorials are not self-aware in that way, and they're just long. I'm looking at you, Pokemon. I swear, any new Pokemon game that I've played has been, like, the tutorial takes,
Blue,
like, 3
give me a
hours.
cola and I need another bucket of ice cream with mini pies.
What happened to the ice cream with mini pies your wife bought?
Okay, I'm just gonna grab the thing.
Congratulations, Homer. Mission complete.
All
Go
right.
back home and talk to Mom to start the next mission.
I honestly, I have to say, I am just so pleasantly shocked and surprised at how well this controls. Can I steal a car? Maybe we'll just get in anybody's car.
Feel free to get a ride from anybody
Heck
you see on
yeah.
the street. We Simpsons have done a lot for Springfield, so it's okay to get something back.
All right, so it's not quite Grand Theft Auto, like you're not ripping them out of the car. Okay, so it looks like R1 is brake as well. I haven't looked at the instruction guide yet. I'm filming that portion after this one, so so bear with me. This controls so well. It's just like, it's fun. It's a little sticky. Whoops, sorry, Marsh. Just dove into my car. Can we talk? There we go.
Homie, Lisa left for school.
All right, Lisa left for school. We're going to go pick up Lisa.
Sweet.
What is this? All right. I guess we completed a
Let's
task.
go.
Am I a... Oops, I just hit Marsh. And if I remember correctly, you can kind of like cut through neighborhoods and like people's backyards and stuff. Whoops.
No!
I'm getting to the car. I see.
Wow, this car sure can take a beating.
I don't know if the cars eventually explode or what, but this is just great. Whoa, a little too much. I remember me and my buddies, like, one of our favorite things to do with this game was get out of there. No! Was just to run over people. I know, that's, like, twisted, but, like, we used to try to find, we would get, like, the plow truck, and we'd find Hans Moleman and just keep hitting him with the plow truck. Because the physics... Oh, excuse me. That's a school bus. The physics in this game are super fun.
Maybe a driver's ed
Oh,
class might help.
okay, let's retry that. Yeah, but the physics in this game, it's not quite ragdoll. It's like their own weird version of ragdoll physics, and I freaking loved it.
Let's do this thing.
All right, let's try this again. We're gonna catch it this time. I'm gonna take this seriously. Can I go through here?
Way to go, Homer. You the
Oh,
man.
okay. Interesting.
Collecting wrenches fixes your car.
Wah, nice. Hell yeah.
2, 4, 6,
I just hit that
you
person.
suck, I'm great. Da, 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 da. You, I hate.
All right, get on my way. Heck yeah.
Ow, my ass.
Oh, that was edgy at the time.
Nothing lasts forever.
Homer said ass. I'm gonna try not to use the handbrake here because I seem to not be good enough with it right now. Oh god, there's the bus. I seem to not be good enough with the handbrake to warrant it. Nice. Oh, just ran into a phone booth. Is that it?
Oh, yeah.
I guess now I just get out and go into the school. This is so cool. Like, I feel like, I mean, the graphics look a little bit Nightmare Fuel, but it's such a trip down memory lane.
Oh, that was too easy.
There are a bunch of these scattered in each level. Little.
All right, we can.
Shouldn't you be in class?
Oh, snap. We can buy stuff? Oh my gosh. Chosen one, Homer. I only have 13 coins. I can't buy anything right now. This is great, though. This is like, it's like Grand Theft Auto if it didn't take itself quite so seriously. And I freaking love that. I think that that's something that at the time, especially, just hadn't been done. And this game was a huge hit. I mean, this game was a success. I remember me and all my buddies used to play this all the freaking time. Oh, you can kick people. I'm gonna go kick someone. I'm gonna kick this kid. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, anyway, guys, that's probably going to be it for this chunk of gameplay. If you want to see more gameplay from Simpsons Hit and Run, let me know, because this honestly is a blast, and I could sit here and play this all day. But you know, I got to go record the first half of the video because you know we got video game cases to look at. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you liked this video, please consider subscribing or leaving a comment down below. These videos are just so much fun for me to make. I love taking these trips down memory lane. And please let me know if there's a video or a game that you guys want me to cover. Anything that's in this kind of nostalgic 90s, early 2000s era, I'm all about, and I want to talk about it. So if you have anything that you want to see me talk about, just let me know. And with that, I will catch you guys next week. Peace. Hey guys, and welcome back to another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club, here exclusively on the internet. So stupid. My name's Zach, and if this is your first time watching one of my videos, truthfully, I just really love old video games and just retro stuff in general. So I decided, you know what, we're gonna make videos about it. And today, we're making a video about the one, the only ATV Off-Road Fury for the PlayStation 2. So before we really get rolling with this video, I do have to say that this game was actually not a part of my repertoire growing up. This is a game that once I fell in love and got married, I found out that my wife played a ton of this game with her dad. And so I actually got her a copy of it, not realizing that she already had a copy still in her stuff. And I've played it with my wife, and I'll be honest, because my wife loves this game, I love this game. And we just had a blast playing it, and she was just kind of showing me how you could drive off to the side of the map, and you'll just, you know, shoot across it and fly off your ATV in what some may consider an off-road Fury at that point. But this one's really interesting and special to me because this wasn't a part of my childhood, but I still felt that sort of nostalgic connection to it. It still feels like one of those games from the early 2000s. I mean, because it is, but it's just extra special to me because it meant so much to my wife. So I wanted to explore this. Today we're going to be looking at the front cover, the back cover, the instruction booklet, and then we'll wrap it up with a little bit of gameplay at the end as well. So taking a look here at the front, we have a couple of racers. We got a guy all decked out in red and a guy all decked out in yellow in sort of a desert-looking track. And way in the background, it might even be kind of hard to see. Back here, we have another fella. it looks just like a silhouette. I can't really discern any color there, but he's kind of flying off of his four-wheeler there a little bit, maybe doing some sort of a trick. And you could do stunts in this. I never played this mode again, but there was, from what I could see, there is like a stunt mode where it's like a freestyle mode and you do stunts to earn points. I'm sure we're going to see more of that in the instruction booklet. I have not read the instruction booklet prior to filming this. I like to sort of experience these with you guys. On the back here, before I get into the text, we do have just some photos of the tracks and the riders and the four-wheelers. Is there a difference between ATV and four-wheeler? I don't know if those are considered the same thing. Is that just a Midwest thing? I don't know. Let me know in a comment. But up here we have kind of a multicolored ATV, guy in green, we got a guy in a red ATV and a guy in black behind him. Each of these photos, honestly, there's not a lot of differentiators between them. They're just kind of screen grabs from this video game, but it still looks cool. It's exactly what it promises. It is an ATV racing game. Up here, it says, conquer the terrain. Race 11 authentic ATVs through intense events such as the Cross Country Enduro, Maxis Grand Nationals, Freestyle Stunt, and Stadium Supercross. Careen off the dirt path and take on rocky hillsides, sandy deserts, or deeply forested mountain trails in your dash to the finish line. Roar through 20-plus massive off-road environments. Rockin' soundtrack to tear up the competition, including songs from Alice in Chains, Soundgarden, Primus, Seven Dust, and Anthrax. And I am going to have to mute some of the audio in the gameplay because there is copyrighted music. I'm assuming that any segment of it that did get left in is probably going to give me a copyright warning anyway, but we're gonna cross that bridge when we get there, aren't we? We sure are. If you watch it and all the audio is muted, you'll know why. This was 1 to 2 players. It took up 332 kilobytes on the PS2 memory card, which is nuts. Digital control, analog control, vibration function, and multi-tap for PS2 up to 4 players. I will say the vibration function in this game really does add a lot, and it just felt nice. Felt nice to use. Opening it up here, let's take a look at the disc itself. And this one's in really good condition. This was actually my wife's original copy from when she was a kid. I mean, that's relatively scratch-free from a game that's from 2001. Also, before we dive into this instruction booklet, I did just want to mention that this game had some great reviews. I have the Wikipedia for it pulled up over here. I mean, we're looking at like high 8s out of 10, with GameSpot looking like it's the lowest score at a 6.7 out of 10. Well, nobody's talking to you, GameSpot. People love this game. I love this game. Let's pop into the instruction booklet. Whoa, geez. Let's pop into the instruction booklet here. I'll get this out of the way. So the front, as is typical, is just the same front cover as the game itself. And you guys, I'm going to go a little bit quickly through this booklet because it's kind of a thick boy. But if there's a page that has a lot of text or doesn't have a lot of kind of interesting things for a video, I'm just going to hold it up on screen for you for a second. And if you want, at any point, feel free to pause the video and read through this yourself. But we start off with our table of contents. This seems to be a pattern with PS2 games where there's like setting up your console, a controller diagram. I makes me wonder if that's something that they required at the time, where it was like, hey, if you're going to release a game, this has to be in the instruction booklet. So here we have our basic stunt controls on their default settings. And I think this is funny because it even says this at the beginning of the video. They really needed to drive home, and I get it, but they needed to drive home that this is a fantasy racing experience and to not try these moves in real life. And I will say, I do find myself wanting to drive to the edge of the map and see if something kicks me. That sounds dark. I didn't mean that to sound dark. That was not supposed to sound dark. Over here, we got the game screen where they're just kind of giving you a layout of the HUD, what's on your radar, all that good stuff. And I do love kind of this like early 2000s 3D art that we see in here. And honestly, for the time, I feel like that looks really, really good. On these pages, we're mostly just seeing kind of what the game's about and how to play it. Going into the next page, we get a look at the main menu, the different modes that you can go through. So there's a training mode, freestyle stunt competition, cross-country enduro, Maxis Nationals, Stadium Supercross, and Pro Career. They go over the options in the game, which is pretty standard. You got to know what options you're getting at. The waypoint editor, Hall of Fame, how to view credits if you just feel like viewing the credits. Different controller options. And I do think it's nice because everything in here says, hey, these are the controls for the default controller scheme. And they kind of make it known that you can change that scheme out. They go over how to set up the game, how to set up your 3 or 4 player multi-tap game, the different types of race modes. There's a little more detail on the upcoming couple of pages here about the different types of events. So it looks like there's freestyle stunt competitions, Cross Country Enduro, again, Stadium Supercross, and Maxxis Nationals. They go over a little bit of how to kind of select the track on the selection screen. Honestly, there's a lot in here that I feel like maybe wasn't necessary. There's a lot that the game sort of guides you through naturally. But I think it's cool that they included it because if you're ever curious about like, oh, hey, like what does this specific thing do? It's in here. This is one of the more informative instruction booklets I've seen. They go through how to select your rider and ATV. They go through what pro career is over here. They go over kind of what to look at the results screen, current standings, etc. Over in the garage, you can see all these different things that you can adjust and change on your ATV. So it says here, tire friction, front spring, front shock, rear spring, rear shock, gear ratio, steering, braking. There was a lot that you could do in this. A little bit more about how to control in the game, what you can select on the pause screen here on page 21. I think this is kind of fun. So here we actually see some examples of the different stunts that you can pull off. And again, go ahead and feel free to pause on any of these screens if you want to look through these individually, because there's a lot of them. And I'll make sure I leave these up for a second so you can pause it. But these are so cool. This was just so fun and such a neat way to play the game. You could create a custom track with the Enduro Waypoint Racetrack Editor. That's something that I never did. Like I said, when my wife and I played this, we just kind of did like a free play. How to register high scores with some more of that sick art, that sick early 2000s art. I mean, look at that motion blur. Look at that motion blur. He's going fast. He's cruising. How to save and load your game, of course. And then we get into the courses here. So we have Canyon Country, Harp Valley, Yardley Station, Fort Roberts, Crater Park, Presidio Park, Chateau Halifax, Yucatan Dunes, or is it Yucatan? I'm not sure. Lexington Trail, Badlands, Summers Raceway. There's a lot of levels in this. Damn. Manitoba Mills, Kodiak Pipeline, Salem's Backlot, Red Rocks, Tamarack Ranch, Chesapeake, Syracuse, Wilkes Barre. It's still going. Latrobe, Tupelo, Santa Fe, and Menifee? We do go over the different types of ATVs here that you can choose from. So we have Havoc. There's a Honda 4Trax 300EX. I don't even know what that is. And again, there are a lot to choose from here, so I'll just kind of let you guys take a look at those. But I also love how colorful all of these are. They weren't trying to make it look hyper realistic. They were trying to really give it some life and some color. This is very vibrant, very saturated. I love the look of this. Toward the end here, we're getting into our credits. I have a feeling we're going to be coming up on an ad at the end of this, which, as you guys know, is like my favorite part of these is seeing the ads at the end of the guides. Let's see if we got an ad. Oh, baby, we got an ad. Let's go. So this is an ad for Cool Borders 2001. It says, the most realistic ride ever. Shred powder with 10 of the world's top pro boarders. 20 plus massive branching courses and 9 killer events. Carve the slopes against the pros in the intense pro challenge mode. Throw down amazing tricks at the Vans Triple Crown of snowboarding. All new motion captured pro tricks, grabs, grinds, and special moves, and an awesome soundtrack from top bands. Available spring 2001. I flippin' love that. I love that. There's something about these ads in these old games that I just miss, and I miss seeing the design. I mean, they literally have the game splashing kind of through snow there. Like there's snow shooting out from behind it. It's just this sort of design aesthetic from the early 2000s and late 90s I just think is so neat. And I don't know, maybe I feel like ads take themselves too seriously now. It was a much gentler time for ads. I don't know. I'm letting that get away from me. So you guys, I'm going to put this back in the case here, and I say we check out a little bit of gameplay. What do you say? I say yes. Oh yeah, that boot up screen. Oh yeah, you'll love to see that. Fun fact, those like towers that you see coming toward you are the amount of saves that you see on your memory card, or that Sony sees on your memory card. I didn't know that until recently. I think that's pretty neat. So I'm going to show a portion of this intro. I can't show it all. I can only show a few seconds because it is copyrighted music. I know some folks were upset last time that I didn't show the portion with copyrighted music. So I will record this, but I'm only going to play the first few seconds of this for nostalgia's sake. And boy, oh boy, is it nostalgic. Man, this just reeks of the early 2000s. I freaking love this. Okay, now I got to skip past this. So as I mentioned earlier in this video, this was a game that my wife really loved growing up, one that I didn't play a lot of. So for me, I came to this game later in life, and honestly, I haven't played a ton of it, so I'm excited to play a little bit here today. Maybe I should do training? I feel like I should do training. Oh, snap, there's a thrill camera. I love that. All right, we pretty much just need gas, brake, and steering.
Welcome to the training course. We're going to teach you several techniques to help you get the most out of the game.
All right, let's do
We'll
it.
be using the default controls for the training course. That means the X button is gas and the square button is brake.
Okay, I'm gonna
See the
stop
arrows
that.
painted on the track? They indicate how to get to the next checkpoint. Each checkpoint is a circle with a number painted on the ground, just like the one on your
You know,
TV. Your first task is
I
to
wonder... hold on. I'm actually going to quit the training. I want to see... I want to hop into like a free play mode. Or maybe I'll just do the Maxis Nationals. Let's just try that. Let's just go into it. I feel like this can't be... Oh, race mode. Practice. What do we got? Yeah, let's just do practice. Yeah, let's do the Chateau Halifax here. Let's go. I really hope that this video doesn't get copyright strike because of this background music too. It might. I've had a couple. They don't get striked, but they basically just say it has copyright on it. I think we're gonna have to go moose red here, and yeah, I don't know enough about this game to pick the right vehicle, so I'm just gonna go. We're just gonna do this. And, you know, I'm thinking about this now because this was a game that my wife grew up with. I bet there's a ton of save files on her PS2 that's downstairs, but this is my PS2, so I don't think there's anything on here. All right, let's go. Let's do this. These old games like this, and I mentioned this during the Simpsons Hit and Run episode, which you can see right here in the corner. But some of these old driving games really controlled great. I mean, it just tight and snappy and just fun. And I think that's something that I honestly miss from a lot of newer driving games, is they feel very realistic now. And there's kind of an added degree of difficulty. Oops. There's an added degree of difficulty as I crash. But there's kind of an added degree of difficulty. But they feel very real, and it's not quite as cartoony and comical and fun. I know there are racing games that do that, like the Mario Karts of the world, but I miss this. I miss this quite a bit. This is super fun. I do want to try. I wonder if on these maps you can go off the map where it kicks you back, because I remember that was always something that once me and my wife's name is Shelby. Once me and Shelby started playing this together, all we would do is just drive to the edge of the map and just launch our characters. So let's make that happen, because I feel like that's half the fun of this game. Where are we going to go? When's it going to kick us? When's it going to kick us? It's really letting me go quite a ways out here, isn't it? Oh. Or I'm just going to die. Okay, we're going to try that again. We're going to try that again. We're doing this. I will get kicked off this map one way or another. I think I'm actually going to turn down the music volume to 0% for right now, just so it doesn't give me a copyright strike. Although I suppose if it's going to, it probably already did, so we'll just see. All right, let's not crash here. Let's just take it nice and slow. Nice and slow down the hill. All right, here we go. We're doing it. We're doing it. All right, this has got to be where it's going to kick me. Ah, yeah, there it is. That's just so fun. Like, you don't see that going on in games anymore. Okay, I think I'm actually going to try doing a real race here. So I'm going to restart the race, and I'm going to see what I can do here with an actual race. Let's go, baby. Gun it. Pedal to the proverbial metal. Okay. And that's okay. It's a bad start. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. I'm not very good at racing games. Maybe that's why I don't like the hyper realistic ones that much, because I genuinely am not very good at them, but that's okay. I'm good at Mario Kart. I was once given the controller during a game of Mario Kart. Fun little story here. And a buddy of mine was playing as Yoshi. For the record, I'm a Bowser main for Mario Kart. And a buddy of mine was playing as Yoshi. He had a little bit too much to drink and subsequently was not racing his best. And he handed me the controller. This was as adults, by the way. We weren't like 10 years old doing this. Handed me the controller while he was in last place with Yoshi. Okay, what are we doing here? And I managed to take that from last place, come ahead, get first place, and I won that race. All right, I think I can still pull ahead here. There's only 5 of us. I just got to take these corners slow. The corners are what kill me. On the straightaways, though, I smoked these suckers. All right, there we go. We took first. Now I just got to maintain. Just maintain. What the hell is this guy doing? He's flying all over the place. Get out of here. Ha ha ha. Eat it. All right. You know, I was making this video to just kind of reminisce and have a good time, and now I feel like I'm actually really into this race, so I should be doing more commentary, but I'll be damned if I'm not in the zone right now. Okay, well, this guy's got it. What's going on? Oops, I just killed that man. That's a death. Okay. We're going to bring it home. Got 1 lap left. I just took first back. I'm assuming there's only 3 laps. The only time that I've played this game was when my wife and I were just like messing around in free play mode. That's going to hurt me. But free play mode obviously is very different than doing a race. We were just riding around and frankly driving to the corner of the map to fly off of it. All right. Calm down, you pieces of dirt. All right. The corners are where I'm going to take it. Come on. Do not make me take anything other than first place while I'm recording gameplay. This is my channel, and I will take first place. Watch it. Okay, don't get greedy. You guys, I might not be taking first place on this one. I'm not trying to be pessimistic here, but... No! Oh, what horrible timing for a crash. Oh, there's a 4th lap. Okay. All right. There might be hope here after all. Okay, well, maybe not. God, he's still falling. All right, so maybe I should have taken this a little bit more seriously. I don't know. I'm trying to. Just not very good at racing games here. I do feel like the computer players are just like going kind of slowly to let me catch up. I feel like there's definitely some sort of handicapping system in this game, so you don't feel like a complete piece of trash if you drive like a piece of trash like I do. I'm a good driver in real life, but ATV Off-Road Fury, not so much. Maybe I should switch to the D-pad instead of... I've been using the analog stick. Maybe that's been my problem. Oops, more people on the track. I was just about to ask if anybody knows how many laps are in this, but I'm realizing that this is recorded gameplay. What happened there? Well, that's kind of BS. I'm assuming that lap 5 is the final lap here. I can't foresee a race on a track this size going any longer than that, but we're going to see. And we're going to take first. We're going to do it. Man, I mean, I'm really just hitting these corners hard. Oh, massive crash. Massive crash. I mean, this is my chance. Everyone's right here. Everyone's crashing. This is my chance. I just have to maintain here. I just have to maintain. I gotta go. I can't be greedy on these corners. Okay, don't be greedy on the corners. Did we take it? How is there more laps? You know what I'm realizing? I'm realizing that I'm in practice mode and that I think there's infinite laps. Some of you guys have probably been screaming at your computer screen. God, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I'm assuming that's infinite laps on this. Okay, well, you know what? Let's drive to the corner of the map one more time for old time's sake. All right, we're gonna get ourselves launched. One last launch for old time's sake. Try not to crash before then. Here we go. It's gonna be right here. I can guarantee it. Oh no! Whoa! Whoa! All right, look at that, smooth, and we're gone. We're out of here, baby. Oh man, they don't make them like this anymore. They really don't. Oh, I'm really gone. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you liked this video, please consider dropping me a subscribe. That would mean a lot to me. And if you have any suggestions on games that you want to see next, or anything that you want to see added into these videos, let me know, because that's why I'm here. I like making these for myself, and I love these old games. I'm far from an expert. I'm just a lover of them, but I also make these because I want you guys to enjoy them too. So if there's something that you're like, hey, you should do that, just let me know. I'll take that into consideration. And with that, I will see you guys next week. Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club here exclusively on the internet. My name's Zach, and if this is your first time watching this, welcome. This is a show where I just look at old games that I like, and we look at the front cover, the back cover, the instruction guide, and then we even watch a little bit of gameplay if I'm feeling frisky. And today, my friends, I'm feeling frisky. I probably shouldn't say that on the internet. But today, you guys, we are taking a look at the one, the only SSX Tricky for the Nintendo GameCube. This came out in 2001 for GameCube, PS2, and Xbox. It came out later in 2002 for the Game Boy Advance to not so great reviews. But honestly, my memories of this game are so fond and honestly just wholesome. I remember so specifically, we were at my older cousin's Christmas party. And I called him Uncle because he was a much older cousin. But his kids and I were a lot closer to the same age. We all got together. We were kind of like the cousins in the family. And we got together with the other cousins that were there as well. And we all went up to this like awesome like attic room. It was so cool. And they pulled out a GameCube and they had SSX Tricky. And I had never seen this game before. And when I tell you that during this Christmas party, we all sat and played SSX Tricky for like 2 hours, we were obsessed. And then when we got home, of course, I was like, Mom, Dad, I need this game. Proceeded to get it, proceeded to play it non-freaking stop. I absolutely loved this game. Unfortunately, the copy that I had was not complete in box, so I bought a complete in box one because I wanted to look at this with you guys. So let's start off looking at the front cover here. We have a few of our hero characters here. I always played as this fella, and for some reason I feel like I always got into the most fights with Elise, like because you can shove people on the snowboard. But we have this beautiful orange and blue color scheme, and in case you can't really tell in the video, it might be a little hard to tell. It does have these kind of like holographic looking backgrounds to it. And there are even little snowflakes kind of hidden in the holograms. I'll try to kind of rotate the case so you can see that a little bit. Just a really cool box design. They didn't need to go this hard with it, but they did. They did that for us. The spine is pretty straightforward, just SSX Tricky. The back cover here, we got a few things to look at. So up top it says 1 to 2 players simultaneous and memory card. I think it's interesting that it doesn't say how many slots it takes up on the memory card, or blocks rather, because it was GameCube. I know a lot of the GameCube games would show how many blocks it takes, but this one doesn't. Maybe it'll say it in the instruction booklet. I have not read ahead. But up top here it says resist gravity. We see massive adrenaline rushes, intense racing rivalries, insane Uber tricks. So when your tricky meter fills up, you can do an Uber trick. And mind-blowing worlds. And all of these are just accompanied by various snowboarders doing their various tricks. Here we got Eddie doing a little grab trick there. This game was rated E for everyone for comic mischief, mild language, and mild violence. And before we dive into the instruction booklet here, I did just want to point out some of the scores that this game got in the reviews. So for the GameCube, it was getting between an 8 and a 9 out of 10. For PS2, between like an 8.5 and 9.5 out of 10. For Xbox, very similar to the GameCube score, but the Game Boy Advance version only got a 66 out of 100 from Metacritic. Not amazing, and most of those reviews do seem to be in that mid 6 range. Game Informer gave it a 4 out of 10, so the Game Boy version was apparently not that great. We'll pop open the case here. We have the disc itself, which, again, very just GameCube style. They did play a lot with that reflectivity of the disc, just like they kind of did the holographic art on the cover. And then diving into, oh no, I always have trouble getting these out of here. Diving into the strategy guide. This is not a strategy guide, Zach. What are you doing? Diving into the instruction booklet. It's the exact same as the cover art here. EA Sports Big. Of course, kind of as per usual, we start off with their basic warnings, their control settings, how to reset to a neutral position on the controller. We have our table of contents with Eddie dancing over top. That's kind of a fun little addition there. And I've said this in some other videos, but this is a thicker instruction booklet, so I'm going to try to kind of go through this a little bit quickly here. We have our getting started, our command reference. Not controller reference, this is command reference. But it's not the actual controls of the game, it's just reference. Here we have our controls for the game, our basic controls, and including just some other artwork of the characters here in their various poses. Like, look at that guy. He's definitely he's the bad kid in class. And I don't remember all these characters' names. This was one of those games that, for me and my friend group anyway, we didn't really care too much about the names of the characters so much as we did just trying to land all of the amazing tricks, which I recorded the gameplay segment to this before I recorded this segment. And I will say it was a lot harder to land those tricks than I remember it being. This starts to go over the basics of how to set up a single event, head-to-head racing. And again, feel free to pause it on any of these screens to see a little bit more detail. We're talking here about the different types of races. So there's race, show off, time challenge. They go over how to select your character and what the different stats down here might mean. You're able to change out your outfit, your board. You're able to look at your rider profile, your trick book, and you're even able to give your character a username, which is pretty cool. And during this time, I feel like games were still kind of figuring out how to communicate a lot of this to the player. So having that trick book and things like that were very helpful. And you even see things like that in modern day games. You look at like a Tekken and there is a list of available moves and available combos. So this was just a nice way to kind of remind and tell the player what they're able to do with a particular character. Selecting your venue, the options screen. Here's a complete list of controls. Also reset border, which I kept hitting the Y button like a million times in the gameplay. So I hope that you are not nearly as annoyed with that as I was, because I kept resetting myself. I would go to do like the Tony Hawk controls and use that to grind, because I think that was grind in Tony Hawk, and or try to use it for like a grab trick. It just wasn't working. They go over the different tricks here: grabbed air tricks, rotation tricks, how to do a flip, advanced tricks, rail riding, which again, I'm reading this after recording the gameplay. Looks like you just got to jump onto it. You don't even have to press a button to start the grind. And Uber tricks, which are really cool because they're different for every border in this game. I absolutely adore this. I want you to just read this section here. So it says, when the Uber disc starts to rotate, press and hold the A button to crouch as you approach a jump. Just before the end of the jump, release the A button to take off. While airborne, do this button combo. Step 3, Uber time. Gosh, I love when games have a sense of humor like that. Talks a little bit about riding the course. It says, this is your mountain, own it. Shows you a little bit about the HUD there. Again, it talks a little bit more about the Uber tricks, the different things you can find in the pause menu. This stretch here is just talking about the different game modes, world circuit, practice mode, etc. Advanced replay, so you can give yourself a little cool, edited almost replay of your session, which I thought was really cool at the time, because that wasn't something that a lot of games gave you. It gave you some camera control. You can kind of do some, I don't want to really say edits, but loose cuts. This part is, honestly, we can skip over that. That's just saving and loading the game. We're getting into our credits, and as you guys know, if you've watched any videos on this channel, we're about to get to the section where there might be an ad on the back of this, and that's what I'm honestly very excited for, because I love these old ads. So let's see. Yeah, baby, we got an ad. So we have NBA Street. And it looks like it has a very similar graphic style to SSX Tricky. it would make sense. It was made by EA Sports at the time as well. But it says here, top selling product comes to Nintendo GameCube. Street is the next generation of sports game. And that's from OPM. I don't know who OPM is. But hey, if you work for OPM, drop me a message and I'll send you this game. That's a lie. I'm not going to send you my copy of SSX Tricky. I'm not going to do that. Well, you guys, okay, with that, I say we check out a little bit of gameplay for this, and let's roll that beautiful bean footage. Let's go. I'm actually going to need these controls because, spoiler alert, I didn't read the guide prior to recording this. Whoa, that's loud.
This is going to be very, very interesting.
Oh, yeah. There's no way that I can include this full opening cutscene because of the music, but we're going to try. We're going to try. Man, this game was just like the pinnacle of snowboarding games. Really, of sports games in general, if you want my honest opinion. All right, we're going to have to skip this because of, copyright and all that.
Tricky. I hope you brought warm clothes.
I guess that makes sense that they would want me to have warm clothes during a snowboarding game. So here's the thing. I haven't played this game in years. I do still have a save file on here, but I'm going to try to not really start new, but I'm just going to try to pick right back up where I left off and see if I can still play it all.
Select practice. We'll get you ready.
Do I practice or do I just dive in? What are my options here?
Configure controller.
Okay, so we got our
It's in your hands.
board grabs, our modifier, crouch jump, shove. Okay, that's going to be good. All right, I think we just do a single event.
Mode. Select brush. Sorry.
Who do we want to play as? Zoe, JP.
See.
So I always played as Eddie. He was always my boy. I feel like we got to pick Eddie. Look at him breaking that down.
Right on, baby.
This is bringing back so many memories. Do I have any other boards that I can pick or no? We'll see. Oh, here we go.
Customize board. Go for style and substance.
I think I want old school. I want to do more tricks than anything. Do I have a different outfit for him?
Customize outfit.
Oh, I see. I haven't completed.
On the slope.
I haven't completed enough here.
Setup.
Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Oh man, I should have looked in the trick book. That's okay. I'll figure it out.
Select event. What are you? Show. Race.
Let's just do a race.
Difficulty.
I'm gonna do amateur because it's been a long time.
Snow dream.
Let's do this.
Previously, Snow Dream was the first and most friendly course of the SSX circuit, but the designers here in Japan have decided to expand and upgrade the challenges. This year's course is not only faster, but trickier with numerous new paths.
This was just such a fun idea for the time because so many of these games were focused just on the racing aspect, and this really made it about the racing, the tricks, the kind of just wackiness of it. I mean, for an early 2000s game, I mean, that makes sense, but it was very refreshing. All right, let's dive into this race. Do tricks to fill up your boost bar. You have 20 seconds to get big air, and then you press and hold Z for 1 second, and then press B. Okay.
No enemies. If you keep your hands to your...
All right. Let's go. Let's crouch. All right, we're gonna figure this out. Oh no, I fell immediately. Oh God. Okay. That is not how you fill up your tricky meter. Oh man. This still controls great. I mean, you wouldn't know that by the amount that I'm dying, but... God, that was a little bit of a dramatic scream. Wow. Okay, so you really got to release early. There's some lead time there. All right, we're doing this now. Oh my gosh, I really can't land a single trick. All right, speed boost. Okay, land it. There we go. Oops, I just reset. I didn't know that was even a thing. Okay. What's this? I don't know what this is. Oh, no. Man, this is so fun. Okay, that's enough. Just land the trick. That's more important at this point. You can go through this sign, if I remember correctly. Oh. No, I reset. Oh, no, I was thinking like Tony Hawk controls where I could grind. All right, we're getting the hang of it. Oh. All right, we're going to reset there intentionally for once. I don't think I'm going to get the tricky boost here. Oh, man, that would have been really nice, too. Okay, let's do a grab with that. Okay. I don't know if I'd call myself the showstopper like this guy is, but that's all right. We're getting there. Land it. It's kind of cool because you have this single stick, full 3D axis control of your character, which does feel a little clunky, but it also is just, it's a fun way to control a game like this. I need to shove some people. Get these little idiots out of the way. All right. Shred that curve. Okay, not cool. Oh, snap. Okay. Oh, no. I got greedy. I went for my Uber trick before it was ready. So knocking people down gives you an Uber trick. Oh, no, and I reset. I keep accidentally doing that. Okay, not my best race. I think I need to do that again. I'm not happy about that. And she's upset with me because I knocked her down.
You finished fourth.
Okay.
You should work on your balance.
That's... Yeah, I should work on my balance. Let's try that again. All right. We got this now. Now it's... Okay. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. My big thing is I just want to land one of these tricky tricks. Come on. Yo. Nice. Landed it. Come on. I almost got him. All right. All right. We're getting there. Yeah, we're taking first place, baby. What is this? Nice. Oh, I knew I wasn't going to land that one. I could feel it the second I started it. All right, let's get on this grind here. Nope, missed it. Missed it by that much. Okay. How did I rotated before, and I don't know how I did that, if I'm being honest. I can't remember how I did my little mid-air spin. I'd love to knock what's-her-face down again. Ah. Molasses? Okay. I got my Uber trick ready. I just can't fall down before the next big ramp. No! I lost my tricky trick. No! Oh my gosh, this is the most invested I've been in a game on this channel to date. I know I've all but stopped my commentary. You want to go, buddy? You want to go? Come on. No, you're going down. This is a vendetta now. No tricks. Okay, you fell. That's fine. Oh, no. I don't think I'm getting my tricky boost back, you guys. Oh, no. Man, what a fun game. Just something that you just really, you don't see games like this anymore. And this is a horrible job. But this is truly one of those games that like, this and like the ATV Off-Road Furies of the world and like Tony Hawk, like I would go back and play these games legitimately just for fun right now as it stands. This is one of those few games though that I feel like holds up so well, and the controls are great. And you know, if I paid a little bit more attention to the controls and practiced up a little bit, I feel like this could be the type of game that's just really fun to pick up and play with your buddies still in 2024 on like a random Saturday. I feel like this would be a blast. And also, shout out to RetroTink, because I've been using the RetroTink upscaler for all these videos. And if you do want to play old consoles, this is not sponsored, by the way, but if you do want to play old consoles on an HD TV, RetroTink will not only like upscale the graphics for you, but it'll also add in those scan lines so it looks a little bit more authentic. But anyway, SSX Tricky, what an absolute pleasure. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you liked this video, please consider subscribing. And if you have a game that you want me to play in the future, let me know in a comment, because I've already bought some games that people have commented, and we'll be covering them in future episodes. So hint, hint, wink, wink there. But anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate all you guys giving me a few minutes of your day to reminisce about some old nostalgic games. And with that, I'll catch you guys next week. Peace. Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club here exclusively on the internet. My name's Zach, and I just love old video games. So if you like old video games and you feel like, you know, reliving a little bit of history, welcome. I'm freaking glad to have you. In today's video, we're going to be talking about Need for Speed Underground. We're looking at the PS2 version, which apparently I got from GameStop for, I'm guessing, $14.99. I don't know. Old me tried to tear that tag off. But we're going to be looking at the front cover, the back cover. We're going to be looking at the instruction booklet and the disc itself, as well as a little bit of gameplay. So, spoiler alert, I suck at racing games, so the gameplay is underwhelming, but still nostalgic. So, Need for Speed Underground came out on November 17th, 2003. It is produced by EA Games. It came out for GameCube, PS2, Windows, Xbox, Game Boy Advance, and the other platform listed on Wikipedia is arcade, although I've never actually seen this in arcades personally, but that, you know, clearly it was there though. But I don't really honestly see the point in playing this in an arcade, because half of the fun of the Need for Speed franchise, in my opinion, is customizing your car and really kind of building your dream car and leveling it up and getting to a point where you're just like, you know, too fast, too furious, if I do say so myself. This game's soundtrack was honestly one of the best pieces of this game. Unfortunately, I did have to mute it for a good chunk of the gameplay, but we had stuff by Static X, by Rob Zombie, Lil Jon and the East Side Boys. I mean, there was just a lot of really great music in this game, and that's something that I feel like games of this era really had. I feel like games from this day and age don't have music from your typical sort of pop artists. It's a lot of times things that are just composed for the game itself, which is great, and it gives a very specific vibe to a game. And I understand why they do that, because it's harder to license music these days. But it's just so cool to dig back into an old game like this and just hear that amazing soundtrack. I mean, it was like it was like the Tony Hawk games, you name it. I mean, there was a lot of really great games around this time that had just those killer soundtracks. ATV Off-Road Fury is another one that we covered on this channel that you can check out here that also has a really, really great soundtrack that just honestly featured a lot of music from that era. So taking a look at the front cover here, and please note, I'm not a car guy, but I did love this game, and I loved customizing the cars regardless. We see up top, Need for Speed Underground. We have just this beautiful orange car, maybe like a reddish orange. And this was really cool, especially for this time, seeing this reflection in the 3D render around the wheel well. That was cool. I mean, that really made it look extra polished, extra shiny. We do have some decals and sort of sponsor-looking things going on here on the side. Going over to the back, we got this kind of angry-looking lady with some tattoos. I don't know why she's so angry. Maybe she's one of the drivers. This looks like this might be a key fob in her hand. But up here at the top, it says, highly tuned for intense speed. Unlimited customization, and we see just kind of a decked-out car there. Intense head-to-head competition. Unbelievable sense of speed. They did a good job with that. I feel like they did a really good job with the sense of speed. And then introducing drift, slide with style. And each of these is just either a screenshot from the game, like in the Unbelievable Sense of Speed one, or it looks like sort of an enhanced screen grab where, the car is kind of popping out of the frame a little bit. These graphics are definitely better than the graphics that were actually in the game. I don't recall if there was a photo mode in the game. We might find out when we go through the instruction booklet, but if there was, this is definitely from that photo mode. Down here it says 20 of the world's hottest tuner cars. Honda, Nissan, Toyota, Mitsubishi, and more. Unlock hundreds of authentic aftermarket parts, body kits, vinyl kits, wheels, turbo, nitrous, and more. Drift, drag, and circuit modes, plus all-out fuel-injected online racing. Hot EA Games tracks include... I'm going to sneeze. Oh, no. Oh, seasonal allergies. Hot EA Games tracks including Mystical, Crystal Method, Rancid, Overseer, Rob Zombie, and Petey Pablo. And down here it says we have 1 to 2 players, only 140 kilobytes on the PS2 memory card. Analog control, vibration function, pressure sensitive. It did have online play. And then here it says network adapter for PS2, 2 to 4 players. Diving into the game itself, let's pull this disc out of here. Not anything too out of the ordinary here, honestly. It's just the Need for Speed Underground logo with a city in the background. My copy is kind of scratched to hell, which did actually result in a little bit of stuttering with the gameplay, but that's all right. That happens in the old disc era. These days, everything's online. I don't know why I'm sounding like a crotchety old man here. Getting into the instruction booklet, of course, the front cover here is the same as the front cover on the art. We have our contents, our getting started and command reference. On this screen, we have our controls for the game. So just your basic shifting up and down, your handbrake, your nitrous, if you need to reset your car, steering, throttle, etc. And I do think it's interesting. This is still in the age when these games were controlled with the X button for throttle. I feel like every modern racing game I play, it's R2 or whatever the equivalent of R2 is for hitting the gas. Just an interesting relic of the past. I'm very curious as to when that changed. If you know what game sort of changed that and set that precedence, please let me know, because I like R2 a lot better. It says, welcome to the Underground. It gives you a little bit of a story here, how to set up the game, a little brief intro as to customize your car, selecting it, getting the make and model, etc. The basics of customization, what your reputation means, visual mods, performance mods, because some mods were just for the look of it. Some were just aesthetic. And then others were able to help you improve the performance of your vehicle. Just what's in the options menu. Drive yourself crazy. You can drive like your dad when you get old. It says you can drive like your dad when you get old, but now's the time to drive like your reputation depends on it, because it does. My dad drives like a crazy person sometimes, so I feel like, those sentences could apply at the same time for me. As always, feel free to pause on any of these screens to look a little bit more in depth. It does talk a little bit about the underground racing scheme. It says underground racing is not a one-night stand. It's a challenging series of races that require dedication and skill. Completing underground challenges unlocks visual and performance car modifications, as well as decals that go with them. They did have a split screen racing mode, which is amazing. Like, who doesn't love racing your buddy? Just couch co-op. I guess couch head-to-head at that point. Talks about the different race modes. So there was circuit, sprint, drag, drift, lap knockout, free run, and tournament, which it says here was underground mode only. There's a little bit here about the online network configurations if you wanted to play online. Back when you had to really maneuver a lot of things, like this is saying, if you're playing behind a firewall, you have to manually open up this port and go from here. It's kind of nuts what went into online gaming at the time. More here on setting up your online game. There's a lot here. Wow. Saving and loading. We have our little 90-day warranty. And then there's a few notes pages here. This is just that's filler. This is our notes pages here for anyone who took notes. I don't know how you would really take notes on these jet black pages, but that's not for me to figure out. I'm not a scientist, okay? Not a scientist. Here it says, get EA cheat codes and game hints. Register your online game right now at EA Gamer. Nope. At eagamereg.com. And in case anybody wants to register this copy of the game, my access code is 14702. So there's that, because I'm not going to register this. And let's see what we got on the back cover here. Hell yeah, we got an ad. This is funny timing, because my last video was on SSX Tricky, and this is an ad for SSX 3, which looks a lot better than SSX Tricky graphically, at very least. It says in stores now, and it looks like just a couple screen grabs. I think that's Elise doing a little board grab there. That can't be safe. That's got to be dangerous. We got a giant hill with maybe a little avalanche going on there, and then just some dude doing a trick. That rips. I love the SSX series. I played SSX 3 at one point. I just don't honestly remember where I played it. But, without further ado, guys, why don't we dive into a little bit of gameplay here? And once that gameplay wraps up, I'll see you back here. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Well, that's not right. Oh, we just get that one little quick clip. There we go. There's another one. There's another one.
My name is Mark DeVellis, and I race in the Toyota Atlantic Series. I worked with the team at EA, tuning the cars for Need for Speed Underground. I may push
Hell yeah.
on the track, but off it, I drive safely and responsibly. Save the racing for the track, and if you feel the need for speed, just play Underground.
All right. That was good. Thank you. Thank you for that. I remember just how incredible these graphics were. I mean, out of this world. Customizing your car. 100% going to get a copyright strike on this game, because I don't think I have the heart to turn off the music. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh, the memories. Lil Jon and the East Side Boys. Get low. All right. No, we don't need to create a profile. We're just going to do a quick race here. Okay, I'm definitely going to get copyright flagged for this, so I'm going to turn the music off. I have to turn the music off. I'm just going to turn it really low. I got to turn it off. That stinks. Oh, that stinks. Okay. You guys, I want to have it on. Let's go. Let's get a little Mazda Miata going on here. Oh, definitely auto transmission. I just kind of want to dive into a race and see what's up. Now, this was the game that I remember spending maybe the most time on the PS2. My brother and I... No, let me start with this. My brother was more into cars than I was, but this game, I was really into the customization aspect. So it was cool to, win races and upgrade your car and earn style points to unlock even more rewards. It's just a great game that I don't remember any of the controls for. So we'll see how this pans out. All right, let's go. And honestly, these graphics are not that bad. For a PS2 game, this is not bad. What's my brake here? I don't know what my brake is, so we're just gonna... R1. R1 is brake, okay. But this still kind of holds up graphically anyway. It doesn't look great by any means, but compared to some other games in the PS2 era, I feel like this truly is not that bad. I will say that when I'm using the analog controls, it feels a little clunky. Almost like they just hadn't figured out the analog controls quite yet. The D-pad for this feels a little bit more responsive. Oh, easy now. There we go. There we go. I'm still not doing great. I'm in 4th place. Now, do I have, like, boost? Do I have Nas, as they say? I gotta say, this game, while still fantastic, does lose some of its appeal without the music. But I don't want to toss the music in and not be able to show you guys any of this footage, because YouTube's pretty strict about that, which is unfortunate. This is honestly one of those games, though, that I could see myself just, like, still to this day sitting down and playing for hours and hours and hours and customizing. I've tried some of the... Whoops. Oh, no. I've tried some of the newer Need for Speed games, and they didn't feel quite as nice as these older ones. I mean, Underground for me was kind of the pinnacle. That's where the series peaked for me. I still had a lot of fun with the newer ones, but I didn't feel the need to complete them as much, I guess. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. And man, this is kind of tough for a quick race setup. I mean, given I don't have like anything on my vehicle, and I'm just doing like a little 2-lap race. Oh boy. Oh boy. That was kind of cool. I don't know if you guys could really tell. If you're listening with headphones, maybe you could. But when I was going through that tunnel, they did something cool with the sound effects where it almost added like a reverb effect. That's just a nice little piece of polish they added in there. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. I just don't want to take 4th. You know what I mean? I can handle 3rd. Okay, come on, buddy. This guy's got to get out of my way. Oh, no! What a crash. Oh, man. Yeah, that just blew my lead. That for sure just blew my lead. Wrong way. Oh, no. Oh, no. Turn it around. That guy's dead. That was an accidental. I could have at least taken 3rd on that. That's disappointing. That's very disappointing. I think I got to do one more race, right? Like, I got my sea legs now. I got to see if maybe I can at least place at all in any of these races. Style points. We're gonna restart that. We're just gonna try this race one more time. I'm gonna see if I can make this worth my time. Get out of here. All right, we're just gonna gun it. We're just gonna gun it. One thing that I'm noticing is that so far it seems like this game lacks a lot of the nuance that more modern racing games have, where, you know, a lot of modern racing games, you kind of have to know when to let off the gas and know when to hit the brake. And this feels kind of like, almost like Mario Kart style, like just gun it and run it, like hold down X as hard as you freaking can. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. That was on me. That one's on me. But honestly, I don't mind that style of play. I think it's fun. I mean, it just makes you feel like you're flying through the streets of whatever this looks like, maybe Los Angeles or something. I don't know. I probably could have looked at, you know, the title of the track. But it just, I don't know. It gives you a nice sense of speed, and especially for a game of this era. I mean, this was, like I said, my brother and I would play the Need for Speed games a lot. We would customize the crap out of our cars. And I remember even a handful of years ago, I went over to a buddy's house who, he just didn't have any like modern consoles. He had an Xbox 360 was the most recent one that he had. He just wasn't really a gamer. And I mean, given this was like, oh boy, this was like maybe 6 years ago at this point. But still, I went over to his house and he pulled out his Xbox 360 and he pulled out Need for Speed. And it was just like, he still played this. This was like still a game that in, you know, whatever it was, 2019, 2017 maybe, it was still relevant, at least for him. And I could totally see this, kind of like the Tony Hawk games being the type of game that you could still pick up and play and have a good time with. It doesn't have to feel super modern to have a good time. Now, I gotta get in front of at least one of these people, right? Like, I can't take fourth twice in a row. Get out of my way. Oh, boy. This guy... No, you're going down now. Yeah. Okay. Now I just can't blow that lead. And I'm not trying to use this as a crutch either, but I'm way close to my screen, and so it's like hard to make out where the turns are. It does look great for its age. It looks great, but it's still a little difficult to tell where these turns are. Okay, we can do this. No! You bastard. Oh. All right. Well, you know what? I don't think I'm good enough at this game to live out a rivalry with freaking Kirby and the Lancer. But man, what a trip down memory lane. I mean, just the hours and hours we would spend in this game customizing our cars. I mean, down to the paint and the rims and the tint on the windshield. Just what a blast from the past. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you liked this video, please consider subscribing. It means a lot to me. It gives me a little serotonin boost there. And if you have any recommendations on which game I should cover next, please let me know. And just so you know, I'm not bluffing. I had a viewer recommend that I look at Top Gear Rally, even though I never played it as a kid. And your boy bought a copy of Top Gear Rally, so that's coming up soon. But I would really love to hear your recommendations on which game I should play next, and what your experience was with Need for Speed Underground as well. I really appreciate you guys watching, and you know what? I hope you have a great day. I hope you go out there for the rest of your day and you have a great one. All right, cool. I'll catch you later. Peace. Hey everybody, welcome to the Nostalgic Gamers Club exclusively on the internet. My name's Zach, and if you're new to this channel, I just love old video games. So today, I got my hands on a copy, complete in box. I mean, it's a little rough shape, but complete in box of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 for the Game Boy Advance. So in today's episode, we're going to be looking over the front and back cover of the box art, the instruction booklet, the cartridge itself, and we're going to pop it into my Game Boy and look at a little bit of gameplay. We're not using an emulator. This is going to be legit gameplay. I just remember that Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, the GameCube version, was like one of my all-time favorite games. And we'll definitely be doing a more in-depth coverage of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, because when I did that episode, I wasn't doing gameplay at the time, and I feel like it'd be cool to showcase this gameplay and that gameplay side by side. I might need an emulator for that, but that's another story. So the front box art is the exact same almost as the one for GameCube. It has all the same information. It's obviously just in a different form factor, but it's Tony Hawk doing an awesome trick up here. It says Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, a bunch of the names of the skaters that you can play as. We got the official Nintendo seal of quality. And like I said, this box is beat up, okay? I didn't pay a lot of money for this, so I didn't expect it to be some crazy great condition. But it's hard to find boxes in general for Game Boy Advance, so I was just excited to find it at all. On the backside here, it says, drop into the ultimate challenge. Pros challenge you to make your mark in huge, free-roaming levels, taking on progressively harder goals with no time limits to hold you back. Decide when you're ready to take on your pro challenge and move into the pro ranks, or show your stuff in 4-player link cable or hot seat play. Build your skills, earn respect, and show that you've got what it takes to go pro. And there are some screenshots here from in the game. Definitely not the same quality as GameCube, obviously, for our very obvious reasons. We just see some tricks being performed here in the various levels. It says, all new tricks, flatland tricks, spine transfers, and level outs. Hundreds of hours of gameplay in the most extensive career mode to date, which is crazy for a Game Boy Advance game. 14 of the world's top pros challenge you to prove your skills. And this is just kind of your basic orange background with Tony Hawk standing there behind these screenshots. And they have a cool effect around these screenshots too, where it's almost like they're bursting through the paper backing of the Game Boy Advance case. I think that's awesome. Up top here it says, only for Game Boy Advance, not compatible with other Game Boy systems. So if you don't got a Game Boy Advance, you're SOL. So we're going to pop this open. Again, I wish this was in a little bit better shape, but We do have the instruction booklet here for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. And, one thing is that usually these Nintendo booklets were in full color. If I remember correctly, the one for GameCube for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 was not in color. This one seems to be the same way. We won't go through everything in here, but I just wanted to kind of flip through this real quick with you guys to show you what this Game Boy Advance instruction booklet looked like. It's just talking about, so you want to be a pro. This is how you kind of do your basic controls. It says use these to not be a complete noob with zeros for the O's. I mean, that's, if you want early 2000s, you got it. It says ollie, skater term for jump. This is such a snarky instruction booklet for the fact that it's trying to teach you how to do stuff. We have a little bit more of our advanced controls starting over here, and that's just kind of continuing over just how to do manuals, how to do 180s, that sort of thing. Right here, it's talking a little bit through the main menu, the different game modes that are available. So there was career mode, single session, and multiplayer. And of course, because this was like the early days of connectivity with this sort of stuff, this is pretty extensive on how to actually get set up with your multiplayer games, as well as the different multiplayer modes that you can play. You could do free skate in single player mode. You could also up here do free skate in multiplayer mode, which I think is kind of nice. And it says in this mode, you can skate with your friends and check out a level with no time limit and no objectives, just pure fun. There's, of course, the select skater screen. Here it walks you through a little bit of the skate shop, how to customize your skater, the various options of the game, of course, starting the game, how the scoring works in the game, which is really nice to have a very solid idea of what those points are worth. I feel like some of these older games were just kind of inscrutable. You just got points. Here we're going through, I hope I don't butcher some of these names, but we have Tony Hawk, Bob Burnquist, Bam Margera, who looks so young in that picture, Bucky Lasik, Chad Muska, Jamie Thomas, Rodney Mullen, who I freaking love. If you haven't seen the Pretending I'm a Superman documentary, he's in it and he's great. Eric Costin, Alyssa Steamer, Jeff Rowley, Rune Glifberg, Andrew Reynolds, Steve Caballero, and Kareem Campbell. The levels that were available to play were California College, Alcatraz, Kona Skate Park, Shipyard, Zoo, and London. And then they get into a trick list, which is just a very, very nice reference to have in a game like this. So you don't have to keep going into the pause menu. You could just leave this out and reference those tricks as you're going. And again, this is where we're getting into the more extensive piece of how to connect the Game Boy Advance link cables for that multiplayer action. Look at that. Look at that diagram. You want to go 4 players. You and your buddies are just huddling around with a bunch of link cables. You got little hubs here for them. It's great. It's freaking great. And then we have our credits, customer support, all that good jazz. And surprisingly, no ad on the back. A lot of these old instruction booklets would have an advertisement of some sort on the back, so that way, they could kind of push whatever their next game is going to be. I'm surprised this doesn't have one. Getting to the cartridge itself, it's just kind of your standard issue Game Boy Advance cartridge. And I'm really excited to boot this up. I've actually never played the Game Boy Advance version of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, so this is definitely a new experience for me. I'm not going to play a ton of it, but I'm really curious to see kind of what my first impressions are of this game that I've never played in this format, but that I loved in other formats. All right, let's get this bad boy set up. And also, I love this Game Boy, but I don't remember who I bought it from, like what the name of the company was. But I will say I wouldn't really want to promote them too terribly much anyway, because while they did send me this for free in exchange for promotion, it has since given me all kinds of issues where it just kind of dies all the time. So we're going to see if it actually stays in play for this entire session. We're going to find it out. Let's do this. Oh, that's a dirty screen. Hold on. I'm going to try not to do that because then I'm like staring at you guys. I don't like when the black mirror points at me. Don't like that. I mean, so far it's working. This, it's, you never can tell. It really doesn't look too bad, honestly. So I feel like maybe let's just do career. Oh, here we go. Let's do single session, or do we have free skate? Hell yeah, free skate. And yeah, Bam Margera is cool. Let's do the zoo if we have it unlocked. We don't. Okay. Yeah, let's roll with that. Let's see what happens here. This actually controls really nicely, and I gotta say, I'm trying not to like tilt it too far toward myself, but I think I might have had this as a kid. The more that I'm playing this, I think I might have had the Game Boy Advance version of this and completely forgot about it because this is just like a walk down memory lane right now. Like I feel like I've been here before. And I mean, maybe it's just because it's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 and I used to play that a lot, but this is honestly really nice. Let me try to hold it up a little bit closer for you guys there. See what's get a good angle there for everybody. Wow, I'm really bad at controlling this. Okay, so let's exit the pipe. So it looks like A is grind, B is ollie. So let's go do some grinding here. And then you can like ollie, and then it looks like the triggers are like triggers plus a direction are how you get your tricks off here. Tricks are for kids. I truly can't remember if I played this version on the Game Boy Advance now, because this looks wacky familiar. Like, that's that's a crash. This looks super familiar to me. And I played a lot of Game Boy Advance games. I remember, especially like on longer road trips, or if I was going over to my grandparents' house, you know, and like now that I'm a little bit older, I'm like, man, I wish I would have like spent more time not just playing the games there and, you know, maybe just socialized more. But I was a kid. I didn't know any better. And, you know, I like Tony Hawk. I like playing the Tony Hawk games. And listen to that soundtrack too. I'm going to turn my mic toward the speakers here for a second. Oh, I just love that like crushed bit rate, that crushed sound effect that you get. Also, I'm going to go ahead and blame my poor skills on the fact that I'm watching this on my camera's monitor, so that way I can show you guys a nice flat view of it, and it's insanely hard to land anything, and really even to see where I'm skating on here while I'm doing this. This is honestly really cool though. Like it really brings me back to these early Game Boy games. There was a lot of games that I'd play on Game Boy Advance that they really weren't all that great. Like comparative to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 on GameCube, this is not excellent, right? Like objectively, this is worse than Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 on GameCube. But there were a lot of games like this. I remember that there was a Jurassic Park game that I played that was a lot like this, where it was just kind of like the not isometric view, but there's kind of this like weird top-down like knockoff Jurassic Park game. But they were still fun. Like it was nice to have mobile gaming that was functional. And I'm not saying the Jurassic Park one was necessarily functional, because I don't remember it enough to say that. But having games like this, or I know I played a lot of like the Driver games and Sonic, having these mobile games that actually performed well was huge, because you just didn't get that a lot. I'm going to pause this for a second. Maybe. There we go. But yeah, it was huge to have these mobile games that would actually perform well, and they felt like real games. They didn't feel like some super pared down version. I mean, again, clearly this is very pared down from the GameCube version, but not as much as you would see with like an original Game Boy game, you know, when you might be going from Mario 64 to Super Mario Land, which a great game in its own right, but so far pulled back from what consoles at the time were doing. I feel like this was the beginning of when we would start to see these handheld consoles obviously not get to the same caliber as home consoles, but this leading into like the PSP and the Vita, and I mean anymore, like you look at the Switch, like that's a mobile console. So I feel like the Game Boy Advance leading into the Game Boy Advance SP and the DS and the 3DS, it really did start to make some advancements in that way. And this is just really cool to see, because this is still a fully functioning Tony Hawk game. You know, definitely not as in-depth as the ones on console, but what a trip down memory lane to check this out. And I genuinely like surprised myself, because I was almost positive that I hadn't played this on Game Boy Advance. Now I'm almost positive that I have. The music and the graphic style, I'm pretty sure that I've been here before. And I think once the cameras are done rolling, I'm probably just going to take this out and play this for a couple hours. thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this video, please consider subscribing, and let me know what games you want me to play in the future. I'm really excited. I have some big games coming up, so keep an eye out for those. But thank you guys, as always, for sticking with me, for checking this video out, and let me know your favorite memories of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, whether it was on the Game Boy Advance or the GameCube, or really wherever you played it. I love hearing those old stories and connecting with you guys over this sort of shared nostalgia. So anyway, I appreciate you guys a ton, and hope you have a great rest of your day. Peace. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club here exclusively on the internet. My name's Zach, and if this is your first video that you've seen of mine, welcome. I just like old nostalgic games, and I make videos about them. So today we're going to be looking at the front cover, the back cover, and the instruction booklet of Evergrace for the PlayStation 2, and we're also going to be taking a look at some gameplay of it later on. So before we fully dive in here to Evergrace, I just have to say that I already recorded the gameplay segment, and it was better than I remember. I'll give it that. But this game, I remember I got it when I was probably, I don't know, like 11-ish years old, and I remember being so wildly disappointed by this game. I remember feeling confused. I remember just thinking it just wasn't good. I remember it wasn't very fun as a kid, and you know, maybe it wasn't really for my demographic. Like I said, I was 11. I might have been 12, but this was very much not a game that was marketed toward me and my age range at the time. Or maybe it was, and it's just not a great game, but that's for you to decide, viewer. But I did think that this game was worth revisiting because, hey, I have it complete in box, and I do have some memories associated with this game. So when I was a kid, I remember turning this on, starting playing, getting the sword, and that was about it. I couldn't really figure out where to go, what to do. Not that it was terribly inscrutable, but it just didn't really hold my attention too well. And I also, frankly, I was not very good at paying attention back in those days. I had a short attention span and probably just didn't watch what was on the screen. So I figured it was time to give it some, give it a little bit of love and see what we got here. So taking a look at the front cover, we have our hero here, Damien, I think is what it said his name was when I was doing the gameplay. I might be messing that up, but I think it was Damien. We have this sort of like rune symbol in the background. It says Evergrace, and he's kind of sitting on this rock. He's got these cool PS2 graphic boots and a kind of a nondescript sword, if I'm being honest. I mean, you would think for an action hero, he might have a little bit of a nicer sword, but yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It says here it was an Age Tech game, which I honestly haven't heard a lot about Age Tech. Maybe later on I'll look up and see what other games they've done, because that does not sound familiar. On the backside here, we do have some illustrations in the background of, looks like a couple of the characters in the game. Again, I don't know the names of these characters from this game because I never really got very far into it, but it says, to achieve grace, you must first defeat your fears. It says, enter a world of intense magic and thunderous battles, where your survival is determined by collecting powerful artifacts and fashioning them to your armor and weaponry. 2 complete adventures await Darius, not Damien. 2 complete adventures await Darius and Charlene, heroes who must face an evil reborn. Begin your journey as either hero and discover unique characters and monsters for each adventurer. That's cool. That kind of makes this like 2 games in one if it really delivers on that promise. Master the art of arming yourself with items of incredible might and untold magical abilities to thwart the powers of darkness that have swept into your once peaceful land. I will say that's a little hard to read. Like the contrast on that is not excellent. It says, customize every element of your weaponry, armor, and clothing to strengthen your characters. Certain combinations of armor and clothing unlock hidden magical abilities and powers. 2 independent characters to play, each with their own storylines, goals, and discoveries. Epic RPG storyline with all the action needed for a legendary quest. And then alongside with the screen grabs here, it says, utilize many bizarre weapons to wipe out enemies. Challenge ultra-strange creatures to the bitter end. Combine artifacts with armor and weaponry for a fashionable ensemble. I will say, reading the fact that you kind of get these twin storylines, I almost would like to go back and really take some time and learn how to play this game. If I end up having some time and working through my backlog, I may add this to it. Even though it wasn't excellent during the playthrough, I think it's worth taking a look at. it says, expect gorgeous special effects and plenty of action. And that's from PS Extreme. This is a one-player game, took up only 100 kilobytes on the memory card. Digital or analog control, vibration function, and touch sensitive. This game was rated T for teen for animated violence. Let's take a look inside the case here. So first up, we have the game itself, which that's just the box art. That's really all it is. Mine's in pretty good shape. Like that's pretty good shape for being such an old game. I didn't really play it much. Popping out the instruction booklet here, we have that cover art again. We have a little bit of history of the game, some of the lore. It goes over some of the differences here between Darius's story and Charlene's story. Here we kind of just have the basics, new game, load game, your options, etc. The things that you would need to know if you were beginning the game. Your basic operations of the game here, which would be very valuable to have because when I was doing my playthrough, I tried to not reference this at all. I wanted to be kind of surprised while I was looking through this with you guys. And this would have been nice. I still don't see an option in here for something that happened during my gameplay, and that's frustrating because I don't know how to. I don't know how I would have survived. I died in my gameplay, so that's, spoiler alert. That's coming up. It goes over here what's on the game screen, your game profile. So it says characteristics of Evergrace, 2 main characters, 2 storylines. And so the story basically unfolds from these 2 different perspectives, and you can choose to play as one of those 2 characters. It says down here that Darius can use Palmyra armaments that are suited for close-range battle, and Charlene can wield Palmyra armaments suitable for long-range battle, such as a bow and arrows. Palmyra armaments is a really hard sentence to say, and I'm realizing that now as I'm trying to say it live in a video. Goes over a little bit here how to use those Palmyra armaments. How many more times can I say that? It goes over here how to use those armaments. That's so hard for me to say, armaments. It goes over here how to use those. We get into our physical attacks, our Palmyra actions, Palmyra power. They use the word Palmyra a lot in here. Each Palmyra armament has what's called Palmyra power. Palmyra power is needed each time you use a Palmyra action. When you use your Palmyra action, your Palmyra gauge, and your Palmyra power changes. So much Palmyra. Your different on-screen descriptions. Obviously, this is if you're trying to look a little bit more deeply into those stats. So we have strength, stamina, intelligence, resistance, and luck. Different command descriptions. So that just looks like your kind of more in-depth controls. If you're trying to do, it says like action change. So changing that Palmyra action, equipment change, just walking you through those pieces of the menu. Save points, which I did not use in my playthrough, and I wish that I would have known this because I should have just gone and clicked that because I died and I could have had a save point. The menu screen, changing character, status change. So your status could be poison, seal, paralysis, or cursed. And it says here for death, the game ends when the character's HP reaches 0. You will have to restart from save data when your game is over. It's a good to save your game often. Did nobody proofread that? Look at that. It's a good to save your game often. It's a good, Mario. I had to. Somebody had to do it, and it had to be me. They talk a little bit here about the creature file / item book, the various options in the game, the different equipment that you can get in the game, various items. Here we're just going through our characters. So we have Darius, Chrysalis, Charlene, Sienna, Trandon, and Morpheus. And I'll go back here in a second. Feel free to pause on any of these screens if you guys want to look a little bit more in depth into these characters' descriptions. Because, while this game wasn't a huge part of my childhood, it might have been a huge part of yours, and maybe you want to read through some more of this. So please, feel free. This is cool. It gives you sort of more in-depth descriptions about the various terminology used in the game. Because, and I don't know if this is just a FromSoft thing, but it's a little inscrutable, right? You have Palmyra, the crest, and the AI crest, Billiana trees, Edinburgh, Lost Empire, Rubain. So there's just a bunch of these in here that they're going to mention during your gameplay, and I think it's just nice that they gave you this opportunity to be like, hey, this is what these things mean. We of course have a few notes pages here. We have some credits. We have a little mailer from Age Tech if you want to register. And no real, I don't know if I'd qualify this as an ad in the back, but it says own all 3 Age Tech launch titles, Eternal Ring, Armored Core 2, and then of course, Evergrace. I've never even heard of Eternal Ring. I gotta look this up. So these just look like they are the PS2 launch titles that Age Tech worked on. It was Eternal Ring, Evergrace, and Armored Core 2. They did work on Armored Core 1. Age Tech actually looks like the publisher for RPG Maker, which is nuts because I used RPG Maker a ton. I made so many games in RPG Maker back in the day. Fighter Maker, which I did not know was a thing. And it looks like they were relatively active until 2014-ish. It says that their last game was Touch Battle Ninja for the 3DS. So they published a lot of games, and apparently these were the ones that they published as launch titles for the PS2. Kind of neat. Anyway, you guys, with that, let's dive into some gameplay here and see what all the fuss is about, shall we? Let's do it. Okay, so this is made by FromSoft, back when it was From Software, and I gotta say, this game at best confused me when I was young. So I know I probably talked about this a little bit earlier in the video, but because I record those bits after, but it genuinely confused me. And at the time, I just loved the way it looked. So I just want to see if it still, as an adult, confuses me. But we'll watch this opening cinematic and see where we end up. Again, I know I mentioned it earlier, but I cannot get over the fact that this is a From Software game. I mean, the graphics were really nice. I will say that. For the time this came out, these graphics are not bad at all. All right, Evergrace, do your thing. Let's play some Evergrace. I doubt that I have my save file on here still, so we're just gonna see where this kicks us out. Whoa, more cinematics. Oh, it's just the opening title. Okay, that adds up. Let's do this. New game. Sure, we'll go as Darius. Platform's digital analog setting for the attack button. When analog, set the max pressure level with square. Okay, yeah, well, that's fine. We'll do analog. And I'm trying to go into this game as blind as I can. That's why I record the gameplay first and then go back and look at the case and the instruction booklet.
Home to a few people with strange marks called crests.
Okay.
Cursed mark. When I was young, my parents were killed.
Sorry.
That was a tragedy caused by this cursed crest of mine. I swore revenge, and in my rage I swung my sword. I wanted to hide the crest forever with the blood that stained my hands. Burn it away with the flames of anger and hatred.
All right. Maybe don't be mad at me, but I'm gonna skip to the gameplay if it'll let me. Okay. Yeah. I want to see how this plays, because the experience that I had when I was younger with this game is that I just picked it up as a whatever. Probably it came out in 2000, so I was probably 10-ish when this came out. I probably picked it up when I was 11 or 12.
I thought you were dead.
And I just remember having no idea what to do.
What? Who are you? Some kind of strange bird?
No, I'm human, just like you.
That is not a human. You're human? Okay. Let's...
Demon. You expect...
Monsters invaded our country.
Man, I honestly miss old PS2 graphics.
Outside?
Outside of here.
What about it?
You're in...
I don't believe in such a...
I'm serious.
Where am I?
The Remain Empire.
All right. So we have your basic walk around. Okay, so every hit takes away a power gauge. Do we have a jump? Oh, power stance, okay. Choose category with up and down. I don't think we need that right now. Okay. Let's just go punch the hell out of this dude. You an enemy? Oh. Oh. You are an enemy. Eat it. Okay, so I see. He attacked me and now my attack power is less because of it. Fountain of Life recharges me. Okay, got it. Is there a run button? Again, I haven't looked at the instruction booklet yet. That's kind of the way this series works, but we're gonna try. Oh, we do have a run button. Okay, beautiful. Whoa, Ratman, get out here. So running consumes your power as well. That adds up. That makes sense. This music kind of rips, though. Get out of here. Oh, jeez. Can I feel like I'm not doing like any damage to these enemies. So this would have been obviously pretty far before Dark Souls, Demon Souls, all those games. I'm pretty sure this came out before Elden Ring. And you can't say I'm wrong in the comments because I'm not.
Hey, you. What do you...
Go away. Don't bother me.
Know this right away.
And if you can...
Yes.
That's not... Get up.
Can I just go? No, okay. The camera is odd, to say the least. So R1 repositions the camera, but as it stands, it's a kind of just a strange follow. It doesn't feel great. I don't think I have a jump. Not that I've discovered. Okay, what else we got here? Whoa, this guy's back. So I kind of want to see what happens when I die, because these guys are ganging up on me, and I'm definitely gonna die here in a moment. Let's see what happens. Take me to the abyss here. They're talking too. Okay, power level 0%. Where do I go? Is it back to the Fountain of Youth? Oh, I guess we'll just load game. Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. We can cancel. We'll just go back. I see why this confused me as a kid, because I'm a grown-ass adult right now, and this is still confusing me. I want to try this one more time. I want to see if there's somewhere else I can go in here that might make more sense. I'm going to cut to when the game actually starts again. So here's my whole deal. I would like to find a sword, right? Like I want to find something that I can really like beat up baddies with. Did I walk right past it or something? Sword, oh sword. I'm going to come back over here because that guy warped over here last time. Oh, he still warps. We got a warpy boy. Nope. Man, this camera is going to be... The camera's the main enemy in this game. Oh, there is a sword. Let's pick up that bad boy.
You took the sword.
I don't know what... I know.
Okay, we can... You know, I don't have time for the lore right now, bird lady.
Okay, I will.
All right, so let's get this bad boy equipped. All right, cool. Equipment. We're gonna switch that to the sword. Now, awesome. Cool. I like that. Can I save from here as well? Okay, so there's no save. You can only load from this menu. But now I might actually have a fighting chance against some of these bastards. Where'd you go? Come here. I just want to talk to you. Wow, I still like did almost no damage. Oh, that's better. Nice. Okay. Better. Let's venture over this way and see if I can't... Maybe I can get through that gate now that I have the sword. Gotcha. Come on. Get some. Oh, excuse me, buddy. I'm just looking for my gate. I'm just looking for my gate. Leave me alone. I thought it was up this way. Yeah, it is. It's over here. Now will you let me through?
We're all
Then I need to know.
And if
Yeah.
that's it, have you? I used. I'm
Okay. No, we're not doing that game. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're good. This time, I'm still gonna run past these guys when they appear, if they appear, because I wanted to see what was up this path. And frankly, I don't want to die. I don't have any sort of shield or anything, so I just want to see how far I can get before I get absolutely wrecked by some sort of boss, or the light. Oh, a dog. He was looking for his dog. Oh, come back here, guy. I will say this is probably farther than I made it as a kid. I loved games as a kid, but I wasn't the best at putting 2 and 2 together. All right. This is kind of nice. It's not as bad as I remember it being. What you need? Come here, boy. Okay, do I just... Armor of Frost. Yo, we're picking up so much cool stuff. Okay, armor. Armor of Frost. Hell yeah. Okay. And can I crawl in there? How do I get that? Dog, fetch. The camera. Oh, sorry, dog. Okay. We'll come back there. We'll come back there. I don't think anybody clicked on this video to watch me fumble with... Whoa, what is this? Chain combo. I don't know what that does. So it looks like there's like a light attack. So if I just press, it only takes up a little bit of my power. And then if I press and hold, it's like a heavy attack, but it takes the same amount of time. I just need to figure out how to crawl in there. Is there a... I'm trying not to open up the instruction book because I don't want to spoil anything for myself, but let's see. So it appears I can't do anything with this dog. Maybe I can go back to that guy now, though. Whoa, okay. I can go back to that guy and let him know, hey, bro, found your dog. He's chill. He's good. And maybe he'll let me through that gate. Oh, snap.
No. Someone.
Well, I did say I was going to play till I got romped by an enemy. Dude's gargling. Okay, let's do this. You want to fight me, dude? Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, there's no dodge roll. I was trying to do Elden Ring controls. Okay, so you can interrupt their attack. That's a little exploitable. Okay, pick that up. All right, now what do we got?
Still alive. No, it doesn't make. I met a girl.
Yeah, come on, just let me in. Just let me through here. I want to say that I accomplished something. Normally in these sort of quick glances at the gameplay, I don't accomplish much. So I'd like to say that I accomplished something. Now go. Okay, well, camera. Yeah, I got a crest on my hand. Okay. Let's just get into a dungeon here. I want to see what anything other than the overworld looks like. But I did just beat a boss for the first time probably ever in one of these recordings. So for what that's worth, I think it's worth something. Let's pick up some treasure. Hopefully this is not like a mimic. Oh, what the hell was that? What the hell is that? Just give me a little hug. What the? How do I get rid of you? How do I get rid of you, dude? Come on, this isn't cool. I think he's draining me. Get that. Unequip the goblin. Goblin unequip. Oh no. Oh no. Goblin unequip. What was that? Okay. You know what? I stand by what I said earlier. This game is confusing as hell. Oh man, that was kind of fun though. That was more fun than I remember it being. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys like this type of videos, please consider subscribing. That would mean a lot to me. And if there's a particular video game that you want me to cover next, just let me know. Because, how am I going to know what game you want me to cover unless you let me know in the comments? It's ludicrous. I couldn't know. But I really appreciate you guys stopping in. And I would honestly love to hear your thoughts on this game if you did play it back in the day. It didn't get great reviews. This game was getting kind of like, 5s out of 10s. So I'm really curious to see what your experience was as a player of this game back in the day. And a little spoiler alert, we are going to have a series coming out soon where I'm going to be doing basically retro reviews of these types of games. And I think this one might have just made the list. So we'll see about that. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you next week. Peace. Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club here exclusively on the internet. My name's Zach, and if you're new to the channel, I just like retro gaming stuff, and so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna make videos about it, and that's what we're here doing. So today we're looking at something that may be one of the rarer pieces of my collection. This is going, last I checked, for like 300-ish bucks on eBay. For the condition that this one's in. As you can see, I have a little bit of debris in here because I did take the battery out of this, but basically this is a watch that has a Legend of Zelda mini game essentially on it. So spoiler alert, I won't be actually showing the watch in use today. I'm trying to be very careful with this because it is so old and so, not fragile, but it's valuable. It's a cool piece of history, and I worry about, taking the back on and off to replace the battery too frequently, anything like that. But this was really cool. So up here in the upper left, we'll just kind of go through the front cover and the back cover, and then we'll look at the watch and instruction guide itself. It says here, The Legend of Zelda Game Watch by Nelsonic. This is pretty much constantly confused with the Zelda Game & Watch, which is largely considered to be the better of the two gameplay-wise. From what I understand with this one, I never actually was really able to get this up and running because pretty much as soon as I got it, I got the battery out and I've kind of just had it stored. But there are these blocks of rooms, and you start with a couple weapons and you just make your way through the rooms to grab the pieces of the Triforce. We'll see a little bit more of that in the guide as well. Down here in the lower left, we have a picture of Link holding up a map. It says again, Nintendo, The Legend of Zelda Game Watch. We see a picture of Link walking in front of presumably Hyrule Castle. He's all geared up. He's got his sword and shield. It says, designed after the home video game. Keeps score. Records higher score. The Legend of Zelda characters. I should hope so. Quartz accuracy. Sporty case and band. Battery included. Daily alarm. So this is an official Nintendo licensed product, and it was 1989 that this came out, which is nuts. We'll flip over to the back side here. There's just some cool art here. This is obviously from the cartoon that we're seeing this, but it has the title up here again. We see some monsters attacking the village. We see Link with, I think that's Impa. We see the King of Hyrule. He ain't looking so good. And he's overlooking his subjects. And I didn't really watch a lot of the cartoon, to be honest, but we got this guy with a whip defending, big scary guy over here. Something's going on there. It's not my business. I'm not going to ask him about it. And down here it says also available Super Mario Brothers. So if you wanted to have, Super Mario Brothers watch as well, you could do that. So we are going to very carefully open this up. I want to show you guys the watch and the manual inside. I get so nervous opening this up. Also, if you're new to the channel, while I am trying to kind of preserve this to the best of my ability, I'm a pretty firm believer that collectibles are, they're great. Like, you should be collecting them and having a good time. But I think it's also important to enjoy the things that you have. And I really enjoy these types of pieces of history. I'm going to set this off to the side for right now. This did not come with it, this baggie. This is just when I had the battery taken out. So I'm going to set that aside as well. I'm going to leave the watch in its box here just to not fuss with it too much. But I'm going to get a nice close-up of the watch face there. It's just kind of cool. We have this little kind of miniature art of Link. We have presumably the Triforce, even though it's more of like a pyramid, I guess. We have a key up here. There's only 4 buttons on the face, but this was a functional watch. Down here in the corner, we also have the Nelsonic logo. And I'll try to get this angled so that you guys can kind of see the outline of the grid up there that you could actually play on. I would wear this watch unironically. It says Zelda and Nintendo on it. Nothing really going on the backside. So we'll leave that there for now. This is my first time looking through these pieces of paper. I've looked at the watch, but I've mostly just kept it in its case. So I'm breaking this out for a special occasion for you guys. So we have the Nelsonic 1-year service certificate, limited warranty. Do not return this watch to dealer or store. So, I think this is probably a little expired. But look at that. You don't see warranties like that anymore. Normally now it's just go on our website, scan our QR code. Wow, 1-year watch service. And it does say here that they recommend taking the watch to some sort of watch dealer. It says to your local dealer but they don't say dealer of what. To get it changed. I took it to a jewelry store nearby just because I wanted to make sure it was done right. And this is a little bit more worn. This is probably the worst condition part of this, which is the little user guide that comes with it. So, and it's also very small. So I'll try to hold it up so you guys can kind of pause, freeze frame a little bit, and read through some of that if you'd like. And I'm trying not to block too much of it here with my big fat fingies. But this is kind of cool. So up here, again, I'll zoom up there so you guys can see it. We just see the different cast of characters. So there's Link, Dragon, Iron Ball, Bat, which I think is cool. For some reason, they didn't call them Keys. Maybe they changed it to Keys in later games. There's the Key, Triangle, Last Triangle of Triforce, the Boomerang, the Sword, Bomb, and Door. And a lot of these have a point value associated with them. So like the Dragon's worth 50, the Last Triangle of the Triforce is worth 60. You can kind of see those there on the side as well. Let me hold up this page so you guys can get a good look at it. But I do want to take a minute to read through some of these because this is just, I think, really interesting. Also, I want to point out that the layout of this is super, super weird because it starts up here in the upper right and then it works its way down to the lower left. So we'll just read the game objectives here. Link enters a cave. He is defenseless. Without any weapons, Link is attacked by crushing iron balls, ferocious bats, and a fire-breathing dragon. In order to defeat these enemies, he must pick up the appropriate weapon designed to destroy a specific enemy. This is over here if you're following along. When entering the first cave, 2 iron balls chase Link. He must avoid them by using the K directional controls. If weaponless Link does not avoid the attacking iron balls and they catch him, a musical effect will be heard and Link will flash, signifying that he lost 1 life. In the upper left corner, a boomerang will appear. When he reaches this weapon, press S1 to pick up the boomerang. When a weapon is picked up, it will be seen in the top left square, letting you know that Link has acquired the weapon and can now defend himself. Link now chases the iron balls, and when, moving over to here, he catches one, press S2 and it will be destroyed. This kind of just goes on explaining everything that you have to do in the game. Toward the end here, it says, a key will then appear to enter the next level and cave. The running score is displayed at the top. After Link has lost all lives, the game is over. To resume play, press S2. Score is cleared and new game will begin. It also says here, note, the sword can only be used 8 times, which is wild. I don't know why. There are a couple of sections here more about in the how to set the watch area that did get a little ruined. I bought this used on eBay, so I'm not sure why that's ruined or why it's so torn up. But I am glad that most of this is in pretty good shape. I mean, obviously it could be in better shape, but it's legible. I can make out everything that's said on here except for this lower right corner. This is just such a cool piece of history. And with that, you guys, we are wrapping up another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club. Thank you guys so much for watching. And if you enjoy this type of content, please consider subscribing. That would mean a lot to me. It produces serotonin. But honestly, I just hope you guys dig this old stuff as much as I do. I could not care less about the value that this has. The value that it has to me is the fact that this is just such a cool piece of gaming history. This was 1989. This was before I was even born. And just how cool it is to be able to own something that's still in the box, still in working condition. I just love this type of history behind games. So stick around if you like that type of content too. You can click over here, and there's another video about old game stuff, and another one, and another one. I can only put up one, but you know, it's pretty much my whole channel. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and with that, I will see you next week. Peace. Oh, hey there, and welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club exclusively on the internet. What's up? I'm Zach. Hi. Hey, how are you? I'm good. How are you? I already asked how you were doing. This is the show where we look at old stuff. We look at old video games and toys and maybe one day movies and music. But today, we are looking at Sonic Adventure 2 for the Dreamcast. What a game. What a game. That's what I have to start this with. Sonic Adventure 2 for the Dreamcast was a game that I played with my cousin a lot. If you watched the Dreamcast episode, which is right here, but don't click that right now. You watch that later. But if you watch that episode, you know that my cousin and I played a lot of Dreamcast because he had a Dreamcast, and he also had Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, and we played Sonic Adventure 2 so much. I mean, like an irresponsible amount of gameplay of this game. Especially for the time, this came out in 2001. The graphics were just insane. They looked so good. And fun fact, I found out that this was the last Sonic game, according to Wikipedia anyway, that was produced with first-party support because after this, the Dreamcast kind of went belly up, and Sonic Team didn't really have a lot to go off of at that point, sadly. But Sonic Team, we love you. Even with all the buggy games that came after this, we still love you. This game was eventually ported to the GameCube, which became the first time that Sonic was ever on a Nintendo console, so that was pretty big. This game had the Chow Garden, where you could kind of tend to these little critters called chows. If you haven't done that, it is so nice. It's so peaceful. And you feed them little, well, it sounds kind of gruesome. You feed them little animals and like little glowing gems, and then they grow and they change and they look cool. And I vaguely remember my cousin taking his chows on the go with the VMU, which is kind of just a little memory card that has a little screen and you can kind of play with it on the Dreamcast. But without further ado, let's get looking at this case. Today we're going to be looking at the front cover, the back cover, the disc itself, and the instruction guide, as well as a little bit of gameplay at the end. So stick around for that. You won't want to miss it. So right on the front here, we have maybe the most Y2K design I've ever seen. We got Sonic and Shadow. They're in these badass action poses. It says Sonic Adventure 2 for the Dreamcast, Sega, Sonic Team rated E for everyone. In the background here, it's kind of cool because you would have the light and the dark. I forget what they call it exactly. It's like the hero story and the dark story. But on the hero side here, we have nice sunny clouds. And on the dark side, we got it's just Earth. It's just Earth with a gradient. But I love it. It's amazing. I love this design. Flipping over to the back cover, there is a lot to unpack here. On the back side here, we have Dr. Robotnik, aka Eggman. We have Rouge the Bat, we have Knuckles, we have Tails, we got Sonic grinding with his soaps. We have some screenshots kind of showing the hero side and the dark side, as well as both Sonic and Shadow doing a little bit of grinding there on the Golden Gate Bridge. I think it's supposed to be like the Golden Gate Bridge. This game was for 1 to 2 players, VGA box, standard controller, modem, you love that, and VMU compatible, 18 blocks. On the back here it says, save the world or conquer it. Mistaken for a dark villainous hedgehog and kidnapped by a military squad, Sonic must escape his captors and discover who is responsible for his troubles. With 6 playable characters and all new moves, and more than 30 stages, Sonic Adventure 2 breaks new ground, allowing players to save the world or conquer it. Play as Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails, or try the new villains, Shadow, Rouge, or ravage the world as Dr. Robotnik. Compete in 3 different modes of 2-player action or in the new kart racing, which was super fun. The kart racing in this game is honestly a freaking blast and a half. New moves, grind down rails, grab ledges, and swing from poles. Collect and use Smarter Chow to open unique features and minigames. I loved the minigames in this. Like you could teach your Chow karate and have them fight other Chow. It was great. It was fantastic. No notes. More games need Chow. I got very lucky with this purchase because this is in very good condition, and I'm so excited because I got it for actually a pretty good price as well. So I'm gonna try not to ruin it by taking this out of here. There we go. Hold on. Before that, we gotta look at the disc itself because we just gotta. I flippin' love the design of this disc. We have Sonic being like full reflectivity with black outlines, and then Shadow being all darkened, and then it kind of has like reflective outlines. I just love that. They did a lot with a little. There's really only one color on this, and it's blue. Everything else is either that reflective disc coating or black. It's just amazing. And behind that here, we do see Sonic, Knuckles, Shadow, Robotnik, Rouge, Tails, and a Chow. And it says Sonic the Hedgehog 10th anniversary. All right, we're going to put this disc back, and we're going to get to the instruction booklet now. So the front is obviously just the cover that we looked at earlier. We have our credits in here. A little bit of a prologue. So it's telling you a little bit about the Sonic side, the Shadow side. I'm going to pause that there in case you guys want to read through any of that. Your basic controls, the action button. It says here that Sonic Adventure 2 is compatible for use with the Jump Pack, sold separately. Insert the Jump Pack into expansion socket 2 of the Dreamcast controller. I don't know what the Jump Pack was, if I'm being honest. I look at this for the first time with you guys, and I've never heard of the Jump Pack, so I'm gonna look this up right now. Hold on. As it turns out, it's just the Rumble Pack, so that's fine. We go through our characters here. So we have Sonic, Shadow, Tails, and Dr. Eggman, and they're doing these, it looks like, in tandem. So Sonic controls very similarly to Shadow. Tails controls very similarly to Dr. Eggman. Knuckles and Rouge are both kind of the hunt and peck gaming styles. So you just fly around until you found one of the Chaos Emeralds, and it would just kind of like beep in the upper corner and tell you when you're close. These missions kind of sucked. I had a great time with them still, but they could take forever. And if you're trying to get an S rank on a level, you might just get screwed based on where they're located. Others who are important to the story, we have Amy Rose, Maria Robotnik, Dr. Robotnik's daughter, Professor Gerald Robotnik, the brilliant scientist, and Dr. Eggman's grandfather. It talks a little bit here about just getting the game started, the different game modes. So you have story, which is single player, and it goes a little bit here over the flow of the game. And I thought this was interesting because you have your introduction, you have the actual action stage of the game. I'll hold this up a little bit closer for you guys. And then if you find the Chao key, it'll transport you to the Chao world. And then you can just go right to the next stage. You could eventually access the Chao world just from like an overview map. But if you went and collected a bunch of the animals or the little gem thingies that you feed to the Chao, which I'm sure it'll tell us here in just a second. Not emeralds. Small animals and chaos drives collected. So those are called chaos drives, I guess. But if you collected those in a level and you got the Chao key, you could just bring that back and feed them to your Chao, and it would sort of unload on the stage. It was really cool. How to play on each stage. They talk about hunting stages, cart stages. There were a couple of kind of racing-like stages. They weren't very difficult. There wasn't really it wasn't a hard stage. You just kind of had to you just kind of had to go. You kind of had to press accelerate. Talks about rings, point markers, battling the bosses, the pause screen, because we got to know about that pause screen. Chao containers, technique points, Omo Chao, who's this little robot guy here. He kind of acts as your guide, it says. Small animals and chaos drives. Over here we have your items. I'm just going to let you guys take a look at those. The items in this game were super fun. Honestly, like the kind of power-up items, like the light shoes, the booster, the shovel claw, they were very satisfying to find and use, and I thought that was just a nice addition. There weren't too many of them. This is what I was talking about earlier. You can play the stages you've already completed in story mode, but you must have at least one stage cleared. So you can go out to this stage select. You can go right to the Chao Garden if you want, raise your Chaos, do the mini games, all that sort of stuff. Or what my cousin and I did a lot was go back into the main levels and try to get an S rank on every single one. I don't know if we ever did, honestly. So there are 2-player modes here where you can do racing, shooting, hunting, random, or stage select to compete in. There was a kart racing mode, which I know I talked about a little bit. It was so much fun. I really enjoyed the kart racing mode. There's kind of a boss rush mode that you can do where you can just go back and play the bosses from the story, which that's something that we did a lot as well, because the bosses in this game were kind of fun. I know that that's maybe a controversial take because some people think the bosses in this game were either too easy or just kind of glitched. And it's not untrue, but they were still fun. Chao races, which it looks like you could use the VMU for. And then all of the little extras that you could sort of do as well. And I mean, you guys have seen it as I've been going through. There's just great character art on all of these pages. It's just super fun to look through this. About the Chao. In this game, there exists a mysterious artificial life form, a life, called Chao. Chao live in an environment called Chao World. They create a very unique ecosystem, learning and breeding according to the player's actions. And so you could hatch eggs, you could give them food, you could, participate in all these mini games. It was just a blast, and they were adorable and super fun. You could make them good or evil depending on who you raised them with. So like if you spent a lot of time with Shadow with a Chao, they're going to turn evil. If you spent a lot of time with Sonic, they're going to turn good. They could grow little horns and halos. It was super fun. Chao kindergarten, so you could teach them different things, have them level up their skills a little bit. And you could transport them to your VMU. Chao Adventure 2. If you transport your Chao to the VMU and remove it from the Dreamcast console, you can play a mini game, Chao Adventure 2. That's super cool. I just freaking love that. You can do little battles with them. I mean, like that's just so cool. I wish that more games would do that these days. You could browse the internet on your Dreamcast, of course, because, you know, why wouldn't you? We have our credits there, and then on the back side, we have a little ad for Phantasy Star Online version 2. It says the next level, and we just see some screenshots down there from Phantasy Star Online. I never really played that. I think that's one that my cousin played that I just never really got into, but it's still cool. It's still a cool little relic of the past. And with that, let's check out a little bit of gameplay from Sonic Adventure 2. Let's go. I completely forgot about this intro, and I just got hit with a very, very genuine wave of nostalgia. Oh, hell yeah. Now, I will say the recording quality is probably a little bit less than it could be. Oh, there's the music. Oh, yeah. The recording quality is probably a little less than it could be because I'm going through composite audio instead of, or composite video instead of component. So, and I think there are adapters to make the Dreamcast component, but you know, we're just here to check out Sonic Adventure 2 and have a good time. So let's hit start and see what happens. This is just such a huge trip down memory lane because before I played this on GameCube, my cousin and I would always play this on Dreamcast because he had a Dreamcast, which I'm recording this gameplay before I record the other portion. So if I already said that, you know, forgive me. But I mean, look at it. We got Comic Sans here. We got the visual memory unit flashing up there in the upper left. New file. Select. Let's do it. Yeah, single player. Hero mode, obviously. We got to hear Escape from the City. I really hope that it doesn't copyright flag me for Escape from the City. I'm sure it will. But, you know, that's okay, because it's an integral part of this game that I cannot skip.
Alpha 2 heading due south over the city. We're on
Isn't that Gen Z slang? Sigma Alpha 2.
We have you on radar. Report cargo status of captured Hedgehog aboard. Over.
Isn't that slap bass?
Secured on board and what?
Didn't copy that. Over.
In a time when everything was just ska. I freaking love it.
Freeze! What do you think you're doing? Get that hedgehog!
Get that hedgehog! So I found out that part of the reason, well, the reason that they talk over each other a lot in this game is because coming from the Japanese translation, the Japanese translation was so much faster. Like the sentences were shorter, so it basically left less time on screen for the American dialogue to be dubbed over. So you get these overlapping lines because of how they were triggered and how much longer the American voice acting lines were. This is so cool. This is seriously, I'm so happy right now. I'm just recording this. It's a Sunday. It's a beautiful day outside. And you know what? I don't even feel bad about being inside playing Sonic Adventure 2. Okay, so what was the button for tricks there? I feel like it was just A, but it didn't hit a trick, so maybe I just did it wrong. Brake. Who uses brake? Oh, what a bummer. Don't hit the corner like that. Trusting in what you can't see. Take my lead, I'll set you free. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Soap. Okay, so I think that... I might be wrong here. I genuinely may be wrong here, but I think that the soap branding was taken out of the GameCube version. I think they lost, like, the brand deal because Sonic was wearing... like actual soap branded shoes, and the branding is freaking everywhere. I'm curious what other little differences there are. I'm sure that there are much more talented YouTubers than myself who have logged said differences. Oh, I missed a ramp, but worth looking up. You know, if somebody has that, because that's really interesting to me. Get out of there. You know, I gotta say, I've played like I said, I played the GameCube version of this a ton. The controls on the Dreamcast version feel really nice. Like, they feel somehow better. Get him! Oh, I missed him. They somehow feel better than the GameCube version. Oh, man, I missed the Chow box. That's okay. I will be telling you right now, I'm just full transparency. this is one of those games that I'll probably do a full playthrough of. So we will be seeing plenty from the Chow Garden as time goes on. Okay, let's get these times. Yeah! Come on now. Get up there. Oh my gosh. What a flippin' game. And like, here's the thing, right? Like oh, scared me. I absolutely know and understand that, oh, no, that this is a buggy game, right? There's a lot of bugs, there's a lot of glitches, there's a lot of general jank, like not being able to land directly on the rails. That might be a skill issue. Oh no! Okay, that was a skill issue, 100%. But there are a lot of janky things in this game. But to me, personally, that doesn't take away from the experience of it, because for me, this game was so much more about just exploring all these really cool levels. And I don't know, just frankly, I mean, this isn't like built into the game, but for me, it's so one-to-one with like hanging out with my buddies on like, you know, around Christmas time and just like playing this game and hanging out with my cousin and playing this game. And he was really good at it. So like I remember before speedrunning was really a thing. I shouldn't say that, it was probably a thing, but we would just go through and try to complete levels as quick as we could. We would try to get the S rank on every level. And by we, I of course mean he, because I sucked at video games at this time. Okay. Redeemed. Sweet. And then here we go. The freaking big truck, the gun truck. Yeah, nothing screams America more than a gun truck. All right. Let's focus. Let's get to the end ring here. What an opening level of a game, though. Like, rarely does an opening level go this absolutely hard. I mean, there was no tutorial. You literally are Sonic the Hedgehog. You drop in on a freaking land snowboard. And, well, I guess all snowboards are land snowboard. A concrete snowboard. And you race through this town and you're grinding on rails. I feel stupid. You don't race through a town, okay? You race through a city. You're grinding on rails, you're destroying robots, and at the end you're chased by a giant truck that says gun on it. Like this is peak gaming right here. Yeah, let's see that. Go. There we go. That's perfect. I didn't even pay attention to my rank. I got so distracted talking about the absurdity of this game. I just want to say, of all the Sonic games, and I've played a pretty large majority of them. Oh, well, we got to do the boss fight. Out of all of them, I still think that Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, kind of in the same breath, are my favorites. Chow in Space 2. I love that billboard. All right, let's complete this boss battle, and then we'll, maybe after that we'll jet back to the box art. But like, I can't not do the boss battle. This is the first boss battle in the game. But my comment stands, the absurdity, the absolute freaking, get out of there, absurdity of like grinding through this city, getting chased by a truck, and now I'm fighting like a hovering military robot. Like, what a time to be alive. And this game was surprisingly easy. I mean, there are a couple of boss battles that get difficult, but that's, I think, more so due to the glitchiness and like kind of the jankiness of the controls. Like, I remember the final boss fight in this game feeling a little bit janky. Come on, friend. Can I attack him in the air? Oh my gosh, I can. Yeah, you do need backup because I'm about to destroy you, dude. Yeah. That's right, 1 for 1. Let's go. Let's watch one more cutscene because this I can't stop. We need to get back to the video, but I can't stop. This is too good. Oh yeah, that's early 3D right there. Oh shit, it's Shadow.
It all starts with this. A jewel containing the ultimate power.
Where did you come from?
That's the Chaos Emerald.
so cheesy.
Now I know what's going on.
Yeah, you got it, Sonic.
Mistaking me for the likes of you.
Yeah, give us that exposition.
Where do you think you're going with that emerald? Say something, you fake hedgehog.
Well, he is a hedgehog. Oh, shoot, he's chaos controlling. You guys, I love this game so much. I unironically love this game so flippin' much. It's unreal. Whoa. Yeah, if this was like a modern, like, you know, Michael Bay type thing, we'd have that awesome bass drop sound.
Hey, it's not his speed. He must be using the Chaos Emerald to warp.
There's them talking over each other again.
Farewell.
Not again. I'm going back to jail. I can't go back to jail. Oh, shoot. Oh, this game is just incredible. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of content, please consider subscribing. And if you don't, well, you know, I'm glad you watched the video anyway. But, you know, that's a long time to watch a video for something you really don't like. I get it, though. Retro gaming is not for everybody. It's not for the faint of heart. These games cost a lot of money. But anyway, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next week. Peace. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club here exclusively on the internet. I did that like I was shooting lasers out of my fingers. It's not, I don't have that power yet. If you're new here, this is the show where we just kind of look at old video games and we look at the front cover and the back cover and the instruction booklet and some gameplay. Spoiler alert, this disc was too scratched up to play, so that won't be in this episode, but we're going to be looking at the rest of it. And before I get started, I will just say I'm not a journalist. I was listening to a podcast that I really love called Get Played. If you are a gamer and you like, you know, podcasts, definitely worth a listen. But they really drove home this point of I'm not a journalist, I'm an enthusiast. And I love that. That's exactly where I lie on this sort of game knowledge spectrum. And nothing makes me more enthusiastic and excited than retro video games. So that's why I talk about them a lot. And just retro stuff in general. We got an episode coming up about an old retro toy that you're not going to want to miss. I haven't filmed it yet. So yeah, just keep your eye out for that. But today we're looking at Crazy Taxi, the smash hit game for I almost said the Nintendo Dreamcast, for the Sega Dreamcast. So if you've never played Crazy Taxi, it was originally an arcade game, and I do remember it being in arcades. I might be dating myself a little bit there, but it was in arcades in 1999. It came to the Dreamcast in 2000, I believe. Yeah, I just looked. January 24th, 2000, it came to Dreamcast. Eventually, it did come to PS2, GameCube, and PC as well. Those versions didn't do as great as the Dreamcast version did. The Dreamcast version was just pretty widely rated a lot higher, so you know, for what that's worth. But this was just a really fun game. So the whole premise of the game was you are a crazy taxi driver, and you drive around and you pick up people, and you have to like rush them to their destination as quickly as possible. So you pick up people in your taxi, you get them to their destination as fast as possible while, you know, it kind of encourages you to drive like a psychopath. And based on a handful of factors, you end up gaining more time to go pick up more people, and that improves your score over the course of your run. Looking at the front here, we have the Crazy Taxi logo, which is like this faux 3D letter C with teeth. Interesting choice. We have this green-haired ska band-looking MFer driving a taxi with some, like, I don't know, like pom-pom-haired cheerleader-looking girl in the background. And, you know, for as crazy as he's driving, she's having a good time. She looks like she's having fun. He's hitting a grocery cart in the background. We got, like, some dude really pissed off, like, oh, why I oughta. We got some dude running off screen over here. We got this car's being flipped. We got some sort of a trolley going over here. It's just pandemonium, which, if you've played this game, you know this game is just pandemonium. On the back cover here, it says, grab the wheel and prepare for the craziest cab ride of your life. Crazy Taxi, the smash hit arcade, comes to the Sega Dreamcast. Weave your way through crowded streets, across sidewalks, and even underwater. In a wild and frantic race to deliver passengers on time. I feel like that could have been in the same sentence, but you know, there's a period there, and we honor that. In Crazy Taxi, time is money, and only the craziest of cabbies earn their fare. We just have a few screenshots from the game here. There's nothing terribly of note there. And like I said a little bit in the intro, unfortunately, I popped this in to get some gameplay, and it was too scratched up. The Dreamcast wouldn't read it. So that's a huge bummer. I'm going to try to get my hands on a clean copy or see if I can repair the disc so it'll actually work. It was pretty badly scratched up. So that's, you know, huge bummer there, but that's okay. Over here it says massive interactive courses, including an all-new course developed for Sega Dreamcast. Play 3 crazy game modes, arcade, original, and crazy box. Choose from 4 unique taxi cabs and 4 unique drivers. Rocking soundtrack from hit bands Offspring and Bad Religion. And then in the background here, we just see a few of the drivers that you can play as. This was just a fun game. It was a blast. It says down here, 1 player, VMU compatible, 23 blocks, race controller. So if you had the steering wheel there, you could use that. Jump pack compatible, which was their vibration pack for the Dreamcast, and VGA cord. So, you know what cord to use. This game was rated T for teen, for animated violence and strong language. Let's take a second here and look at the disc itself, because just look at that design. That's just really nice. I love that color. I'm trying to get like no glare there on it, but I just love that design. I love the color. So I feel like so far the 2 Dreamcast games that we looked at, which is this one and Sonic Adventure 2, they really only utilize one color. It's like they have one color, they have black, and then they have the silver reflectivity of the disc underneath. And I just think it's really cool what they did with those limitations. I don't know if that was an imposed limitation or if it was just self-imposed or if they just did it for design purposes, but or maybe to save some money, but that's great. Also, just in case you didn't see it earlier, I forgot to mention it. On the spine here, it does say Sega All-Stars. So this is a little bit of a later version, I'm sure. Taking the guide out here, we have obviously just the cover photo there that we already looked at. We have our table of contents. We don't really need to go over that. Our basic controls, including, like we were talking about, that rally wheel sold separately that you can get. I know we've talked about it on this channel before, but my cousin was the one who had the Dreamcast out of the 2 of us. And I'm pretty sure he had this rally wheel it was somewhere at his house. I vaguely remember that. But we just have some of your basic controls here using the jump pack. And as always, please feel free to pause it on any of these screens if you want to get a little bit more detail. They have some specific maneuvers that you can do. So you can do crazy dash, crazy drift, crazy backdash, execute a hasty retreat with this speedy thrust in reverse, or crazy backdrift. So just cool little extra moves that you could do if you wanted to do some maybe more advanced controller combos. The different types of modes that you can select: arcade/original mode. So they're just kind of showing previews of how those work. So you could do arcade rules, work for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. They have a page here just going over what is the basically the HUD. What's your game display? And that does change a little bit, it looks like, from driving a customer to when you're actually at the destination. How to select your driver, what a game over means. And it does go over here a little bit about like your class and your ranking. It talks here about the game flow, which is really interesting to me because this, of all the games I've ever played, this one's maybe the most self-explanatory when it comes to game flow. It's just you pick up a customer, you drop them off. But it says you pick up a customer, you drive to the destination, you drop off the customer, and that's it. That's the game flow. They talk about the fare system here a little bit. This is a very, very jam-packed instruction guide. So again, I encourage you to pause it here and there if you want to read some of these a little bit more in depth. So like we talked about a little bit earlier, the faster you get someone to their destination, you earn time. So like if you get them there very quickly, you earn 5 seconds of time, which over the course of gameplay is going to add up. They talk here about crazy box mode, which seems like it's just kind of like a mini game mode. So there's crazy jump, crazy flag, crazy balloons, crazy drift. Oh, wow, there's a lot. Crazy turn, crazy bound. What the hell's crazy bound? Deliver the customer to their destination within the allotted time without falling into the ocean. Jeez, that's scary. Crazy rush, crazy jam, and crazy pull. Crazy pull. There's a lot of jokes I could make there, but I'm not gonna because we're above that. They talk here a little bit about your different options that you have in the game. Your records, saving and loading, kind of all the stuff that, a little more clerical there. Your cabbies, you have Axel, Gina, BD Joe, Gus. And then for your customers, you have Rachel, Cindy, Dan, Grandma J, Biff, Pierre, Buzz, and Kim. And there are more than this. It says, let's meet a few of the many customers you'll find throughout the city awaiting a crazy taxi ride. So there are more than this, but these are maybe some of the standout characters that they had. They have credits for the people who made the manual. Good for you. Thank you. There's a notes section, which I still to this day have never met anyone who really... I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that I've never met anyone who used the notes section. We usually just wrote them down elsewhere because like I would lose this as a kid, which is bad, but I would lose this. But I did in one of the previous episodes find one of these that had a cheat code written in it, which was pretty cool. That was a walk down memory lane. On the back here, we have an ad for Space Channel 5 exclusive to Sega Dreamcast, where I never played this game, so I don't know who this is, but we got some space age looking lady here. Looks like she's doing some dancing. We got little alien people behind her. They're just having the time of their life. I don't know what that's really about, to be honest. And you guys, again, I wish that I had some gameplay to share with you on this one because this was just such a fun game. And honestly, I was really looking to just booting it up and playing it for a couple hours anyway, just to get the gameplay. But if you would do me a huge favor, let me know in the comments if you have any interest in seeing videos that are just the gameplay portion of some of these old games, whether it's me commenting over them or not. It's up to you. I'm happy to upload 2 versions. It doesn't matter to me. I like making content about these old retro games. It brings me a lot of joy, and I hope it does for you too. If you like this type of content, please consider subscribing. And you know, with that, it's a beautiful Sunday. I think I'm gonna go hang out with my wife and just maybe do some yard work. Yeah, that sounds like an adult thing to do. So we're gonna do that. Anyway, appreciate you guys, and I hope you have a great week. Peace. What's up, you geeks? Welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club here exclusively on the internet. I'm Zach, and I like nostalgic games and nostalgic stuff. And so on this show, we talk about them, and that's it. That's the skibby? The skinny? I don't know. Today, you guys, we are talking about Top Gear Rally for the Nintendo 64. I gotta say, I've never played this game, and the gameplay footage that you're gonna see in a little bit is my first time ever seeing anything from this game. This game was recommended to me by a viewer who has since deleted their YouTube channel, so I can't find their name for reference. But dear viewer, thank you, because the gameplay portion of this was super fun. So today we're going to be taking a look at the front cover, the back cover, the cartridge itself, and the instruction booklet for Top Gear Rally, as well as some gameplay. And while this is a brand new game for me, I'm really hoping that for some of you, this can bring back some nostalgia of just, you know, hanging out in your parents' living room and playing N64, because that's, I mean, I'll be damned if that's not what the 90s was about. So starting off with the front cover here, we have Top Gear Rally, written in some pretty wacky kind of font. The O in top is kind of like a crosshair for some reason. It feels to me like they were maybe trying to do some sort of like, you know, retro futurism type deal. Rally has this sort of pink and orange checkered pattern on it, which is really nice. The main image of the car on the front here is really cool and honestly very detailed for a 3D render of this era. There's like dirt on the tires. It's hard to tell, but it looks like there might even be a little bit of dirt kind of on the underside of the front of the car there. They added in like a little bit of ghosting on the back end, so it kind of looks like some motion blur going on there. This is really cool. It kind of looks like like Toy Story, like a render from Toy Story. Over here on the right, it says Nintendo 64 designed for N64 Rumble Pack, designed for N64 Controller Pack, and it's 1 to 2 players. And here we got the official Nintendo seal of quality. And it was sold by Midway, in case you were wondering. Now the spines have kind of this lightning effect. We got one of the rally cars there. Looks like the same one from the cover. On this side, looks like we just have some texture back there, maybe some dirt. And honestly, on this spine, I have no really idea what that is. It's a continuation of the background over here, but it's kind of hard to make out. And speaking of that, the back of the box. It looks like maybe like a little mountain range with a track behind it is what we were seeing before. But it says, warning, this game will drive you up a wall, off a bridge, through a guardrail, and straight into a concrete abutment? I've never heard the word abutment before in my life. So that's new, something new for me. It says, jump in, buckle up, and drive yourself insane. Top Gear Rally will have your engines revving. No options on this baby. It comes fully equipped. 9 polygon cars, 5 intense tracks, desert, jungle, mountain, coastline, and strip mine, 4 high-performance game modes, and multiple camera views. Want more? How about eye-bugging 3D and super real effects? I gotta say, from the gameplay that I just played, the rain did look very good for the time, and the fact that you could kind of drive off course a little bit was pretty neat. Customize your car's graphics in the paint shop. Then tweak the transmission, tires, and steering. You ready? Shift it into high gear and run on and off-road through snow, rain, fog, dirt, gravel, and mud. Watch out for those Rumble Pack compatible wrecks. You don't walk away from them. Top Gear Rally, it's one cool ride. Freaky on and off-road racing, berserk jumps and crashes, shortcuts and hidden trails. I love this. To me, it seems like they're definitely not taking themselves too seriously. And they just want you to feel like, you know what, you're about to get your ass on a high octane trip on a, one-way ticket to the thrill zone. And all these pictures down here are really cool. I mean, these are just in-game grabs. When I played, I just played arcade mode against, one other arcade player. But it looks like you can have over 18 people in a race, which is nuts. That's a lot. That's kind of cool. This case is a little bit beat up, so you'll have to kind of forgive me there. Let's take a look at the cartridge here before we dive in too deep. Cartridge is it's the exact same as the front cover, so not a lot going on there different, but it's still pretty cool. And the instruction booklet is also the front cover again. But we're just going to go through this and take a look at what this has to offer. Obviously, you always start with your warnings and your contents. And I will say, as we're going through this, if there's a page that you want to stop on and read a little bit more, I'll try to hold them up for you without my thumbs obscuring too much. So feel free to pause and take a look around. They talk just kind of about getting started. And this is really interesting because, to my knowledge, this isn't really a problem anymore. But I know with all these older consoles, if you started with the control stick in anything but neutral, then that is set as your neutral position when you start the game, and it stays that way, so it could really screw you up. It says here, the control stick is a precision instrument. Make sure to not spill liquids or any foreign objects onto it. You telling me I got to keep my code red off of my control stick? Get out of here. Here we have our basic controls, and they had different steering setups, which I think is really cool. So there's Type A, Type B, and Type C, where it basically just changes how you accelerate, how you brake, how you steer and reverse. It's just pretty cool. Oh, there's a Type D as well. So there's that. They talk here a little bit about championship mode, which I did not play. I played the arcade mode, which is right here. So that's just kind of your single player, or you can race your buddy in 2-player mode. And I didn't have any save data, so all I have is the first track available because I haven't unlocked any more from championship mode. But I think I'm going to work on that. I think I'm going to try to get that. I did find out today when I was getting ready to record this video that my Rumble Pack, I completely forgot that it took batteries, and it was my buddy's old Rumble Pack. And yeah, those batteries exploded in there, so I got some work to do to get that thing functional again. We have time attack mode, practice mode, the paint shop where you can customize your decals, which is awesome. I mean, that to me feels really ahead of its time, that you can sort of make your car your own. And it looks like up here you can kind of see which sections of your car you're doing that to. That's really cool. I feel like that's something that if you had the time to sit down and really, spend the time on a design, you could make something that looks really nice. There's a lot more here about the paint shop because obviously that was a pretty new thing to have added at that point. Creating different shapes, mirroring, clearing, undoing, all the good stuff. How to load and save your data. The different options available in the game. It looks like you could use a steering wheel as well, which is pretty cool. I never had a steering wheel accessory, but I feel like for a game like this would be a lot of fun. More of your options, the different camera views that are available. It starts you off by default in the first-person view. I'm not a big fan of that, never really have been, so I always like to default going back to that sort of third-person view. Goes over your track select, your car select. This was really interesting to me because we do talk here about your handling of your car. So there's like normal handling, your transmission, your tires, your suspension. These are things that I feel like a lot of racing games at this time were not thinking about at all. And to my knowledge, from the little bit that I've played and from what this instruction booklet is saying, it seems like it makes a pretty good difference on the game. Like if you have less grippy tires, you're going to slide around more, which might be what you want. I feel like the drifting in this game was actually pretty fun. There's a little section here about some hints that you can use to sort of make your way through the game. It wasn't a super tough game to get the hang of, but I do think it's nice that they included this in here anyway. We have our credits and our warranty, and then again, just kind of getting back to that cover there. And without further ado, let's watch some gameplay of this bad boy, shall we? Let's do it. So we're going to do things a little bit differently than we normally do this time. I'm going to leave this gameplay relatively unnarrated, uncommentated on. And at the end of it, I'll throw in some thoughts that I had. So enjoy some nostalgic Top Gear Rally gameplay. Top Gear Rally was a lot more fun than I thought it would be. I did not read the instruction booklet prior to playing this. I wanted to go in blind, playing this, as if I were a kid in the 90s, going to a Blockbuster and just grabbing this off the shelf. And honestly, I had a lot of fun with it. I would continue to play this, and I think in my own spare time, I may go back and play the actual championship mode. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I will say, for a racing game, I wish this would have had more of a feel of speed. I feel like even when I was topping out at whatever it was, like 90 miles an hour, it still felt like you were just kind of crawling. Admittedly, if you've watched any other videos on this channel, you know that I'm not very good at racing games. I felt like this one controlled fine. I actually really liked the controls. They felt very sticky, but the sense of speed for me just wasn't really there. But the music and the graphics were super fun, very nostalgic. This game was from 1997, so a relatively early game in the N64's life cycle. But the fact that you could change the weather and that actually, to my feel anyway, gave some dynamics to the track, that was huge. It was cool going back and playing it. That was actually the reason that I went back halfway through the race and selected a different track, was I wanted to see if that would affect how things controlled it all, and it felt like it did. Maybe I'm just totally imagining that because I'm not very familiar with the controls yet, but it felt like the roads were slicker when I had the rain on, and that's pretty cool. Definitely feels ahead of its time with that. If I was a kid playing this, I could honestly see myself spending way too much time on it, especially in the way of kind of customizing decals, things like that, checking out all the different tracks, the weather conditions. And honestly, it didn't seem too hard. I know I came in last out of 2, but the game itself didn't seem too hard. It seemed like if I had spent some time on it, I could have probably gotten used to it a little bit more. Honestly, though, the speed feeling aside, I really enjoyed this. It looks nostalgic. It feels nostalgic. Even for a game that I've never played, this felt like it kind of transported me back to, my parents' living room when I was 7 years old. This was super cool. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this video. And if you did, drop me a little like and subscribe, because that's very nice. It's a nice thing to do. And if you guys have any suggestions on what game I should play next, let me know in a comment, because clearly I buy user suggestions and I play them. I don't know, call me sappy, call me nostalgic, but there's just something really nice about diving into an old game, even if it's one that I've never played before. Top Gear Rally, you're all right. And you know what? Hey, so are you. You're all right. I like you. You're better than all right. You're great. And with that, I will catch you guys next week. Peace. Have you ever wanted to get games with your pizza? Well, guess what? Pizza Hut made that happen in the late 90s, and we will never forget that courageous act. Welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club, here exclusively on the internet. My name's Zach, and I really like retro stuff, especially retro gaming stuff. And, truth be told, I liked Pizza Hut a lot too back in the day. And then I ate there once and I got really, really sick, and I haven't gone back. It's not like it used to be. It's not like it used to be. But there was a time when Pizza Hut would just give you games. They would give you these demo discs for PS1. And today, I thought it'd be fun to go back and play every single one of these demos and rank them on a scale from 1 to 10 and kind of include whether or not I would ask my parents to buy me those games. Now, I want to be clear here. A lot of these games are better than the rank that I gave them. And I'm just ranking the demo. I'm just ranking how good the demo was and if I would buy the game based off of it. Or rather, ask my parents to buy the game off of it. But I had these demo discs as a kid, and I managed to get my hands on a copy from eBay, good old eBay. I actually got 2. I got 2 of these, but this one's that's coming in a later episode. Today we're looking at disc 1, which, spoiler alert, I did not win the $500,000 grand prize. But you know what? The real prize is being able to play this demo in the year of our Lord 2024. So just taking a look at the front cover here, we have the PlayStation logo in the upper left. We have the Pizza Hut logo in the upper right. We have some very, Y2K looking designs in the background. There's kind of this blue metallic water gradient. There's a way, way heavy drop shadow over this green kind of plasmatic background. We have Crash up here in his little go-kart, and that's from Crash Team Racing. We have the demo for Final Fantasy VIII, Cool Borders 4, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and Ape Escape. Right in the center here, there's this medallion, and it says, win $500,000. Or other PlayStation prizes. Look inside to see if you've won. And this is Disc 1. Like I said, I did get a copy of Disc 2 that's going to be in another video a little bit down the line here. Flipping over to the back, there are just a couple of images from these games. And it does say not for resale, so whoever sold this to me on eBay, watch out, because the FBI's on their way, honestly. But we have Final Fantasy VIII, Crash Team Racing, or CTR, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Cool Borders 4, and Ape Escape. Final Fantasy VIII and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater are both rated T for teen. The rest are rated E for everyone. We have the Pizza Hut and PlayStation logos down here in the corner again. And I did also want to note that on the front, it did say that the sweepstakes ends on December 19th, 1999. Let's pop this bad boy open, take a look at the disc. Sorry, try again. Ain't that just the way? It's a pretty simple disc design. There's kind of this, it's a little bit hard to tell with the lighting, but there's kind of this like ripple effect in the background and like little, I don't know, like riveting holes. I'm not even sure what that's supposed to be, but it looks cool. It looks Y2K, and I'm just sure that 9-year-old Zach would have absolutely eaten this up. And you know what? I did. No pun intended, Pizza Hut. My copy is not in the best of best shape. As you can see, there's kind of some scratching going on there, but it worked. Apart from my controller disconnecting at one point, it worked just fine. Hold on. So we're going to pop this disc in. We're going to play all of these demos. And spoiler alert, I've already played them, and I'm going to be ranking them 1 to 10. So stick around. See if your favorite demo takes the top place.
This pizza's bringing me back to my days in New York. Broadway, the Garden, that New York street corner pizza. The slices were so
What am I watching?
They were dripping with cheese and the sauce and the
I don't remember this at all.
You're only 15. You've never left Wisconsin.
But the cheese and the folding and...
No.
The big New Yorker pizza from Pizza Hut. This is what pizza's supposed to be. 16 inches of big foldable New York pizza for a very un-New York
I don't remember this at all.
Pizza Hut, the best pizzas under one roof.
Get ready to test your kart racing skills with Crash Bandicoot. Fight an ape army to save the human race. Adventure along with a young military cadet. Grind asphalt as Tony Hawk or blaze down a mountain on your fat snowboard. And don't stop there. Head back to Pizza Hut and buy another stuffed crust pizza. You'll get another demo disc filled with more of the best PlayStation games, including Gran Turismo 2, Spyro 2, Riptos Rage, Tomb Raider 4, Sledstorm, and the next Tetris.
Hell yeah.
Another chance to win $500,000.
Yes. I didn't win, by the way. My disc said not a winner. So before we rank these, I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the menu here. So we have Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Ape Escape, Crash Team Racing, Final Fantasy VIII, and Cool Borders 4 on the Pizza Hut Demo Disc 1. All right, let's go. Okay, so first up, we have Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and it says on the box that the sweepstakes ended in December of 1999, so I would have been 8 years old, which, that's the age that you beg your parents to go and get you a video game. The Tony Hawk one was super fun. The controls were a little wonky in this day and age, and I fell a lot, as you can see. But if I'm giving this a ranking, I'm going to have to say a solid 8 out of 10. I'm going to be asking my parents to take me to the store to buy Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and I'm actually almost positive that I did from this disc. All right, next up we have Ape Escape. Oh, shoot. They're running out of the monkey park. Whoa. Who gave that guy an Uzi? Ape Escape, I remember being kind of a weird demo. I actually remember playing this as a kid And this was the first time that I was introduced to using the analog sticks to control any part of a game, really. And I thought it was cool that it kind of acted as the net's direction. But I remember even as a kid, and I'm going to echo this now, that the camera felt really, really strange. And it just felt, I don't know, very clunky, very heavy, and like I was completely out of control of it. So, and I'm actually going to draw on a little bit of past experience here. Ape Escape, the demo version, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going 3 out of 10. Yeah, I'll be generous. I'll say 4 out of 10. We'll up that to a 4. I don't think I'd be asking my parents to take me and get a copy of Ape Escape. I'm sorry, Ape Escape devs. I know this is a work in progress. I also feel like they tried to squeeze a lot in to the demo, where it was, you're unlocking gadgets and you're undergoing a lot of tutorials. Tony Hawk really got it right, because you literally just dropped into a level and you just started skating, and that was it. They didn't need to have all the extra tutorials, all the extra little bits in there. It was just kind of like, hey, here's a short 2-minute run, figure it out, and then play it again, and then play it again, and then play it again. I think for a disc like this, that's the right way to do it. But anyway, we are on to Crash Team Racing. Let's go. Crash Team Racing. Okay, so if you've ever watched a video on my channel, you know that I'm not very good at racing games. I do enjoy them. Not very good at them, clearly. Finished 7th on the Crash Team Racing demo, but that's fine. I think, I was a Nintendo kid growing up. I grew up in a Nintendo family. My dad worked at Nintendo. Not really, but that's what you always had to say in the playground. Like, oh, my dad works at Nintendo. I don't think I ever actually said that, but I'm pretty sure I had friends who did. But we were a Nintendo family, so comparing this to Mario Kart, it's no contest. I mean, Mario Kart comes out ahead every time. And Mario Kart had been out for almost 3 years at this point, so, this was a little bit behind the times. It feels good, though. The controls felt fine. It did feel a little strange, like some of the opponents would just pass me with no apparent reason. Like I was on a straightaway, hadn't made really any big mistakes, and then all of a sudden, here comes whoever, I forget all the names of the Crash characters, but they come racing up behind me and pass me. That felt a little like, okay, that wasn't really on me. That's just like the computer trying to get ahead. The computer's cheating, guys. But I can totally see if I was not a part of a Nintendo family, or I didn't play a lot of Mario Kart, this game would absolutely rip. So I'm not going to compare it to Mario Kart. I'm going to give it its own rating. And I'm going to say that this would be a solid 6 out of 10. And I think that there's a pretty good chance, especially if I knew that my older brother was going to play this with me, there'd be a really good chance that I'd be asking my parents to take me to the store and pick up a copy of Crash Team Racing. And with that, let's move on to Final Fantasy VIII, which I don't really know how they're going to do in demo form, but here we are. That effect and these graphics were crazy for the PS1. Just compare those to the other ones that we've seen so far. This is insanity how good this looks. And I know this is just a pre-rendered cutscene. That's fine. It still looks badass. That was actually a pretty neat transition from the pre-rendered cutscene into the actual gameplay, which looks considerably worse. The Final Fantasy VII demo is just okay, honestly. There's a dog in it, so I got to give it some points there, but when I was a kid, I did really like JRPGs, and I liked the turn-based RPGs. I did play Final Fantasy VIII when I was a kid. I just played the full version with my cousin. But to me, this isn't very exciting. This is very same. There's clearly this time-based sort of attack system, which is fine. I don't mind that. But really all you're doing is attacking and casting some magic spells. I do like that they drop you right into the action, but I feel like this just doesn't do it for me. This doesn't draw me in. That's not to say that Final Fantasy VIII itself is bad. I'm just saying that the demo did not draw me in at all. I personally would not be asking my parents for this if I played the demo from the Pizza Hut PlayStation 1 demo disc. I got to go 5 out of 10 on this one. And last but certainly not least, Cool Borders 4, which now that I'm seeing the logo for it, I'm actually almost positive I had a copy of. Oh man, I kind of forgot about that that little logo animation. I remember that now. All right, we're getting right into it. I love this. All right, so kind of like Tony Hawk controls here. I totally remember this game. Okay, little trick fail there. That's fine. That's fine. We're learning. So apart from me being absolutely horrible at all racing games, apparently snowboarding racing games included, I really liked this demo. I liked that it just drops you right in. You're kind of expected to just figure it out as you go. To me, that makes it feel more like there's more to come. Like if I was to buy this game, there's going to be obviously more tracks. There's going to be more snowboards, more snowboarders. I really liked this, even though I absolutely sucked at it. And I have this really weird kind of vague memory of this game that I'm not sure when I played it, how I played it, or even if I played it, but I'm pretty sure I did. I'm going to give the demo of Cool Borders 4 a 7 out of 10. I'm definitely asking my parents to buy me that one. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you liked this type of video, please consider subscribing and leave a comment below if you had any other of these demo discs. There were a ton of these. I remember one of the ones that I had wasn't even the Pizza Hut PlayStation one, like the disc 1 or 2 here. It was some other PlayStation demo disc. I don't even remember what it was from, but it had like Medieval on it, I think, and like Soul Reaver, I think was another one. This was a really cool era for gaming where you weren't really getting your demos online, you were just getting them from demo discs. So it was just really nice to be able to dive back into a piece of history here. For me, this felt extremely nostalgic, even though I'm not positive that I owned this exact demo disc. I think I played some of these demos, but on other demo discs. But even just looking at kind of that wiggle that PlayStation has, because the, what was it? It's like the pixels had to snap to a number instead of having a decimal place in the code. I'm not a coder, I don't know what it all means, but it's just really, really nostalgic to see that sort of blocky, kind of snappy texture mapping and moving. It's really, really, really nice. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and you know what? I'm looking forward to doing this next demo disc here very shortly. So we're gonna make that happen. All right. Well, hey, with that, I'll see you guys next week. Peace. I have an extraordinarily important question today, and that is, do these PS1 demos still hold up? I remember playing these a ton as a kid. I would get these. This one's from Pizza Hut. If you watched the other episode, that one was also from Pizza Hut. But I would get these all the time as a kid, and I loved them. I specifically remember one that had Spyro and Medieval on it, and and Soul Reaver. I played so much of these. And you don't really see these anymore. You can get demos elsewhere. You can get them just on or whatever platform you're playing on usually, but you don't get them like this anymore. You just don't get them like this. If you're new here, welcome. This is the Nostalgic Gamers Club, exclusively available on the internet. I don't know when I developed that sort of superhero voice for that, but you know what? It's maybe I'll keep it. I don't know. But on this channel, we like to look at nostalgic stuff, mostly games, but sometimes music, movies, TV shows, I don't know, books. I didn't read a lot of books as a kid, so we probably won't be talking about nostalgic books on this channel, but we might. Probably not. But today, we're going to be looking at the front cover, back cover, the disc itself for this demo disc from Pizza Hut, as well as some gameplay. And I'm going to rank these on a scale from 1 to 10 on, whether or not I would ask my parents to buy it for me. Just like we did in the last episode, which if you haven't watched it, what are you doing? It's over here. Go watch it. But taking a look at the front here, we have Spyro right up top. And the whole background is also just very Y2K. It's kind of this like 3D chrome schmear, I guess. We have the PlayStation logo. We have the Pizza Hut logo. And we see the games that are on here. We have The Next Tetris, Sled Storm, Gran Turismo 2, Spyro Ripto's Rage, and Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation. And smack dab in the middle, it says, win $500,000 or other PlayStation prizes. Look inside to see if you've won. Spoiler alert, didn't win. I don't think they would have let me claim it at this point anyway, but on the back here, it also says win $500,000, and we have little screen grabs from Sledstorm, Tomb Raider The Last Revelation, Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage, Gran Turismo 2, and The Next Tetris. And I think it's funny that 3 of these were still rating pending. They hadn't even rated these games yet. And it even says over here, this sampler includes demos for software not yet rated and rated E by the ESRB, not for resale. So again, whoever sold this to me on eBay, you better watch out. But I appreciate you because I really wanted these. So on the disc itself, I don't know if you can really see it too well, but it does say along the inner border here, it says, sorry, try again. But it's just kind of your basic disc design, I guess. There's kind of these little rivet holes around the side. It's just kind of a blue background. Nothing really going on here. But you know what? We're going to pop this bad boy into the PlayStation, and we're going to see what we think of these demos. Again, I'm going to rate them on a scale from 1 to 10. 1 being I absolutely would not ask my parents to buy this for me. 10 being I'm going to be asking my parents to buy me this game when it comes out. And I want to be super clear here. This is not a rating of the game itself. This is just a rating of the demo and if it really caught my attention because, I don't think I actually had this demo disc as a kid. I like I said, I've had a few, but I don't think I had this exact one. So we're going to see how it turns out. Let's go check that out. Let's roll that beautiful bean footage.
Are you ready? You're about to hit the race course at 210 miles per hour.
Whoa.
Take a vacation with a dragon.
Yes.
Race a snowmobile through breathtaking alpine terrain.
Yes.
Push your puzzle skills to the limit.
Okay.
Go on a perilous journey with the adventure of Femme Fatale.
Okay.
Finish that stuffed crust pizza and leap into action.
Whoa.
Once you get a taste of these games, you'll have to put them on your holiday gift list.
What an intro. All right, I think let's just jump right in, honestly. All right, so we're starting off with Tetris. I will say I don't have the highest hopes. Tetris is fine. It's fine. But I feel like Tetris has been done a million times. And even in this day and age, I remember I was just kind of about Tetris. I did like Dr. Mario a lot. So maybe, I don't know, maybe this will be better than I was expecting. Okay, guys, I have to say, for the Tetris demo, this is like an easiest I've ever given 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10. This is so unexhilarating. There's no music. Like, what? How are you going to put a demo out there with no music? This is not exciting at all. Like, I mean, I guess if you were really into Tetris as a kid, like, this might be your complete jam, and that's fine. I'm not going to judge you for that, but because like my brother was into Tetris, but he's my brother, so I can judge him all I want. This is not fun, and it's not entertaining. It's not nothing about this. I don't like anything about this. I'm gonna go to the next demo. That was terrible. That was so bad. Go to the main screen, please. Am I stuck here? Do I have to reset my console to get out of Tetris? What are you doing to me, Pizza Hut? At least I get to hear the Sony startup sound again, so that's nice. All right, next up we have Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage.
Hi, Spyro. It's a good thing you're here.
So I will say I honestly really like this demo for Spyro. There's voice acting in it, which is nice. While I didn't get very far in it, in the interest of getting through all the demos, it's just fun. This is like just an easy pick up and play type game. The AI in the game kind of works nicely. Like it kind of goes where you want it to go. I will say the inverted camera controls are a little bit crazy. They threw me off a little bit, but that's how a lot of these games were. And while this isn't as exhilarating as the other Spyro demo that I remember playing as a kid, I really do enjoy this. This is a lot of fun. And if I was a kid playing this, chances are I would ask my parents to buy me the game when it came out. So I think I'm going to give the Spyro demo, I'm going to go with a 7 out of 10. I think this is an easy 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. Next up, Gran Turismo 2. Let's do this. Now you guys know how great I am at racing games, so we're going to see how this goes. So here's the thing. I think that Gran Turismo, from all the ones that I've played in the past, it's meant to be more of a simulation, right? This isn't supposed to be like a real high-octane feeling type game. I think sometimes it can be, but like it's kind of the same issue that I had with some of the other racing games that I've played in the past, where the sense of speed isn't great. Like this doesn't feel excellent. And again, I'm also not a huge fan. I don't want to say fan, but I'm just not crazy about racing games. So that's probably playing into it a little bit. But having said that, this looks great. Like as a kid, especially, I would have loved how this looked on the PlayStation. And I think that's definitely worth something, because back in that day, that's when I feel like the graphics of a game really mattered. And there was, every time there was a new console or a new game, it felt like it kept pushing the envelope of what graphics could do. Did I just finish first place for the first time ever on this channel? Did I just take first? Let's go. I did it. Oh, man. Anyway, this realistically probably would not have been my jam as a kid. I will say that it did feel pretty good, though. It handled pretty well. I'm going to give this demo a 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. I might ask my parents for it, but most likely I would just play it if my brother got it. Next up, we have Tomb Raider. I mean, the graphics look... Wait a minute. Is this not an actual demo? Is this just a video? I guess it's important to remember that in this day and age, you wouldn't have been able to just go on YouTube and look up gameplay. But all the rest of these are playable demos. This isn't a demo at all. This is just a video. Sick backflip. So intense. What the hell is this music? This is like what's playing when like a bank heist is happening in any early 2000s movie. Whoa. That Skeleton Man's jumping. You know what? Not that would have swayed me or not swayed me, but that's got to be disqualified. That's a 0 out of 10. Like, you can't, that's not a demo. You can't just put a video out and say that's a demo. Disqualified. 0 out of 10. Pizza Hut, what are you doing? You betrayed my trust. All right, let's play Sled Storm. All right, so Sled Storm, let's talk about this. Despite my very apparent user error in this game, because I'm just so bad at racing, this kind of rips. I really like this, and I think that if I was a kid, I'd be super into this, and I would definitely be asking my parents for it. I honestly don't know how I haven't played this game or heard of this game. Did I just take first? No, I took third. But I was close. They're playing Rob Zombie's Dragula in the background, which is nuts. I might have to like quiet down the audio a little bit. I feel like that must have been in a handful of PlayStation 1 games, because I remember that was in Twisted Metal 4, I think it was. And it's just funny to hear it here as well. But yeah, no, I had a ton of fun with this. Like, I feel like if I was a little kid playing this, I would almost certainly be asking my parents for a copy. I'm going to go ahead and give this demo 8 out of 10. I really like this demo. The music's good. The sound effects are good. The controls are good. I really enjoyed this. If you played Sled Storm, let me know how it is as a full game, because I really am curious about maybe picking up a copy of this now. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I really want to give a special thanks to all of the new subscribers lately. You guys are leaving a lot of really nice comments, and just you're wanting to be a part of this community. And truth be told, the whole reason I started this channel in the first place is that I wanted to build up a little community of people who are kind of like me, who just like retro stuff, specifically retro gaming. Like I said, eventually maybe we'll look at some retro movies, but right now it's just retro games and toys, and I freaking love it. And if you like this video, please consider subscribing. That would mean a lot to me. And I think with that, I'm gonna go. It's boring. I'm gonna go literally mow my lawn. So that's. Anyway, hope your day is more exciting than mowing your lawn. All right, peace. Twisted Metal 4, honestly, is maybe one of my favorite games of all time. And today I want to talk about why. But, in addition to that, we're going to be looking at the front cover, the back cover, the instruction booklet, and then some gameplay for Twisted Metal 4. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club here exclusively on the internet. Someone said that I should keep doing the Superman voice for it. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, but it is. It's just online. I don't do live shows yet. Maybe coming to a city near you. If I come to a city near you, I'm probably just visiting. But today we're taking a look at what I consider to be one of the best games. Here's the thing, is objectively, this is not an amazing game, right? It's a Twisted Metal game. You get in cars, you need to blow stuff up. But for me, just for nostalgic purposes, this game just holds so much nostalgic value. And honestly, for a PS1 game, it looked pretty great too, in my opinion. Obviously, the graphics don't really hold up today, but that's another story. So Twisted Metal 4 came out in November of 1999, and truth be told, it kind of had some pretty average reviews. Like I said, more for nostalgic purposes is why I really love this game. But it did come out to GameSpot had a 7.1 out of 10, IGN had a 6 out of 10, Game Rankings gave it a 68.04%. So not amazing, right? This game did not get critical acclaim, but everyone that I knew that had this game loved this game. And I think it kind of makes sense why, right? This is 1999, and if you are a young boy in 1999 and you have a game where there's evil clown with fire for hair and you're driving around in a literal coffin, shooting skulls at people, that's awesome, right? That rips. So taking a look at the front cover here, we do see Sweet Tooth in the background behind this, very dystopian city. In the cutscene, in the opening cutscene, which I just played, and you guys will see in just a second here, there's actually, it looks like it says Detroit on the newspaper, so I don't know if this is supposed to be some sort of, dystopian future Detroit. I mean, to be fair, Detroit in 1999 wasn't very topian. It's gotten a lot better. I live near Detroit, and I love going down there now. But back in 1999, it was not the safest spot to be. And then we have Sweet Tooth and Mr. Grimm, I think it is, there on the front cover. We have this awesome logo, Twisted Metal 4. It's got this cool yellow to red gradient outline going on behind it. And it kind of matches Sweet Tooth's hair, is what I'm noticing. It's got this cool, raised chrome look. I love that. That is peak 1999 design. We are looking at the PlayStation Greatest Hits Edition, and it's also worth noting that we not only have, electrical firestorms going on over here, but we also have missiles. So, just fantastic. Flipping over to the back here, we see some of these minion clowns, and they're kind of lining these frames, and it says high octane attitude with a twist. Sweet Tooth, TM, and his pumped-up posse of evil henchmen have taken control of the most explosive freak show on wheels. So the plot of this is Sweet Tooth has overthrown Calypso as the kind of showrunner of Twisted Metal. More than 20 wicked new characters and vehicles with all new weapons. Get sick with Rob Zombie's Dragula, Roach Coach, Nuke Mobile, and more. 8 new multi-level war zones and hidden levels. Go buck wild in interactive arenas like Neon City, Carnival, and Sweet Tooth's Bedroom. That was a cool level. I remember that one. New car combat customization. Pick your size, body style, paint design, and special weapon. Now savable to memory card. I love that. Monster graphics and improved car physics. Crisp vehicles and lush battlegrounds await. Revamped arcade physics keep you on track for destruction. Slammin' soundtrack promotes maximum mayhem. Rob Zombie, Cirrus, Cypress Hill, Scold, Ghoul Spoon, and 1 Minute Silence. 1 to 4 player lunacy with multi-tap support. And I will say, my buddies and I would play the 2-player version of this all the time. But before I dive into the instruction guide, I wanted to talk about this for a second. I remember so specifically that I would have my neighbor from down the street come over, and we would play this over and over and over and over again. And I'm going to look into what happens, but you get a rank at the end of each playthrough, or at the end of each couple levels, you rank up. And the more you play, the more you rank up, and you just keep playing through these levels over and over again. And if I had to guess, my buddy and I probably played through this entire game, start to finish in the campaign mode, I don't know, maybe 40 times, 50 times. We just kept doing it. He would come over, we would play for 2, 3, 4 hours, and then the next day he would come over and do it all over again. It was awesome. Spent a whole summer doing that, and I freaking loved it. And I was already a Twisted Metal fan at this point in the franchise. My brother was really big into Twisted Metal 2, which, if you go back and look at now, is really hard to look at. It's tough to look at. But I was already into the franchise because of that. So when this came out, I was thrilled. It says the #1 car combat game is ready to rage. And then we just see some screenshots, right? We got somebody getting blown up here. It's the cockroach mobile. What was it called? The roach coach. We have the carnival level and what looks to be Sweet Tooth's bedroom. This game was 1 to 4 players, took up 1 block on the memory card, multi-tap adjustable, 1 to 4 players, analog control compatible, and vibration function compatible. Was rated teen for animated violence. Now, I wanted to take a look at the disc itself here. It's just black and white, but there's actually the exact same image on the disc that's behind it. So instead of trying to decipher what's going on in this black and white disc, we're just going to look at this imagery behind it. So we have Sweet Tooth kind of overseeing that same sort of dystopian city from the from the front cover. But the difference is now he's got his little clown minions there too. So just for reference, they're not on the front cover. They are there. And Sweet Tooth is a little bit different there as well, right? On the front cover, it's like his whole face. He's right there, right up front. So they are reusing some assets, but not all of them. I also genuinely, like, this isn't ironic, I love the design of like the late 90s, early 2000s, like 3D clowns. Like that's just so fun. I cannot get this out of here to save my life. All right, so now we are going to take a look at the instruction booklet, maybe my favorite part. So, of course, we have our table of contents. Nothing too special there. This is actually really dark. I might have to actually increase my exposure because of how dark these pages are. Hold on. There, that's probably a little bit better. So we just see some basics of getting started, the memory card, things like that. It's hard to believe this was a PS1 game. I mean, to me, this feels closer to a PS2 game than a PS1 game. Here we have our controls. So if you want to take a pause there to take a little look at the, what we got going on. It says, bow down to the clown, to DA, to the clown. Twisted Metal's reigning leader, Calypso, has been overthrown in a coup de clown. I need to quit YouTube. As the new CCO, Chief Clown of Operations, Sweet Tooth has handpicked a wicked posse of evil henchmen to do his bidding and ensure that this is one carnival freak show where the freaks reign supreme. This time around, Sweet Tooth's calling the shots, and rest assured, there will be plenty of them. So there's, I mean, I don't need to read this all. I'll pause it in case you guys want to read this. But the copywriting in this is just immaculate. This is so fun. And I like that it doesn't take itself too seriously, right? Like it knows that it's a game where you're just driving around a car and blowing up other cars. We have a little look here at the game screen, including the game views. So it says here, there's more than one way to view the destruction. Game views are close, medium, and far. So you can adjust that, which, full transparency, I did record the gameplay before looking at this. And I think I mentioned that in the gameplay portion. So I didn't know that you could adjust the camera. Here are just some basics of setting up the game. So you're choosing your game type, number of players. You have your options for audio, video, password, and credits. And then they go over a little bit here about the tournament mode. And I think this is cool. So it says you can use a computer ally. So it says drive into battle with a computer-generated friend of your choice who will blow away anything that moves except you. It's great having someone to take your bullet, but when you win, you won't see the ending movies. So it does kind of punish you by not showing you those endings if you use the computer ally. Talks a little bit here about deathmatch mode. So if you have some buddies over, you can just go nuts. Passwords for secret areas of the game, which, at the time you could find online or in like cheat books. And I don't know if you guys remember this too, but you literally used to have to buy cheat books. Like they would have thick books with different cheat codes for all different kinds of games. It was awesome. Look at that clown. Look at that guy. just fantastic. They just have a few things here about controller configuration, your player settings, all that good jazz. The different worlds you can play in. So we had Construction Yard, Neon City, Road Rage, Sweet Tooth's Bedroom, Amazonia 3000 BC, the Oil Rig, the Maze, and the Carnival. The weapons that you could use were Fire Missile, Power Missile, Ricochet Bomb, Lightning, Homing Missile, Napalm, Remote Bomb, Freeze Remote, Proximity Mine, Rain Missile, Speed Missile, Mortar. Wow, there's a lot of weapons there. MERV, Multiple Independently Targeted Re-Entry Vehicle, a Rain 2 Missile, Health, and Turbo. It talks here about the different attacks that you can do. And I always thought this was really cool. So you can do combo attacks. It says here, out of ammo, no sweat, because you have combo attacks that don't depend on picking up ammo. Combo attacks depend on your stored energy, so watch your combo attack energy bar. Combo attacks affect vehicle performance and maneuverability, so know your vehicle. Most combat attacks require 3, 4, or more button sequences. Experiment. So you can do like a freeze burst, rear freeze, massive attack, rear rear attack, high jump, shield, invisibility, hyperspace. I don't know what hyperspace does. And I think this is really cool because they go over some things that are things that they could have just had you figure out, but they want to give you a little push in the right direction. So they talk a little bit about some advanced tactics that you can use, like chaining together proximity mines or exploding barrels. It's just nice. The vehicles and drivers. We have the Meter Maid, Orbital, Captain Grimm, Calypso, Google Eyes, Pizza Boy, Quattro, General Warthog, which is who I selected to play as in my playthrough, Microblast. He's a 29-year-old elf. Unknown origin. I'm going to guess North Pole. The Trash Man, the Joneses, Drag Queen, and Rob Zombie. And you could unlock other playable cars. And I'd have to look to see for sure, but I believe you can unlock them just by playing through the campaign. I remember the boss of the, I think it was like the Neon City level. We unlocked, we played as him a bunch of times. And then here we just have some Twisted Metal 4 credits with another weird kind of Ray Liotta looking clown. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. Ray Liotta doesn't deserve that disrespect. And then on the back here, we're talking Cool Borders 2001. The #1 snowboarding series returns. It says, shred killer terrain, break off a sick alley-oop 360 method, and take on the most challenging group of pros ever assembled. With Cool Borders 2001, all new mountains and courses, awesome tricks, incredible obstacles, top pro riders, and phenomenal gameplay will have you carving up the slopes and panting for breath. I don't know, if you're panting while playing Cool Borders, you see your doctor. It's the most realistic ride ever. Just watch out for the occasional wipeout. That's kind of cool. I love seeing these old guides. And it's just funny to me because now I'm looking at my camera and it's so overexposed. Hold on. Let's fix that. It's so overexposed because of how dark the pages were in the rest of the video. But anyway, guys, with that, let's boot up some gameplay here and see what all this fuss is about, shall we? Let's do it.
Stories tell of a carnival that would travel from town to town. At its head was a man surrounded by mystery, who was known only as Calypso. One day, this carnival came to my master's town.
God, these old animations.
Seen before. In it, contestants would battle in vehicles of their choosing for a chance of winning a mysterious prize. Some said this prize was a single wish, anything the victor could possibly desire. But they also say that the stakes for playing were high. The cost of losing one's immortal soul. My master also tells me he did not start life out as a clown. He was once a boy. A boy who dreamt of fire, destruction, and twisted metal.
There it is. There's the title.
Word of the deadly traveling show spread like the plague. Great was my master's skill in battle, but in the collection of souls, he was but a pawn.
Oh, shit. Man,
Days turn into months.
I know this is cheesy, but I love this.
Years. Desire turns into envy. and envy turns into a plan. Calypso's time as the carnival's master of ceremonies came to an end. My master was ready to take his rightful place, seated at the throne of the Twisted Metal Empire!
Man, this voice actor is really just chewing the scenery. What an intro. What an intro. So full disclosure, I'm playing this on a PS3, so this isn't technically, one-to-one with hardware, but close enough. Let's take a look at, do we have any options we need to change? I think we're probably fine. I might have to mute a few segments depending on how much copyrighted music there is. All right, let's do tournament. Let's see what we can do here. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, we can do create car. Let's do we'll do a pre-made one here. Okay, this is a tough choice. I kind of want to go Calypso, if I'm being honest. Let's look at info. Oh, the music just kind of stopped.
Ridiculous, really. Twisted Metal is my tournament. It's my brainchild. It's mine. This will be proven soon enough.
Nah, not doing that one. I think we're gonna be General Warhog. I think that's gonna be it. Now, full disclosure, I'm recording this piece before looking at the instruction manual, so I did look at a couple of the special attacks that you can do with the D-pad, but that was it. So I might be missing on some of the controls here. So what do we got? Accelerate, turn, cycle through your weapons. Okay. There's our machine gun. That's my special. Okay, let's just go for it. Let's just go kill a bunch of other vehicles. Whoa, okay. Oh, I guess it's okay. Where are we? Oh, we got some action up here. Double tap for boost. Okay. Love it. Got our handbrake. Okay. Man, the controls are a little wonky. I'm gonna be extremely honest here. Oh, we got the power missiles. I love that. I'm gonna chase this guy down and get him with a power missile. Ah. Whoa. Okay. Let's. This. I'm so happy right now, you guys. I could just try to describe to you how happy I am, and it would not do it justice. Oh no, I got frozen. Okay. Oh man, I'm not doing great. You know what? Let's use our special here. Let's take care of some folks. They had to have done something. Come on. Captain Grimm's almost down. Gotcha. Where did Trash Man come from? How do can I reverse? Oh. There we go. Ah, come on, Trash Man. They're all around this side. All right, come on. I'm just waiting for someone to fall in my trap here. Did someone just drive past me? Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, you jerk. Oh, I got myself with that one. Okay, so note to self, freeze mode works on your own person. This game is so chaotic. Okay, back it up. Put it in reverse, Terry. That wall looks like it can break. It can! Ah, that didn't work out for me at all. I hit him so hard he disappeared. I'm gonna try getting the crane going again. Man, these guys are all over me. Come on, get out of there. Okay, now we just got one left. Now we're in business, people. Now I can get in my damn crane. and pick this boy up. Come on. Where you at, trash man? I see you running around back there. Come on. Nothing beats operating a crane, trying to kill the trash man while Dragula by Rob Zombie just rages on in the background. This is peak gaming, and you can't change my mind. No! Oh no! All right, he's like one good hit away. Yes! Crusher? Who's Crusher? He sounds like a mean guy. What is Can I unlock Crusher? So what I vaguely remember from this game is that eventually you can just unlock every boss you fight against. And I just remember that being super fun as a kid. Oh, okay. Oh no, he's got me cornered. He's doing his Crusher attack. All right, I'm just going to go nuts here. Because I have multiple lives, he doesn't. Crusher, get ready to get crushed. Ah, shoot, where'd he go? Back up. That was a good hit. That was a good hit. A couple more of those and we'll be golden. You running away from me? I killed myself, but I got him too. So this might be one of those games that I have to do a full stream on if I'm being honest, but I just want to take a look at Neon City because this game is just really bringing back some very pleasant memories. Like, look at this. This is great. I remember that you could ride on the tracks. Oh! Kind of forgot about the train. I guess that makes sense. I wish that there was a new Twisted Metal game. I know they had Twisted Metal 3. Whoa, there's the train. Okay. And then they came out with the TV show recently, and I didn't watch all of it. If I'm being honest, I kind of felt like the show was a little bit of a hard watch at points. But, I mean, it was still fun. It was still, a Twisted Metal show. It just seemed like it was much more focused on the, yes, go. Oh. It seemed like it was much more focused on, like, the characters than the car battle. And if I'm watching a show called Twisted Metal, I'll be honest, I'm here for the car battle. So, anyway, this is definitely going to go into a stream. We're going to be streaming this. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate you sticking around. And, if you like this video, I would appreciate it if you would consider subscribing. Because, that creates the happy chemicals. And let me know what games you guys want me to cover next, because I've been making more frequent visits to eBay and my local game store to see what they have. So if there's a game you want to see me cover on this show, please let me know in a comment, and I will be happy to pick up a copy and check it out. Anyway, with that, I will see you guys next week. Peace! What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Nostalgic Gamers Club here exclusively on the internet. My name is Zach, and if you're new to this channel, I like to play and look at retro games and retro movies and music and books and TV shows and all that stuff. But, so far, mostly just games and some toys. Today, I wanted to take a look at Ratchet & Clank Going Commando for the PlayStation 2. This game has a lot of history for me. And it's in a very, in my opinion, interesting way because I've never actually beaten this game. In fact, I didn't log a ton of hours in this game, which seems to be somewhat regrettable because if I'm looking at the scores here, it got like 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10, 9.4 out of 10, 4 out of 5 stars, 4.5 out of 5 stars, 90 out of 100. Like the reviews for this game were incredible. But the reason that this is such an interesting game for me is I kind of spoiled the fact that I was getting a PlayStation 2. So this came out in late 2003. I would have just turned 13. And, my brother, his girlfriend had a PS2. And so I had played a PS2 before, but we didn't have one. And I was so excited because I was pretty sure that I was going to be getting it for Christmas. And I went over to my cousin's house for our big, cousin's Christmas party. And he's a little bit older than I am. One of those cousins that I've always called uncle. He walks out with, my Christmas gift, and I unwrap it, and it's Ratchet & Clank Going Commando for the PS2. It's this exact copy. And the funny thing is I hadn't gotten my PlayStation 2 yet. So at that point, my little 13-year-old brain kind of connected the dots. It was like, well, I'm sure my parents must have told my cousin that I was getting a PS2, and he got me this game for it. So this was the first game that I popped into my PS2. It still just holds a lot of nostalgic value to me for that reason. So today we're going to be taking a look at the front cover, the back cover, the instruction booklet, and then a little bit of gameplay for Ratchet & Clank Going Commando. So starting off, looking at the front cover, it's kind of hard to see on camera, but there's almost this holographic coating to parts of the image. So like this blue backdrop has a little bit of holographicness to it. This sort of burn line going around the outside is holographic. And then there's a little bit of just like a holographic sheen over Ratchet and Clank there. It's honestly really nice to look at. It is over the title as well, just a little bit. But the most pronounced is this sort of burned area on the side. But here on the cover, we have Ratchet and Clank. And again, I'm not an expert with this game. I'm not extraordinarily familiar with it. So, forgive me if I don't know all the weapons, but he has this kind of like flamethrower looking gun with 4 barrels. And then I can't help but notice, I've been playing a lot of Astrobot lately. Clank looks an awful lot like Astrobot. Like there has to be some sort of design crossover there that was intentional. And I'm sure that there is. I'm sure I just don't know about it. So if you know if Clank and Astrobot are somehow related, please let me know in a comment, because that's neat as hell. Flipping it over to the back cover, it might be a little bit dark here on camera. I'll try to get it so it's tilted the right way for you. Let's brighten this bad boy up. Hold on. That might be a little bit better. It says, "Kicking ass, one planet at a time. Ratchet and Clank are back, and they're going commando." What could be more fun? The more stuff you blow up, the stronger Ratchet gets, and the bigger and badder the weapons you'll have. Destroy hordes of enemies in gladiator arenas. Upgrade your ship and maneuver through the galaxy in intense space combat. Leave competitors to eat your dust in hoverbike races. And then we just see some screen grabs here from the game itself. Over here it says, "It'll take more than your big guns to take on this challenge. You up for it?" This was one player, took up 475 kilobytes on the memory card, analog control, vibration function, pressure sensitive, and progressive scan, in case that's important to you. This game is rated T for mild violence. And let's pop this bad boy open. So the thing that jumps out to me before I even get to the disc itself is that this guide is printed sideways compared to most guides or most instruction booklets that we've seen. So we'll get to that. I will say something from this era that I miss is in the PS1 disc cases, there was usually some art behind the disc. I kind of miss that, but we also do have like full print color discs now, which is great. So on the cover here, it's pretty much the same image as the front. There's just no burn marks. And they're kind of in this circular, Y2K looking white vault. I do love the art on these old PS2 discs. I think they always just look so nice, especially comparing it to like if you had the same game on PS2 and GameCube. The PS2 disc usually looked better because the GameCube discs were, again, smaller and just kind of had that more like duochromatic design. I don't even know if that's a word, duochromatic. I just made that up. So taking a look at the instruction booklet here, this is quite a bit different than any instruction booklet that I've ever seen. It's certainly different than any that are in my collection, and it really stands out. The art, like the quality of the art itself, looks amazing. The colors look great, and it's printed landscape instead of being, this horizontal booklet that you would thumb through this way. On the front here, we have Ratchet with one of his weapons in sort of this futuristic looking city. And again, if you're a huge Ratchet and Clank fan, I apologize in advance. I am not an expert by any means of Ratchet and Clank. I enjoy this era of gaming. So I'm kind of just experiencing this for the first time. The second time, really, but you get me. It's been 20 years. So right out of the gate, we see this huge array of weapons. And this totally, I've talked about this in the past. I think that the art direction in games like this was so important. And when you look back at a game like The Wind Waker, for example, the graphics don't necessarily hold up, but the art direction was so good that everything still looks good. And I would argue the same with this. Like I said, it's a 20-year-old game. But in my opinion, these weapons and these vehicle designs hold up better than I think some modern games that have just recently come out, because they had such a clear art direction. It's sort of this cartoony, Y2K design, very colorful. The color palette is, a lot of orange, a lot of green, kind of accented with these purples and blues. It looks amazing. And it looks like they all belong together in the same game. I really like that. This is just our table of contents and, getting you set up, getting you ready for what's in store, really. Our getting started and starting up pages, And feel free to pause on any of these pages. I'm not going to stay on these pages for too incredibly long. So if there's something you want to read, hit that pause button. And while you're at it, hit that subscribe button. You know what I'm saying? It's going over loading a saved game, loading an original Ratchet & Clank save, which is cool that save could carry over. We have a little introduction here. Welcome to Megacorp's Commando Guidebook. If you're reading this comprehensive training manual, it means you are one of the lucky few who has been handpicked by our most exalted and capable founder, Abercrombie Fizzwidget. What a name. What a name. And that's him up there. That's Mr. Fizzwidget. Maybe I'm just becoming old and crotchety, but I feel like games don't have this type of sense of humor anymore. I don't know. Maybe I am just old and crotchety. Now, here's the thing. I caught some flack in my Jedi Power Battles episode because I didn't memorize the controls, and then I griped about there not being a lock-on mechanism. I'm not going to gripe about anything because I'm not going to memorize all these controls right now, and I haven't recorded the gameplay yet. So, I apologize. But we do have our basic controls. We have some advanced commando moves over here as well. I always like when games would show you some of the advanced moves in the guide. I feel like that's really, it's a nice touch. I will say this is wild because Game Grumps had to have been inspired by this. If you're not familiar with Game Grumps, they're a huge Let's Play channel on YouTube, and that's like their brand colors. It looks like their brand font, the style. That there has to be some sort of overlap there. Otherwise, it's just a wild coincidence. Anyway, more controls over here, and then it looks like they're doing something that was kind of in the Grand Theft Auto games where there's like an advertisement for Slim's Ship Shack. That's hard to say. It says, your ship lost its get up and go? Do your afterburners spew out noxious goo? Wonder whatever happened to that new ship smell? If you answered hell yeah to any of these questions, then you need to get yourself right on over to Slim Cognito's Ship Shack for all the latest in fighter ship technology. At Slim's, you can outfit your ship with fusion laser cannons, advanced shielding systems, torpedo cannons, and a little ditty we like to call the nuclear detonation device. Plus, we got all the hottest colors on this side of the Bogon Galaxy. Blargian red, Orxon green, and other favorites. At Slim's, it's always good pickings. I love that. That's fantastic. We have some controls over here of controlling Clank specifically and Giant Clank. Goes over here the menu, so it's talking about weapons and gadgets. This Megacorp advisory says some gadgets, such as the foot items, will automatically be equipped when they are required. Goes over here the quick select system, items, help, options, special, the maps section. So there's the galactic map and the map screen. We have our weapons and gadgets. And I will say there are a lot of weapons in this. There's also a little other advertisement there if you want to take a pause and read that. I'm just going to go through these weapons really quickly. So we have the Omniwrench 8000, the Lancer, the Gravity Bomb, the Chopper, the Swing Shot, the Electrolyzer, Dynamo, Tractor Beam. Then we're getting into Commando Essentials, Nanotech, bolts, bolt crates, ammo, Megacorp crates, Time Bomb crates. They're talking about armor, platinum bolts, commando teammates. And then they talk about some of the, they call them extracurriculars over here. So there's like arena battle, hoverbike races. And again, this was an era when I feel like games wanted to give you more. They wanted to give you as much as possible. And so they would let you have an arena battler and a hoverbike race. Or, you go back to like Sonic Adventure 2 and there's the Chow Garden or, the racing game built into there, which is weird. Sonic can run faster than any car. He doesn't need that. Anyway, just a different time in gaming. Spherical worlds, space combat. And then there's a whole section for space combat. There's a lot to this game. This appears to be quite the thick and filled out game. Getting into our credits, and then at the end here, we see what looks to be a little screenshot from one of the boss battles in the game, and the limited warranty. Now you guys know how much I love advertisements in the back of instruction booklets. So let's see what we got. Oh, it's kind of an ad. It's just for the strategy guide. So it has a complete walkthrough of each planet with detailed maps, detailed descriptions of all weapons and gadgets, locations of every platinum bolt exposed, strategy for all maxi games, and all secrets revealed. I wonder what happens if you call one of these numbers. Should I call one of these numbers? I'm going to call one of these numbers.
Call may be recorded for quality assurance. We have a special promotion today for select callers. If you are over 50, please press 1 now. If not,
Over
press
50.
2. Hello and congratulations. Just for calling today, we're offering you a free medical alert device. One now
I don't
is
think this
running
is the
your free
right.
device, or remain on the line for additional.
I don't think this is the active number. We're going to talk to someone, though.
If you were Part A and Part B and want to plan optional plan benefit and check your.
Okay, so that number didn't do anything. Let's try the other one.
I'm sorry.
Damn it! Well, team, it looks like we're not going commando today. Those were the shot. You know, you call to get a Ratchet and Clank strategy guide, and you end up getting a Medicare helpline. You know, with that, I feel like we're in the perfect space to go check out some gameplay. Before we get into all that, there's also this connection card, so you can register all your games with PlayStation. So there's that. All right, let's check out some gameplay for Ratchet and Clank, shall we? Let's do it. Okay, so here's the thing. I've been trying to play my PS2 games and my PS1 games on my PS3, and I don't remember much about the backwards compatibility between PS3 and PS2, and apparently it's not very compatible. So I'm gonna see if I can find it on the store. Okay, well, I'm not gonna pay $15 for a game that I already own. So hold on, I gotta go hook up my PS2. Hold on. All right, that's better. Now we can actually play it. There's something about PS2 graphics that just, I really love them. I really love them. All right, let's just do a new game. There is a memory card, but
Tonight's heroes are the duo who recently restored peace and order to our galaxy, Ratchet and Clank. So, gentlemen, tell us about your latest incredible adventures.
Well, as you can imagine, we've been pretty busy. After Drek's defeat, there were parades, press conferences, fancy dress balls.
And the wiener roast at Al's.
who is that? Who's playing Ratchet?
After that,
There was the grand opening at Groovy Lube.
Right. I think that was last week.
6 months ago.
We're still pretty busy, but in a more, domestic sense.
Yesterday, I flushed out my radiator core.
I guess no one needs a hero right now.
Miss Noodlebottom, I found our man.
Seconds later. I honestly always think it's so funny when something is like, 2 seconds later, but the screen is up for longer than 2 seconds. I get a real kick out of that.
On a mission of dire urgitude, a mission of superfluous peril, a mission of unequivocal imperitude.
Did that make any sense?
So, you need me to go on a dangerous mission in another galaxy.
His eyes are a little buggy. That's okay.
This top secret biological experiment was
Let's dive in.
stolen from
We're
our
skipping it. Diving in. Let's get some gameplay going. And I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys, as the kids say. It's been a couple days since I recorded the instruction booklet because I couldn't get it to work on my PS3, obviously. So I don't remember the controls. Not that I usually do anyway.
Affirmative. Beginning radio silence.
This really doesn't look bad. I mean, genuinely, this does not look bad at all. Just got like a little crouchy move here. Hold on. Just give me a minute. Oh.
To select weapons, hold triangle and select an icon with the left analog stick.
Well, I don't feel as bad now because I just apparently didn't stand in the right spot on the platform.
Press circle to fire your lancer.
Okay, a little bit of a mild auto lock on. I like that. This is honestly super fun. I'm having a ball right now. And it controls extremely well, especially for such an old game at this point. Did I really just, not step on that correctly? Okay, hold on. Hold on, I need to select my thing. Wait. Oh! I fell. Okay. Uh-oh, okay. All right, we're good. I don't like the gravity bomb. There's too much going on here. Yeah. I like the gravity bomb now. That is kind of nice. I feel like, especially for a game that's this old, to have that auto switch. So like when I hit the melee button, it switched out of the Lancer, and then when I hit the circle button to go back to the Lancer fire, it auto switched back. That's a nice little quality of life. It's not an improvement because it's just there. It's just a quality of life thing.
Finish him.
Yep. Even the little guy in the cage is laughing. Oh, I love this. Oh, this is great. Whoa, he's got a fight. Whoa, okay. Hold on, boy. Oh my gosh, this is fantastic. Hell yeah, a little slide action going on. All right, you know what? This looks like it calls for the gravity bomb, folks. Bam, bam, eat it. I know I've said this before, and I do fully plan on streaming at some point on this channel. I mentioned it when I played Evergrace. That might make for a good stream. Same thing with Twisted Metal 4. This is immediately added to my stream list. This is great. This auto lock-on system is really nice. It feels very intuitive, I guess. It feels like it's aiming where I want it to aim without me having to put a lot of thought into it, which is welcome. It's a welcome thing. Whoa, hey-oh. You don't just wait for someone behind doors like that. That's rude. No need for the big boy right now. Excuse me. It might not look like it because I'm having a little bit of issues with the camera here, but this game controls so well. Like the movements and the double jump are just the right amount of floaty. You guys, I'm not just saying this for the internet to make y'all happy. I'm having so much fun with this. I love this. My only regret in life is that they can't play more of it today. Like, what's not to love?
Have any maps for this quadrant of the galaxy?
You bet, mister. We got galactic maps, 3D maps, foldouts, cutouts, maps to the stars, and their homes.
I love this. Oh, snap. Seems like a bad button to have that large and immediately behind you. Okay, here's the thing, guys. I genuinely could sit here all night and play this, but I do have some adult responsibilities. But I've honestly had a blast with this so far, and I feel like this would be a great game to hop on one weekend and just stream for a few hours. So if that's something you guys are interested in watching, please let me know in a comment, and I'll get that set up, because I feel like this could be a lot of fun to just hang out with you guys and play some Ratchet and Clank. All right. I literally don't want to stop playing. I need to go. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoy this type of content, please consider subscribing. That would mean a lot to me. It's always fun going back and visiting these old school games, especially the one, this one for me that got me started on the PS2. So just a super fun trip down memory lane. And, please don't hesitate to let me know in the comments which game you guys want to see me play next. That's because I take those suggestions. I take them to heart. And also, just in case I haven't had a chance to release my 1,000 subscriber video yet, I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for helping me reach 1,000 subscribers. It means a lot. This is just a channel that I do for funsies because I really enjoy this retro stuff. And to see that it has resonated with at least 1,000 of you, it means an awful lot to me. So really appreciate that. And with that, I'll see you guys next week. Peace. Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to the Nostalgic Gamers Club, or as I'm going to call it for the month of December, the Nostalgic Jingle Club, here exclusively on the internet and at the North Pole. I'm going to admit, this was a bit of an unexpected episode because I didn't know I had this. I was moving my office to the basement so I could do some more recording and, have some better control of the audio and the lighting, which, there's some work being done. That's why the light might look a little different than it does normally, but, we're rocking with it. We're doing it. But as I was going through and cleaning stuff out, I found this, an old Kmart holiday game guide. And let me tell you, I'm just so excited. I'm so excited to go through this with you guys. I thought, what better way to kick off the month of December than looking at a holiday game guide from what appears to be about 2007-ish. And if you don't remember, Kmart was just this old retailer that is unfortunately no longer with us. They've since gone out of business. I don't know if they were just a Midwest thing, but they were all over Michigan. And my buddies and I would go to Kmart all the time to buy video games. And I still remember that's where I played Soul Calibur for the first time. They had a little GameCube display, and I went there with my grandma. You know, they had a really nice little gaming section for a while. And it was kind of a cool store to go to and shop around. So today we're just going to flip through this and see what nostalgic treasures unfold. So on the front here, it looks like we have the Wii, the Xbox 360, and a PS3. That's like the launch version of the PS3, if I'm not mistaken, because eventually they had different looking versions that weren't backwards compatible, which is the one that I have. On the bottom here, it says PlayStation 3, Nintendo Wii, Xbox 360, PSP, let's go, shout out PSP, Nintendo DS, accessories, and more. And don't flip and forget, we got some special values inside. So right here on the first page, it says high definition entertainment, games for the whole family. So we have PS3 on both pages. It's talking about how you can make slideshows from photos on your PS3, including videos, which was wild because at the time that was not very common. You didn't see a lot of videos, especially like home movies on a console. That just wasn't happening. The games that they're showcasing here for the PS3 are Uncharted Drake's Fortune, NBA 08, Warhawk, Ratchet and Clank Tools of Destruction, Heavenly Sword, and Lair. We have a little appendix here of the Kmart gift guide detailing which pages, different games and consoles are listed on. It looks like they're featuring Super Mario Galaxy, Halo 3, again, Lair, Call of Duty 4. That was a big one at the time. I remember that so vividly. The Orange Box, which I'm excited to get to, Guitar Hero 3, and Spider-Man, Friend or Foe. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Here they're showcasing different photos of each of the consoles, as well as a full-page ad for Lego Star Wars, The Complete Saga. And this, for me, this is an interesting time in gaming because I was already essentially an adult gamer at this time. I was 17 in 2007, so this is kind of right on that verge of, for me, what feels like childhood nostalgia. So it's very interesting. Like Lego was not super nostalgic for me, but seeing it in this form factor in, a distributed Kmart magazine is super nostalgic for me. Ah, the Nintendo Wii. Here we are. We're out here. Ah, snap. Hold on. I got to adjust something with my light. Hold on. Just wait a second. Okay, there we go. That should be a little bit better for you guys. Maybe a little less glare from what I'm seeing. It says Nintendo's innovative Wii console gives you and your family a whole new way to play games. They're showcasing here all the different accessories. So we have the Wii Remote, the Wii Nunchuck, the Wii Classic Controller, which I had. I loved that thing. The Wii Fit and the Wii Zapper. I always wanted the Wii Zapper, but I never got it. I was late to the Wii party. I got it very, very late in the lifespan of the Wii. Here's Nintendo Wii must-own games. There's Super Mario Galaxy, Metroid Prime Corruption, and Naruto Clash of the Ninja Revolution. There's also Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Hannah Montana World Tour, and Dragon Ball Z. I don't think that Hannah Montana World Tour is a must-have for the Wii. If I do say so myself, but I've never played it. I don't know. Maybe that's like a 10 out of 10 game. Maybe I'll have to play it. And then there is a full-page ad for Hannah Montana Music Jam and Spotlight World Tour. They're also showcasing here Rayman Raving Rabbids 2, Table Tennis, Mario Party 8, High School Musical Sing It, Trauma Center New Blood, and Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles. Over here we have a full page ad for the DS. It says gift giving solutions for your family. And they have a little screen grab here of Zelda Phantom Hourglass, which I never actually completed. I've played it. I've just never beaten it. It's on my list. I know, I hear you. I'm getting to it. But like, this was cool. At the time, there weren't any other consoles doing this. This was really neat. And they knew who they were talking to. That's for sure. They're getting into the Nintendo DS here. It says 2 screens, double the fun on the touchscreen controlled Nintendo DS. And guys, we got to talk about accessories. Obviously, we have the Pro Gamer's case, because you're not a pro gamer unless you have this case. The Universal Car Adapter, the Stylus 3-pack, and the DS backpack, because I'm frankly not leaving my house without my DS backpack. And don't ask me to, please. I wonder if any of these coupons are still good. Just a bunch of $5 off coupons for Kmart. Man, I miss Kmart. I really do. I miss Kmart. And then this is a full page ad for Nyko, which I'm not familiar with. Looks like they did a lot of accessories. So it says struggling for gift ideas. And then they have all these different little accessories, like a cooler for your PS3, because that was apparently a big issue. I don't remember it being an issue, but maybe on that model it was. Extra sensor bars for your Wiimote, all that good stuff. Charging stations. I mean, this is great. Good job, Nyko. Here are the Nintendo DS must-own games. We have Brain Age 2, Contra 4, The Legend of Zelda, Phantom Hourglass, Jam Sessions, Hannah Montana Music Jam. I don't think Hannah Montana was a must-have on anything. Flash Focus, Naruto, Path of the Ninja, and Final Fantasy, what is that? 9? Yeah, 9. No, 12. Revenant Wings. I'm not a big Final Fantasy guy. Forgive me. I don't know a lot about Final Fantasy. And here it looks like we have an ad for Midway Games. So Ultimate Mortal Kombat, Black Site Area 51, and John Woo presents Stranglehold, coming this holiday to PlayStation, Xbox Live, and Nintendo DS. Xbox 360, which if you were gaming at this time, and especially if you were in my age range, like I said, in 2007, I was 17, mid 17, and the console to have for my age range was the Xbox 360. Nobody cared about the DS when you're 17. I do now. I care more about the DS now that I'm a grown-ass adult than I did when I was 17. But at the time, it was all about the Xbox 360. Full-page ad for Seen It. So there's that. There's that. Xbox 360 must-own games. I'm going to see if I agree with this list. So starting off with Halo 3. Yep. Mass Effect. Yeah, wasn't my bag, but I agree. Seen It, Lights, Camera, Action. Never played it. BioShock. Absolute must-have. Naruto, Rise of a Ninja. Is it Naruto or Naruto? I don't know where the accent is. I've never watched it or played it. And Dirt, which was, in my opinion, overhyped. Over here, we have a full-page ad for the Nintendo DS with a bunch of bargain bin games. Right? These are bargain bin games. Imagine Babies, Imagine Master Chef, Wild Animals, Dolphins, Pet Hamster 2. How is there 2 pet hamsters? I'm going to get my hands on these games. I want to play these. But $30 for that. Who's paying $30 to play Imagine Babies? Ay. Eternal Sonata is another must-have game, according to this magazine, and I agree with that. Viva Pinata Party Animals, I only played it a little bit, but I had fun with it. Ace Combat 6, never played it. Blue Dragon, never played it. Forza 2, sadly, never played it. And Project Gotham Racing 4. You guys know I'm not a big racing game guy, so a lot of these were not in my lexicon. Over here, we have a full-page ad for Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix video game. Spoiler alert for a little later here in December, but we might be talking about Harry Potter. We're going to find out. This is a thick magazine. I might have to move through this a little quicker. We have all the Xbox 360 accessories, including some ads here for Tomb Raider Anniversary Edition and Kane and Lynch Dead Men. More Xbox 360 accessories. There were so freaking many Xbox 360 accessories, you guys. You had to be there. We have a full-page ad for a bunch of Disney movies coming out of the vault, for DVD, and I don't know why those are in a gaming ad, but that's fine. That's fine. I didn't make it. PS3, meet a gaming machine that's more than meets the eye. And it does mention here that they had the 80 gigabyte model for $600. Wow. Or you could go for a 60 gigabyte model for $499. Wild to me that 20 gigabytes was worth $100 back then. That's just absolute insanity. We have a full page ad here for Dance Dance Revolution Supernova 2, or Dance Dance Revolution 2 Supernova. Dance Dance Revolution Hottest Party. Thank you, Konami. Here are some must-own games on the PS3. Again, I'm going to let you guys read over these because there's so much more to this, and I want to get through the whole thing. Not that YouTube really has me on a time limit, I guess. So there's no need to rush. I didn't play a lot of these PS3 games. It looks like here we have some ads for the B-Movie game, Shrek the Third game, Transformers the game, and Spider-Man the game. And they are saying, make this year's top movie games part of your gaming experience. I also want to point out that for the B-Movie one, it says, are you fly enough? And that's just great. Ratchet & Clank, Ninja Gaiden, NBA 08, a bunch of DVDs again. I don't know why they're so hell-bent on the DVDs on this. Blu-ray was relatively new at the time, so we do see here like Spider-Man on Blu-ray, Surf's Up on Blu-ray. Seinfeld is going to be available on DVD here pretty soon. 11607. PlayStation 3 didn't have nearly as many accessories as the Wii or the Xbox 360. Oh man, okay, I didn't look through this before filming this, so this is all like real time for me. I freaking loved Guitar Hero 3. I played that so much with my brother. Spider-Man, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare. I mean, the amount of hours I spent on this game was just stupid. And Tony Hawk's Proving Ground. The Sony PSP. Maybe my biggest gaming regret was selling my PSP. This thing was so cool. Had an internet browser on it. I remember like I took it to Myrtle Beach once on a family vacation, and it was just weird and cool to be browsing my live journal on which I had a live journal. Yeah. Okay. But I was browsing my live journal at the time on it, and it's thinking back now, that's such what a 2005 to 2007 thing to be doing. We have some ads here for some more movies, including the Santa Claus and Santa Claus 2 and Santa Claus 3. But we can't forget about High School Musical, High School Musical Encore, High School Musical Remix, High School Musical The Concert, High School Musical Sing It. And of course, those are available on DVD, Blu-ray, CD-ROM, Wii, PlayStation, DS. Everything was High School Musical. PSP must own games. If I recall correctly, there weren't a ton of PSP games, so these were probably all must-haves. I didn't play any of these specifically. I might have played Medal of Honor. I played more Twisted Metal for PSP than any other game. More DVD ads here. They're giving a little spotlight here to Call of Duty 4 and Medal of Honor Airborne. And then, you guessed it, more DVDs. So this section, this For the Gamers section, which started on the last page, seems to just be talking about different games that are available on various consoles that they've discussed previously. And just giving you a little teaser for them. The Orange Box, to this day, was one of my favorite games that's ever come out. I think that was such a cool package deal, and all of the games on it just absolutely ripped. I never played Army of Two, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. Man, just what great games. Geometry Wars, this was a super fun game as well. I never played it on the Wii, but I feel like they had, I could be mistaken, but I think they had another one for the 360, like on the arcade. And my buddies and I played that all the time. There's an ad here for Time Shift, which I've never even freaking heard of, but maybe I'll have to get my hands on a copy of Time Shift. Talking about Need for Speed, Pro Street, Tony Hawk's Proving Ground, and guys, don't forget, we got more DVDs. It's so weird to me. I know I'm making a lot of fun of it, and I get it. Like, if you're gaming, you're probably also consuming other types of media, but I don't know why there are so many ads for DVDs in a magazine that is specifically aimed toward gamers. But you know what? That's okay. Madden NFL 08, which I was not into football at the time, so I did not play a bunch of sports games. I was not a sports kid. I was a theater kid, so we're skipping that page. There's a little letter here. Dear Santa, it's blank. I'm going to fill in the blanks here. It's Zach. I think I've been very good this year, and I hope you think so too. The holidays are coming up, and you're probably very busy picking out gifts for all the boys and girls you'll be visiting. So as a friendly reminder, I wanted to let you know that my favorite gaming system is the Xbox 360, and I'm especially excited about games like Call of Duty 4. Oh, shit, what were the other ones? Hold on, I gotta go back. The Orange Box. I need 3 or Santa's gonna sneak up on me and just like put me in a chokehold until I give him an answer. I don't think Santa's violent like that. I feel like he'd probably just chill. And Eternal Sonata. That was a good one. My parents have always taught me to share, so I would also like 16 extra controllers to play these games with my friend. Oh, it's just a slot for one friend. My friend Will. It's also a good thing Kmart has all the items on my list, so the elves won't have to work so hard. You gotta, sincerely, Zach, you gotta love that the elves are digging into that, American commerce. We have our wish list, which this is a cool idea. I feel like that's what a cool way to advertise. Like, print this up, tick a couple boxes, give it to your parents, and they don't have to guess. More Naruto here. Clash of Ninja Revolution. Rock Band. Let me tell you how many hours I spent in Rock Band. Rock Band might have been my most played game on the Xbox 360. My brother and I bought every song for it. Same thing with Guitar Hero 3. I mean, we paid so much money to Harmonix, and I hope that they appreciate us for it. And Neversoft, apparently, because that was Guitar Hero 3. There was apparently a game adaptation for the Golden Compass. Didn't know that existed. The Simpsons game, that was super fun. I have like such weird, vague memories of this game, but I did play it a lot. You can take a look at some of the games on this page. My Sims, I feel like, was a big one at the time as well. more DVDs and Blu-rays, and it seems like a lot of those are from like Disney that I've been seeing. I mean, obviously like Disney and some of these other bigger production companies, like, I mean, Harry Potter, for crying out loud. I've noticed a lot of repeats in here, like they're talking about Spider-Man again, they're talking about the Bee Movie again. We have some cheat codes, so bring it on. Cheat codes for Blue Dragon, which I never heard of. Cheat codes for Cars, and just in case, you need to take a break from all your cheat codes, we do have some Pirates of the Caribbean here. Cheat codes for Dirt, Fantastic Four, and Forza Motorsport. Yeah, I do want to point out, though, that these aren't all cheats. Like, most of these are just achievement listings, and there's only, actually, of the 5 games they've listed so far, Cars is the only one that has cheats. So let's see if there's any more. NASCAR, again, no cheats. Okay, here's a couple for PlayStation 3 that have some actual cheats in it, so that's good at least. Join the karaoke party for High School Musical Sing It. You got to get on that. And last but not least, gift-giving solutions for your family. Showcasing Wii Play, Metroid Prime 3, Fire Emblem, Wii Big Brain Academy, DK Barrel Blast, Mario Strikers, Mario Party 8, and Super Mario Galaxy, ending on this full-page ad for the Nintendo Wii, which sold like gangbusters. Everybody had one. Everybody loved it. And you know what? I did too. And if you loved this video, please consider subscribing, because that is the best Christmas gift you can get me, if I'm being honest. That and maybe a copy of Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem for GameCube, but that's only if you're feeling very generous, if you want to send me that. Leave me a comment below, though. Like, if you guys were flipping through this, what games were you going to be filling out that card with? Because I know that there were a good handful looking back that I was like, man, I wish that I would have gotten like an extra copy of this and just like kept it in the cellophane and just never touched it. But I didn't. I played all my games and I had a damn good time doing so. Anyway, I'm looking forward to celebrating more with you Jingle Homies in the next video, which will probably be sometime next week. So with that, I will catch you guys later. Peace. Hey there, everybody, and welcome back to the Nostalgic Jingle Club, here exclusively on the internet. My name's Zach, and in case you're new to the channel, this is the show where we just look at nostalgic games and toys and all that jazz. And today, we're taking a look at the Grinch. Before we get going, I just want to say I'm going to be giving away this copy of The Grinch, so watch this video and comment below how many total gifts I collect in the gameplay, and that's it. You're entered to win. I'm only doing the giveaway for the United States, and you have to be 18 or older, so as long as you meet those criteria, leave that comment of how many gifts I end up collecting, and this, you'll be entered to win this game. I'll ship it out. It's yours. Woohoo, giveaways. Woohoo! I played this game quite a bit as a kid with my cousin. And by that, I mean he did most of the playing and I just kind of watched. And I remember as a kid thinking this is extremely difficult and this is just kind of weird and out there, but it was fun. And I really liked The Grinch at the time. This was just after the Jim Carrey movie came out. So, it was kind of special. So today we're going to be taking a look at the front cover, the back cover, and the instruction booklet, as well as some gameplay for The Grinch. Now, little spoiler alert, I already did record some of the gameplay, and it's not, it doesn't hold up. I'm sad to say it doesn't hold up. I remember liking it a lot more as a kid, and honestly, it didn't get very good reviews either. It was kind of weird. IGN gave it a 9 out of 10 on the Game Boy Color, but that's not the port that I'm playing. They did give it a 5 out of 10 for the PlayStation port. And across the board, I mean, we're looking at like very unfavorable reviews. 2.6 out of 10, 5 out of 10, 4.8 out of 10. Game Zone gave it an 8 out of 10. I think they were paid off. So it was not met with critical acclaim. I had fun with it as a kid. It was it was very colorful, kind of a more exploratory experience. But without further ado, let's dive in. Let's take a look at this bad boy. So on the front cover here, you see we have the Grinch wearing sunglasses because it gets bright in Whoville. And then behind him, there's an image of the Grinch holding a goo gun, and he's next to Max. There's a little policeman back there about to chase him down. Now, I do want to point out that is not the policeman. That's not a Who. There is no way that that's a Who policeman. I just don't know how you design the cover art for the Grinch and don't know what a Who looks like, or don't make him look like a Who. Because this just implies the existence of regular police force on the snowflake in Whoville. Flipping over to the backside here, it says, "You're the mean one. As the Grinch, your mission is to undo Whoville's holiday preparations with the use of your most mischievous inventions. With Max the dog at your side, You'll smash snowmen, solve puzzles, assemble gadgets, and explore magical Whoville and its many surrounding environments. We see some screenshots of the gameplay here. Looks like we got the Grinch in some kind of a, I don't know, I can't even tell what that is. It's like an ice climbing backpack. I had to pull it up to my face to see. We have the Grinch just kind of standing in front of the camera, the Grinch being electrocuted, and the Grinch on some sort of a table or I don't know, platform of some kind. It says features. As the Grinch, your adventure-filled quest includes 24 missions, 4 Seussian environments, 3 challenging minigames, plus a few surprises. Your crafty gadgets include a rotten egg launcher, slime shooter, and Grinch copter. Use your loyal, though often reluctant, sidekick, Max the dog to explore inaccessible areas. Spoiler alert, you can do that right away, so they're not very inaccessible. A stunning original score and humorous vocalizations of the Grinch and narrator give this action-packed title a life all its own. I don't know if I'd say the score is stunning. It works. I didn't hate it. There was a couple little ditties that I liked. You can't say that anymore, can you? I meant ditty as a song, not as the horrible person. A couple little songs that I liked. How about that? This year-round adventure premieres with Universal Studios' blockbuster movie, Dr. Seuss, How the Grinch Stole Christmas. This was 1 or 2 players, though I never played the 2-player mode. When my cousin and I would play, it was just single player. Maybe he did that on purpose. Took up 1 block on the memory card, was analog control compatible, and vibration function compatible as well. Don't you forget it. This game was rated E for everyone for comic mischief. And I do love the background art here. You see just a kind of funky illustration of Whoville, and it's just nice. It's just nice. Taking a look at the disc itself, there's not too much to it. It's just the Grinch on a reflective background. That's about all you get. But behind it, look at that sass. That's a sassy Grinch. Getting into the instruction booklet a little bit here, we have our contents. Obviously, your standard, starting off, menu controls, yada yada. Controlling the Grinch, so you have, your jump, your pancake, to use your gadget, to use your bad breath, and to tiptoe. And there are a lot of little tutorials that they give you in the game too. So, maybe too many. So I already knew all that. They talk about how to control the gadget wheel and select your gadgets, what the different controls are within those gadgets, which this one's called the OCD, Octopus Climbing Device, OCD. Okay, moving on. They talk a little bit here about controlling the camera, which is just using the L2 and R2 buttons to rotate around. Of course, it's talking about stealing Christmas and the Grinch himself with his badass sunglasses. Max the dog, the Grinch's exhaustometer, talks about what you must do as the Grinch to steal Christmas. And of course, a little information there on the Who's themselves. And feel free to pause it on any of these pages to take a look more in depth. There's a lot of text in here, so I'm not going to be reading all of it. They talk about starting a new game. The different locations here. So we have Mount Crumpet, Downtown Whoville, Who Forest, Who Dump, and Who Lake. The different missions and collectibles that you can get as you play. I love this little send-in card with the same illustration of the Grinch that we've been seeing a few times. It's a cool illustration, but they're using it a lot. Different types of useful items, such as the rotten eggplants and nitro eggs. Traveling between the different Who worlds. And again, here's just some of those devices that they were talking about a little bit earlier on. I will say, spoiler, I didn't get far enough into the game to unlock any of these devices, and it seemed like it was going to take a long time to get there. So that's maybe a little pitfall of this game, but that's okay. That's all right. Different costumes that you can get into, so you can dress up as a Who basically and not get arrested. Goes over the Grinch's computer, his personal notebook, opening a new environment, and completing the game. It says to complete the whole game, all of the missions and submissions must be accomplished. All of the blueprints must be located, all of the gadgets assembled, and all of the gifts stolen. Something awaits the courageous ones who succeed. Are you one of those? No. And then, of course, just saving and loading the game, followed by some credits here. A lot of credits for for a game that was not that great. We do have an ad here for some different books inspired by the film. It says, you better watch out. All new books inspired by the hit film. There's a movie storybook, Who's Who in Whoville, the things you'd expect, the classics, really. And, of course, a section for notes, just in case you need to take notes. I wish that this whole thing was in color, but I do love this back page that's in color. It says Woody Woodpecker Racing, and we have some screenshots here. We have Woody himself racing, coming in November 2000. I miss that era. I miss that era of gaming. So with that, I say we pop this bad boy into the PlayStation and see if it fills me with the Christmas spirit. Because it's Christmas time, guys. We're here. Let's go check that out. All right, Konami, show me what you got. You know, as far as splash screens go, this ain't bad. Let's do it.
Oh, I got it. I have a great idea. This year...
Is that supposed to be Jim Carrey? It's, I mean, I think it's supposed to be Jim Carrey Grinch. All right, let's skip this. I wanna play as the Grinch, not hear the Grinch. Know what I'm saying? Oh, immediately a cutscene. Okay. I'm just gonna come right out and say it. These controls are very, very rough.
The strength of the Grinch is a legend in Whoville. There's nothing he can't move with Grinch muscle and will.
Okay. Seize the object. I want to know what this music is too. Well, now it's stopped. But it's like very ethereal. He's going to burp. He's going to burp, I bet. Oh, hey, my wife just walked in as I'm talking about the Grinch burping. Hi, Shelby. She is a saint. It keeps pausing the gameplay every like 2 seconds. Okay, I want to just play. That's all. This is really rough. This is extraordinarily rough. All right, let's just go to Whoville. Maybe that'll liven this up. I'm not in the Christmas spirit yet.
It's way down in Whoville that all Who folk reside. They're hugging and kissing.
This is bringing back so many memories of when my cousin and I used to play this together. And we didn't ever get very far. I want to be clear about that because you'll see. Oh, okay. Return. I can't skip this one. Okay. More cutscenes.
And children alike fear the Grinch, but they hope that through hugs he will change just an inch.
He doesn't look like he's afraid of the Grinch. Come on. Get the hell off me. I just wanted the gift, but forget it. Oh my gosh. Quit pausing. Just show a prompt on screen. I don't need a pause every time. Hooray. Oh, it's pausing again. Shocker. I'm going to guess it's less than 10 seconds until it pauses again. So it seems that the point of this game is you go around and you collect gifts and you try not to get hugged by children. Can I get up on top of here? Is there a double jump mechanic? I bet I can break this game though, honestly. Like, I feel like this would be a relatively easy game to break. So are my only controls really like the stink breath and the double jump? Ow. Dick. I thought the kids in this town were supposed to be like trying to be nice to the Grinch. Isn't that the whole thing? Get away from me. How do I... Jeez. Oh, there's a gift way up there. Can I... Why'd the music just stop? Okay, here's another gift that I missed. Oh, those were 3 gifts. Okay. So sometimes one gift is worth 3. See, this is the type of math they don't teach you in Grinch school. You gotta learn this on your own in the school of hard Grinch knocks. You know, a memory that I have of this game is how long my cousin and I spent playing this. And this was, 2000, so I was about 10 years old. I was not good at video games. My cousin was very good at video games. Whoa. And all I remember is that even my cousin had a lot of trouble with this game and getting things to work properly. Can I get in here and squish these gifts? And now that I'm playing it, I kind of understand why this doesn't... It doesn't work, really. And there were other games during this era that did work and worked fine. Can I burp at this guy? Here's another pause. Can I get in here? Oh! Come on. Just let me hit the door. Let's play one bar of a jazz song and then stop. So I got the Who cloak. You know what? I'm getting in the Christmas spirit now. All I needed was the Who cloak. Now, how do I don it? Is it under gadgets? Wow, there's a lot of the Grinch copter. Oh, another cutscene. Okay, that's fine. I can just jump and grab it. Yeah. What the hell? Grab the pole, please. Ow. Grab the pole, please. Swing, swing. Well, how are you supposed to go? Okay, stop. How are you supposed to get up there? Okay, this sucks. This is terrible. Like I said, I'm recording this before looking up any of the reviews or reading the manual, so maybe there's something huge that I'm missing, and maybe this game had some real critical acclaim. I almost accidentally said critical complaint, and that's about where my brain's at. I'd like to get to 50 gifts before I head in. I will say, for as short as this music loop is, I don't hate it. Kind of got that mischievous, Grinchy vibe going on. How do you kill these things is what I want to know. It's just, it's so hard to describe, like, because you're not physically here feeling this. Jeez Louise. Okay. But this, for as bad as this looks like it controls, it feels 10 times worse. It's just so rough. It's just rough. And these mosquitoes are going to make me lose all of my Christmas spirit before it's even begun. When you squish the snowman, you just get 5, but it doesn't say 5 of what. Damn it. Get away from me, kid. Stop. I got 50. I think I'm going to go back to Crumpet and see what I can do with those 50 gifts. And if the answer is nothing, then I've lost all faith in humanity. I don't remember how to get back. Is there a map? I doubt there's a map. There's another phone booth. Stop these mosquitoes. Oh, that's how you change into your Who costume. What's the point? All right, I'm going back to Crumpet. Now, can I use my gifts for anything is what I want to know. So I need 750. Okay, I guess we'll pause again. That's fine. 750 for that one. I don't have even close to that. What else we got around here? 2,500? 2,500 gifts? Do we got anything for 50? Show me 50. Okay, so here's what I wonder. This is going to be the real make or break in this game. If I go back to downtown Whoville, do all the gifts reset? Like, do I have a chance to get another 50 right now? It appears the gifts do not reset, which means there are 2,500 gifts in this game. I don't know how much of this I have in me, you guys. Let's see what's in here. You can't go in there. Okay. Okay, that's probably enough. This game has none of the charm that I remember as a kid. I don't know how my cousin and I played it for so long. I mean, given I'm not trying to like beat it. I'm not trying to complete this game, but I feel like I should at least have some semblance of an idea of where I'm supposed to go, and that I just don't. I'm up to 58 gifts though, so there's that. God, this game is a nightmare. You know what? Before I ditch this game, I'm gonna change into my costume because I want to see if I can get past the guard. Good day. What is this music for the post office? Is that Cindy Lou Who?
What are you doing?
What? Okay, we're not doing a stealth section. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed this type of video, please consider subscribing. And if you haven't already, make sure you join our Discord, because we have a Discord now, and it's just, you know, it's fun to go and hang out with people who enjoy nostalgic games. We're going to be looking at one more Christmas-themed video here before the holidays, and I'm just so grateful for you guys sticking around and watching this video. And please let me know in the comments which game I should play or take a look at next. I'm always building out my collection, and I'd love to see some suggestions for you guys. And you know, I've bought games from suggestions in the past, so you know, I'll probably do it again. I'll do it again. You can't stop me. Anyway, thank you guys so much, and I will see you next week. Peace. Today we're going to answer the age-old question, a question as old as time itself. Is Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone for PlayStation 1 a Christmas game? And based on this opening screen, I think maybe. I don't know. All right, the lightning is already taking away a point. That's not a Christmas trait, lightning. I don't think it is anyway. All right, we got a guy narrating in a deep voice. That's pretty Christmassy. That's 1 point in the Christmas game category, ladies and gentlemen. Is there anybody that was playing this game that didn't read the books or watch the movies? I feel like this is not for people who haven't watched the movies. Are they just going to recount the whole book? Whoa, what was that with the music? What's happening with the music? Is this a glitch? I can't use the analog sticks to control, I see.
Blubber.
Oh, hey, jeez, watch your f***ing mouth. What's this? His wand is just like... Why are his shoes squeaking like it's an NBA court? I bet it'll do it again. All right, let's do this. Harry Potter NBA. You know, I think the squeaky shoes, I think that's a point in the Christmas category because, you know, what do you think when you think, whoa, look at that jump without a broom. Crazy air from Harry Potter. That was crazy. But no, yeah, you think Christmas, you think squeaky shoes. You got, like, Santa's maybe got squeaky shoes. I'll give him that one. That's a Christmas point. This is a Christmas game so far. Look at that. He's like grinding down the freaking railing. That's so cool. Let's do that again. Go, boy. Oh. Okay, I didn't do it right. Okay. Floating candles. Very Christmas. Whoa. What was that? Oh, Draco Malfoy's face. That is in the opposite direction of a Christmas game. Put a point in the not Christmas game category. I already know how to do this. I've been sliding down staircases since before you were born, Ron. Who's that? That's Joe Biden. I don't care what you tell me. That's Joe Biden. That's a young Joe Biden. Whoa. Magic locks. Christmas game. They're just introducing me to literally everybody. It just put everyone on my list. Okay, cool. You got a first little kind of first person view going on. That's fine. I still haven't done any magic though. And Christmas is all about Christmas magic. So that's a point in the non-Christmas game category. And who's this? Oh no. Okay, we saved it. A frog. A chocolate frog. Is there something over here that I should be trying to jump to? Is there a secret up there? I'm gonna go for it. Okay, I'm here. There's nothing. Okay. Oh, we got magic. That's a point for Christmas game. Christmas magic, baby. I don't remember snails being in Harry Potter. I'm getting points for Gryffindor by destroying snails, as is the natural way of things. Can I flipendo these pictures? How about this guy? No, we can't flipendo that. Spiderwebs. Flipendo. Okay, that's great. But technically, I did just destroy something that looked like a Christmas tree, so that takes a point away from Christmas game, sadly. I'm gonna do a jump here. So I gotta get this rat. Got him. Killing rats, a Christmas tradition is oldest time. That's a point in the Christmas game category. These are just not, like, that's not from Harry Potter. That's just like one of the game devs. All right, flipendo. Bam. Flipendo. 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 All right, problem solved. All that for a frog? Can I look in this little crack in the wall? No. What's the point of it then? Chocolate frog. You know what? Candy is Christmas themed, so I'm going to go ahead and say that that's a point in the Christmas game category. That guy in the corner is freaking me the hell out. Oh, dude, is that Dumbledore? Okay. You know, not the worst tutorial I've ever played. Flipendo. Flipendo. Why does he only say it on the big spell? My dad works at Flipendo. Oh, I see something that I can flipendo over here. Get rid of that lock for me. That's right. Whoa, Neville, you look terrible, dude. I will say there is a distinct lack of music in this game, which is very un-Christmas-like. I'm putting a tick in the non-Christmas game category. Hell yeah. We got Hedwig back, guys. We're in business. He's gone. Wait, if he was trapped behind there, why didn't he just fly that direction to begin with? That's so stupid. He wasn't trapped at all. This music is so effed. Is this just my copy? Do I have a broken copy? Oh, hell yeah. Flying lessons. Let's go. All right. Flying on a broomstick. That's neutral. I don't think that's Christmassy or non-Christmassy. God, this timer's stressing me the hell out. Where's the last one? What? Okay. I flew through it. Oh no, these controls are so bad. Okay, come on. Go through the hoop. Go through the damn hoop. Oh jeez. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna throw up. Oh god, this is so nauseating. I want the bean. Give me the bean. Got the bean. Oh, well, I gotta say that's a non-Christmas point because I feel like that's gonna make me barf. No, I don't want to do this again. Please. Oh no. Oh god, no. Is it just me? Like, am I crazy for wanting to barf at this? These are like the pukiest flying graphics I've ever seen. Go, just please. Oh, just turn. Come on. No, just go. Oh my god. No more flying lessons, Madam Hooch. This is shit. No! Oh my god. See, like, you get going too fast. If they don't get, I can't do this again. I don't have the stomach for this. I'm flying out of here, Madam Hooch. Oh my God. I'm gonna throw up. I'm not even joking. This is the barfiest game I've ever played with. I'm putting 2 points in the non-Christmas game category because Christmas doesn't make me want to throw up, or at least it shouldn't. Not unless you've had too many Christmas cookies.
And a teacher's pet.
Wow, Ron, asshole. You guys, this is rough. This is rough. I don't have an active count of if this is a Christmas game or not, because I haven't edited this video yet, because I'm just recording it right now, and that's not how the process of video editing works. You have to finish recording before you edit it. Save game, please, because if I have to do that again, I quit gaming. What percentage of the way through the game am I now? I'm curious. I'm already 10% through the game. I'm going to look this up on how long to beat. How long does it take to beat this game? It's about a 6-hour long game. So, I mean, I guess that adds up. This lack of music and this like glitchy sort of, it's hard. It makes things hard. Like that's 100% a glitch. There's no other way around it. I'm so excited to make things levitate. That's a point in the Christmas category. Make things float. I remember one Christmas I got like a Harry Potter obstacle set and it had like a dial on it. And you could, it was like a little fan that would keep a little ping pong ball floating through these different obstacles. And so floating objects 100% correlates with Christmas. That's a point in the Christmas category. Easy. He just bounces. I'm out of here, Flitwick. Hell yeah, we get to go hang with Hagrid. Like, is there supposed to be music here? I feel like there's supposed to be music here and my game's just not loading it. Is that an astute assumption? Well, I am going to get past you, Malfoy, because I know how to levitate things and you didn't attend that class. Yeah, eat it, Malfoy. Jerk. That loading screen looks kind of Christmassy. I'll put a point in Christmas game for that.
Let me teach you about wizard crackers.
What? What am I to do here? Can I switch spells? Did I skip the part that tells me how to switch spells? I'm turning vibration on. Maybe that's my problem. Switch spells. Select maybe switches spells. Is he burping while he's throwing these? What do I do? How do I switch? Hold on, I gotta look up the controls. It doesn't say how to switch spells. Let me look in the more in-depth control scheme here. Okay, it doesn't say how to switch spells. I mean, maybe I just missed it. What am I to do here? So I can't touch him. I was hoping like I could like pick it up and throw it back at him. Oh, you can. Okay, so pick it up. Gotcha, Malfoy. Okay, why can't I just use my spell? Oh, crab. You know what? Unfortunately, unfortunately, I'm going to have to put a point in the non-Christmas category because there's nothing Christmas about having things thrown at you. Like, that's just not Christmas. Unless it's, like presents, but these aren't presents. These are wizard crackers. Get it. Come on. I feel like they'd get expelled for something like this if this was actually in Harry Potter. Like, McGonagall would not stand for this BS. Oh my gosh. Got it. Okay. So the key really is to wait until he stops moving here. Okay. Now he's going to call Goyle too. Okay. Yep. I got it. It's fine. You can't stay mad with when they treat you like that. Come on now. Got it. McGonagall would not stand for this stuff. I think the final determination on whether or not Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone for the PlayStation 1 is a Christmas game is going to be when we walk outside here. Now here's the meme. PS1 Hagrid. You guys, I hate to admit it. Okay, I truly, genuinely hate to admit it because the first Harry Potter movie feels like such a Christmas movie to me. It just kind of has that, that kind of winter sort of feel to it, and the music is all Danny Elfman, so it sounds like the Home Alone movies. I gotta say though, this Harry Potter as a game, this is not a Christmas game. I'm so sorry if anyone is in the comments saying that this is a Christmas game, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to let you down, but this is not a Christmas game. But you know what? I hope that you guys have an absolutely wonderful Christmas or whatever you celebrate. And if you like this type of video, please consider subscribing. You guys have made 2024 an absolutely lovely year. And I can't thank you enough for subscribing and for checking out my videos. It means a lot to me. And I'm going to be looking forward to seeing you beautiful humans in 2025. Also, make sure you join our Discord. There's a link in the main About Me section on my channel. I'll leave a link below too. But check out our Discord because it's fun to come and hang out with everybody. All right, with that, I will catch you guys later on. Peace.